my love and respects. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Welcome all the Paramashivoham participants to the first session of the day, Nithyananda Yoga. Let us now all settle down on our yoga mats in a cross-legged position with our head, neck and spine in a straight line. Now join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your chest. Close your eyes, take a deep breath. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as we open the session with a Sadguru Vandanam.
Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami.
Next, we are going to chant the Shiva Mula mantra, invoking Paramashiva's presence by chanting Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha 11 times. Please follow along internally.
Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha.
Next up is the Tadvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing. Make sure you have your Panchapatra and Udani ready, a cup with a spoon with some water. As you keep your right hand in the Gokarana Mudra in the shape of a cow's ear, take an Udani of water, pour it into your right palm, and each time the word Swadha is chanted, sip the water from the bottom of your palm for a total of 3 times.
Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Swadha.
Now wash your right hand with the water from the Panchapatra and wipe your lips twice with the bottom of your right thumb as you chant.
Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha.
Wash your hand again. With your index, middle and ring finger joined together, touch above and below your lips. Wash your hand again. With your index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right and your left nostril. With your ring finger and thumb, touch your right eye, your left eye, your right ear and your left ear. Then wash your hand again. With your little finger and thumb, touch your navel, your right chest and your left chest. And with the tips of all the fingers, touch the crown of your head, the right shoulder, the left shoulder and your heart center. Wash your hand once more. And clasp your right hand over the left and place your hands on your right thigh. As you set your sankalpa, your conscious resolution, your declaration, what you want to manifest, through today's ritual of Nithyananda Yoga, as we chant the sankalpa mantra.
Om Mamopata Samasta Duritakshaya Dwara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha अद्य पूर्वोक्त एवं गुण विशेषेण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभदितौ पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढगात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थं परमशिवशक्त्याविष्करणार्थं नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये।
Wash your hand once more.
ओम उपस्पृश्य
And keep your Panchapatram and Udani aside, out of harm's way, so we can enter into the practice of yoga. Let us first cover the components of KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga. As Nithyananda Yoga is designed for you to prepare yourself to experience the truth of Paramashivoham, Paramashivatva, that you are indeed Paramashiva, the ultimate, divine, universal consciousness. We prepare ourselves by performing asanas, physical postures, pranayamas, breathing techniques, where we align our breathing to Paramashiva, mudras, performing certain gestures with your hands, your limbs, and other body parts, aligning your energy circuits so you can manifest the higher realities, activate the non-mechanical parts of the brain, bandhas, energy locks, which you perform by contracting certain muscles and diaphragms in your body, preventing the prana from seeping out at the bottom of your spine and leading it along your spine to the higher energy centers and holding it there. Bandhas also align your physical organs to Paramashiva, leading to supreme health. Next up is Kalana, the sacred dance postures. Moving your limbs in synchronicity leads to intense awareness in every part of your body and makes your breathing subtle but intense, increasing the prana uptake for every breath. The next component is visualization, holding the visualization which is projected in the top right corner of the screen. You manifest the essence of the asanas, aligning your thinking to Paramashiva, manifesting Mano Shakti, the power of thinking. The next component is japa, the internal repetition of mantras. As you visualize the japa rotating around your throat in a circular way, you intensely activate the Vishuddhi chakra, cleanse it, and activate Vak Shakti, the power of speech. Next up is the external chanting of mantras. Our Acharya here is going to chant the scriptural references for all the various asanas, the words of Mahadeva himself, providing you with a high energy field. As Sanskrit has a phonetic significance, just by listening to the mantra, energy will be infused into your body and certain non-mechanical parts of your brain, subtle brain grooves, will be awakened. The next component is weightlifting. Nithyananda Yoga emphasizes on the importance on building your body as a spiritual practice, strongly building your nervous system to hold the intense energy that is poured over you during the darshans and the night. As you lift weights, your Kundalini Shakti will be awakened. We are going to point out which of the asanas it is advisable to implement weights. The next component is mandala. As you can see in the background of our acharyas, there are geometric forms and figures, lines, a specific yantra, which is called the Shri Yantra or Shri Chakra, which is representing all the gods and goddesses, mimicking the universal energies in a two-dimensional form. If you visualize or gaze at this yantra, the energies will be reflected in your being, reproduced in your body. So gaze at the Shri Yantra as much as possible. The next component is Abharana, the sacred Rudraksha jewelry. Rudraksha jewelries, they function like spiritual batteries, holding on to spiritual energy and slowly giving it off to your body, holding you in a high energy state. So wear Rudraksha beads at any given time, especially the Kantamala energized by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism around your neck. The next component is Aushadha, the sacred Siddha alchemy medicine. Applied on your skin or ingested, it infuses intense prana into your system. These medicines include, but are not limited to, Vibhuti and Kumkum, and sandalwood paste with some turmeric. You can apply the vibhuti on your forehead. If you're a male body, please remove your upper cloth at this point and apply the vibhuti on the 16 places all over your body. As yoga is a ritual, we request all the male bodies to please remove your upper cloth. Apply the kumkum on your third eye, and the mixture of sandalwood, turmeric, and water you can apply on your temples. If you have any other aushadas from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, surely you can apply them as well during the yoga practice. With this, we covered all the components of Nithyananda Yoga. Let us now get ready for the first asana of the sequence.
The first is the Sukhasana. Being seated in a comfortable cross-legged position with your head, neck and spine in a straight line, bring your hands into the Bindu Mudra, which is bringing the index and thumbs together and placing them on top of the respective knees. Engage all the three bandhas, starting with the Mula Bandha, engaging your perineal muscles. Engage your Uddiyana Bandha, which is the abdominal muscles, and then the Jalandhara Bandha, that is tucking your chin into your chest. Visualize Paramashiva in your inner space as you perform the japa of Soham. Tatsukhasanamityuktam ashaktastat asanam vijitam yena jitam tena jagatrayam. Next is the Parvatasana. Bringing your legs into the Padmasana, which is a cross-legged position. Bring your palms together in the Anjali Mudra and raise them above your heads with your elbows straight. Engage all the three bandhas. Visualize yourself as Mount Kailash as you perform the Samana Kumbhaka. As you inhale deeply, hold your breath, visualizing flames rising from your navel center through your spine in Parvatasana. अथ वक्षे महादेव पर्वतासन मंगलम यत्कृत्वा स्थिररूपी स्यात् षट्चक्रादिविलोपनम्. Next, entering into Halipavasana, bring the soles of your foot together in the front. Hold the left hand by your right hand and place the forehead on the ground behind the heels. Engage all the three bandhas and gaze to the nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. पूरव विधियाहु मे जानो उभय पगतले संपुटठानो पिष्टपछेदो वो करल्यावो दक्षिण करसो वाम गहावो. Next, entering into Nagipavasana, maintaining the same position as Halipavasana. Stretch your hands out in the front of the feet and cup the palms, making a halo. Visualize yourself as a snake as you gaze to the tip of your nose. Engage all the three bandhas in Nagipavasana. पूरव विधि परियागाने नीचौ हौवी कहू निभनास्यो लगाजी हाथ आगाने धरती लगावे पसारी दो वो हाथ की अंजुली करे. Next, we will be entering into the Kokilasana. Hold your big toes with the index and middle fingers in the Prana Mudra. Stretch your legs straight and out, upwards. Then cross them into Padmasana. Visualize yourself as a bird as you lean forward and down onto your elbows. अथान्यदासनं वक्ष्ये येन सिद्धो भवेन्नरः अकस्मात् वायुसञ्चारं कोकिलाख्यासनेन च. Next, we'll be entering into the Nithyananda. Place one ankle on top of the opposite knee and hold the opposite elbows. Rotate the arms in a circular motion as you engage all the three bandhas and gaze to the tip of your nose. घोड़ा बावा पादकी आशमाहिली सोज दक्षचरण को वारलौता परिगुल्फ समोज. Next, we'll be entering into Gajasana. Coming into a tall plank position, press your hands onto the ground, lifting your hips up and high. Lower the head and then the chest, scooping your body down towards the ground again and again. Visualize yourself as an elephant as you engage the Uddiyana Bandha, engaging the abdominal muscles. न्युब्जं पादाग्रे भूमौ कृत्वा लम्बी भूया मस्तकाग्रे निधाय. Next, entering into Rikshasana, maintaining the same position as Gajasana, alternate pressing the heels of one foot into the ground while lifting the other heel up. Repeat this again and again as you visualize yourself as a bear. एकैकं पादमाकुञ्च्य गजासनं कुर्यात् Rikshāsanam bhavati. Coming into a tall standing position in Vaishasana. Stand on the tips of your toes with all the other toes raised off the ground. Bring your hands in the Hridaya Mudra, that is, your middle, index, and ring fingers together, touching your heart center as you engage the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Swamiji. केशेण पादयुगलं बद्ध्वादिष्टे तथोमुखः अथवा ईशावक्षे यत्कृत्वा सत्यवान् भवेत्. Next, we'll be entering into the Urdhvajanukarana. Coming into the Arimandi position, that is, standing with the heels touching and toes facing outwards at a 45-degree angle, keeping the knees bent. Keep both your hands at the chest with elbows parallel to the ground. Now, twist one knee towards the center and bring it in a rotatory motion around your body. Simultaneously, bring your hand along with the leg. Repeat this at the other side. Next, we'll be entering into the Balalingasana. Now, interlace the fingers from outside in the Sarvabashankari Mudra, holding onto the knee and pull it up towards the chest. Keep the spine straight and engage all the three bandhas, visualizing yourself caressing a baby. Ekam janu urasi alingya sthatavyam balalinganam bhavati. Next, taking your right foot back towards your buttock, pull it behind, holding it with your both hands. Engage all the three bandhas. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Padapidanasana. स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेतनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्. Now with the respective hand, hold on to the sole of your right foot. Kick and pull the foot back and up while leaning forward. Extend your opposite hand forward in the Bindu Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja as you engage the Mula Bandha. Uttanapadam Krauncham cha Bharicim Veerabhadragam Natarajam Trikonam cha Suptangushta Prasarane. Next, we'll be repeating the Balalingasana on the opposite side. Interlace your fingers in the Sarvavashankari Mudra. Hold on to your knee and pull it up towards your chest. Engage all the three bandhas as you visualize yourself caressing a baby. Ekam janu urasi alingya sthatavyam balalinganam bhavati. Next, bringing your left foot back, holding it with both your hands. Engage all the three bandhas as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in the Padapidanasana on the opposite side. स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेतनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्. Next, holding on to your left foot with your left hand, kick the foot back and up while leaning forward. Extend your right hand forward in keeping your hand in the Bindu Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja. Uttanapadam Krauncham cha Maricim Veerabhadragam Natarajam Trikonam cha Suptangushta Prasarane. Next, we'll be entering into the second Karana, which is Ardharechita Karana. Now, bringing your legs again into the Arimandi position. Bring the right foot behind the left toe, the left foot. Keep the left hand at the chest and extend the opposite arm out and wide like a pendulum. Bring it back towards the chest. Repeat the same the other side. Next, we'll be performing the skeleton dance. Shake your body intensely without any proper motion. Shake your body intensely, visualizing yourself as a skeleton. Relax. Now, we'll be entering into the Kadichinna Karana. Bringing your legs into the Arimandi position. Bring your hands above the head with your arms crossed and the palms facing backwards. Move the hips to one side and simultaneously uncross the arms wide above the head. Repeat the same the other side. Now, entering into the Tadasana, stand tall on the tips of your toes. With your hands up and above beside the ears, engage all the three bandhas as you visualize yourself as a palm tree. Continue to perform the japa of Shivoham internally. महामुद्राबद्धकोनौ ताडासनविभेदकान् विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नीपतिप्रिया. Next, we'll be entering into the Uttanasana. From the standing position, lean forward and down, bringing your hands flat onto the ground. Engage all the three bandhas and bring your forehead towards your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. महामुद्राबद्धकोनौ ताडासनविभेदकान् विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नीपतिप्रिया. Next, entering into the Tarakshasana, which is a tall plank position. Tuck the chin to the chest in the Jalandhar Bandha and rotate the head from side to side as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Gajasanavastitva mastakam varam varam dakshina kukshim savya kukshim nayete tarakshvasanam bhavati. Now, lower your entire body onto the ground. Keep your toes pointed backwards. Keep your hands next to the chest and raise the head up using the strength of the lower back. Open your mouth wide and inhale through the hollow of the throat in the Bhujangani Mudra. Visualize yourself as a cobra. Angushthanaabhiparyantam adho bhumo vininyaset karabhyam च धरां धृत्वा ऊर्ध्वशीर्षफणीवहि. Next, we'll be entering into Shashasana. Coming back into tall plank position. Alternate, bringing one hand between one knee towards the chest, back and forth. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Gajasana samstito janudvayamakuncha varam varam kartavyam shashasanam bhavati. Next, entering into the Rathasana. Simultaneously jump one foot back and bring the other in between the two hands, alternating again and again. Visualize yourself as a chariot in your inner space. Gajasana samstito ekaikam padam purva margena bhramayitva kartavyam rathasanam bhavati. Next, entering into the Virabhadrasana. Keep your right foot flat on the ground with the toes pointing forwards and bend your knee at a 90-degree angle while your left foot is behind, facing sideways. Bring your hands up straight next to beside your ears. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha, that is engaging the abdominal muscles. Visualize yourself as Virabhadra as you gaze into your third eye. Perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka, that is inhaling, holding your breath slowly and exhaling. वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्तानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्. Now, repeating the Virabhadrasana on the opposite side. Flip over your legs, bring your left leg forward into a 45-degree angle with your right leg facing sideways. Visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra. वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्तानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्. Next, we will be entering into the Rikshasana. Stand tall and bring one foot to the inner thigh. Bring the palms together and raise them up above the head, keeping the elbows straight. Pull the stomach in and up in the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as a tree. वामोरुमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेत्तु वृक्षवद् भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः. Next, we'll be entering into the Garudasana. Bring your right foot to the right hip. Bring your hands into the Namaskara Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. Garuda asana vakshe jena dhyanam stiram bhavet sarvadoshadvinirmukto bhavatiha mahabali. We'll be repeating the Vrikshasana on the opposite side. Now bring your left foot to your right thigh. Bring your palms together in Namaskar Mudra. Raise them up above the head, keeping the elbows straight. Visualize yourself as a tree in your inner space. वामोरुमूल देशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतो तिष्ठेत्तु वृक्षवद् भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः. Now bring your left foot to the right hip. Bring your hands into the Namaskara Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. गरुडासनमावक्ष्ये येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषात् विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली. Next, we'll be entering into the Trikonasana. Now, stand and step your left foot back and your right foot front. Bring your hands parallel to the ground and bend your front hand forward towards the feet with your left hand facing the ceiling. Visualize yourself as a triangle in your inner space in Trikonasana. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे. Repeat the Trikonasana on the opposite side, flipping your legs over, bending forward with your right hand facing the ceiling. Visualize yourself as a triangle. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे. Next, we'll be entering into the Nikuttaka Karana, bringing your hands in the Araimandi position. Bringing your legs into the Araimandi position. Bring your hands into a parallel position in front of your chest. Lift your right heel up and stamp it down while raising the left heel up. As you perform this, bring your hands into a rotatory motion simultaneously. Next, we'll be entering into the Angushtasana. Lower on to the tips of your toes, placing the perineum on the back of the heels. Keep the knees and palms together. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform the Brahmari Kumbhaka, that is inhaling and exhaling like the buzzing of a bee. Perform the japa Sadashivoham internally. Kabandhasanamittyahuhu Gorakshasanam Angushtamushtikam Nyayam Brahma Prasaditam Tatha. Next, we'll be entering into the Saurasana. Extend your one leg straight out with the heel down and toes up. Keep the fingers down on the ground by the sides with the palms facing forward in the Varamudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Prasarya ikam padatalam samsthapetveka padakam. Now, with the respective hand, reach forward and hold on to the big toes. With the index and middle fingers, keep the opposite hand on the back heel. Visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Gulphastito padam ekam prasarya tatpadagaram samsprishe tatkarena. We'll be repeating the Saurasana on the opposite side. Bring your left foot front, extend it out with your hands, with your fingers by the sides with the palms facing forward in Varamudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Prasarya ikam padatalam samsthapetveka padakam. Now we'll be repeating the Vidhunanasana on the opposite side. Extend the respective hand forward and reach on to hold the big toes. Keep the opposite hand back on the heel. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Gulphastito padam ekam prasarya tatpadagaram samsprishe tatkarena. Next, we'll be entering into the Brahmajarankushasana. Keep the toes on the ground and place the perineum on top of the heels. Keep some gap between the legs and the back of the hands resting on the knees. Tilt your head down. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha. Tuck your chin to the chest and gaze through the gap between the palms. दो भणा पाणी होए वैसे एडी दो गुदानी वैसे कोरबग दल्या की माहिली आइसमा है राशे मिली. Next, entering into the Kapilasana. Drop your knees onto the ground with the toes tucked behind. Sitting with perineum down on the heels. Rest your hands on top of the thighs. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Kapila Muni as you gaze to the tip of your nose. उभय पगतली समट हरावे, तिनको माहिली कोर मिलावे। Next, we'll be entering into the Bhadra Gorakhasana. Maintaining the same position as Kapilasana, shift your gaze into your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. दोवो पगदली संपुट करे, कोरवारली भूपर इधरे, कोरवारली राखे ऐसे, तापरी मूल द्वार टिकी बैसे। Now, we'll be entering into the Suryasana. Sit with your toes tucked and perineum placed on the top of the raised heels, bringing your knees off the ground. Bring your hands into the Padma Mudra and raise them up to in the sky, visualizing Lord Surya in your inner space as you engage the Udyana Bandha. Edi dobu guda tariyane phana pani baithak punithane. Next, we'll be entering into the Mandukasana. Again, drop your knees down. Sit with your toes flat and perineum on the heels. Keep your hands on top of the knees and lift the tongue up against the roof of the mouth in the Manduki Mudra. Visualize yourself as a frog as you perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka, that is inhaling, holding your breath and exhaling. पादतलोपृष्ठदेशे अङ्गुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृशे जानुयुग्मं पुरस्कृत्य साधयेन्मण्डुकासनम्. Next, we'll be entering into the Uttana Mandukasana. Maintaining the same position as Mandukasana, bring your hands up, holding your back, holding the head with your elbows. Perform the Manduki Mudra. Engage the Udyana Bandha as you visualize yourself as a frog. Mandukasana madhyastam kurparabhyam dhritam shiraha etad bhekavaduttanam etaduttana mandukam. Next, we'll be entering into the Simhasana. Cross your ankles and sit on the feet. Keep your knees wide, fingers spread on top. Open your mouth wide and stick out the tongue and exhale forcefully. Gaze at the tip of your nose and repeat this several times, visualizing yourself as a lion. दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्फेन दक्षिणेन ततेतरं हस्तौ च जान्वौ संस्थाप्य स्वाङ्गुली च प्रसार्य च. Now we'll be entering into the Bhadrasana. Sit on your heels under the perineum and keep the knees wide. Cross your hands behind your back and hold to the big toes. Apply Jalandhara Bandha and gaze to the nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः पादाङ्गुष्ठौ कराभ्यां च धृत्वा च पृष्ठदेशतः. Next, we'll be entering into the Kakabhusandyasana. Come into a squatting position with the feet flat on the ground and the knees opened wide. Bring the arms in and around the back and interlace the fingers behind. Gaze to the nose as you visualize yourself as a crow. Prathame Vesakau Kadathane Dovu Hatapagam Vich Ane. Next, entering into the Kanipavasana. Place your hands on the floor, shoulder width apart. Bring the knees and back of the arms towards the armpits. Lean the chin forward and down and gaze ahead as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Asana ko guna ashidashta hoi to achi hoi. Next, entering into the Kapalyasana, which is an inverted posture. We request all the participants who are either pregnant or have any chronic diseases to please avoid any inverted postures in the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. Now, entering into the Kapalyasana, bring the top of the head on the ground, forming a triangle between the hands and the head. Bring the knees onto the elbows, hips over the shoulder, and straighten the legs up, gazing to the tip of your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Sisha Sisha Dharti Tegi Pagadobu Miliba Ucha Kukare. Next, we'll be entering into the Parshvamayurasana. Squat on the toes with the legs together. Twist the body and place both the hands to one side. Align the elbows with the knee and hip. Lean onto the arms and balance extend your legs to the side and gaze to the third eye, visualizing yourself as a peacock. Mayuram dandavat kuryan mayuram danda namakam. We'll be repeating the Parshamayurasana on the opposite side. Before we get into the asana, we'll be performing the Rechaka Kumbhaka during the Parshamayurasana. That is inhaling, holding your breath and focusing on a slow, deep exhale. Now, twisting your body and place both your hands to one side. Align the elbows with the knee and hip. Lean onto the arms and balance, extending your legs to the side and gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as a peacock. Mayuram dandavat kuryan mayuram danda namakam. Now we'll be entering into the Bhairaganathasana. Now place both the hands onto the ground. Come into a plank position. Step one foot outside the respective shoulder, bringing the foot between the hands. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava. Asana Koguna Piti Jayi. Next, we will be repeating the Bhairaganathasana on the opposite side. Step one foot outside the respective shoulder and bring the foot in between the hands. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as Kala Bhairava. Asana Koguna Piti Jayi. Next, we'll be entering into the Unmukha Pithasana. From Tarakshvasana, place your forearms on the ground and walk the feet forward, bringing the hips up. Gaze to the third eye and visualize yourself as Swamiji. Bhunyastau januni hastau chatushpadama vangmukham utthapitanghriugalak katistalam abhiruka. Now, we'll be entering into the Vasishthasana. Roll your body onto one hand. Raise the opposite hand up. Keep balancing the hand directly beneath the shoulders. Raise the hips and gaze toward the sky. Visualize yourself as Sage Vashishta. Urdhva Kukkuta Vasishta Marichehala Matsyakambari Vrittim Chodrasya Vividham Dhanurasanam. Now we'll be repeating the Vasishthasana on the opposite side. Roll onto the other side of the hand. Bring the other side up towards the sky. Raise the hips and gaze towards the sky, visualizing yourself as Sage Vashishta. Urdhva Kukkuta Vasishta Marichehala Matsyakambari Vrittim Chodrasya Vividham Dhanurasanam. Now, coming into the Anjani Asana, that is a seated posture. Bring your hands under the buttocks with your palms facing up. Keep the spine straight and elbows close to the body. Tuck the chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha and visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman as you gaze to the nose. Dobo karki ubhay hateli korvareli maile bheli.
The next asana of the sequence is Paschimottanasana. With your leg extended forward, lean forward and down, hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Rechaka Kumbhaka, exhale all the way and hold your breath in this position as you perform Mahamudra Bandha. Engage all three bandhas internally chanting Mahasadashivoham.
Jano Parilalatanto Paschimam Tanamuchyate. Yena kena prakarena sukandharyam cha jayate. Now, entering into the Ugrasana. Maintain the same position as Paschimottanasana. Clasp your hands behind the head and lean the chest forward and down, bringing the head to the knees. Visualize Kali in your inner space as you perform the japa of Mahasadashivoham internally. Swapanibhyam dridham dhritva jano parishironyased asano agramidam proktam bhavedanila deepanam. Next, we'll be entering into the Marichi Asana. Now sit. Now bring one heel to the groin with your knees raised. Reach the arm in and around the raised knee and clasp the hands behind the back. Bring the chest to the thigh and head to the knee. Visualize yourself as Sage Marichi. Uttanapadam krauncham cha marichim veerabhadrakam natarajam trikonam cha suptangushta prasarane. Now drop down your knee to the side and reach and hold to the front foot, keeping the legs straight. Bring the chest forward and down. Engage all the three bandhas. gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Mahamudrasana. महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्याः पुरागताः. We'll be entering into the Marichyasana on the opposite side. Now, stretching your legs forward, bring your left foot towards your groin and reach your arm in and around the raised knee and clasp the hands behind the back. Bring the chest down to the thigh, head to the knee. Visualize yourself as Sage Marichi. Uttanapadam Krauncham Sage Marichi. Uttanapadam Krauncham
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Nityanandam. Sorry for the technical glitch. We will be repeating from the Mahamudrasana. Now sit with your legs stretched and toes up. Bring your one heel close to the perineum and let the knee fall to the side on the ground. Reach and hold the foot, keeping the leg straight, and bring the chest forward and down. Engage all the three bandhas and gaze to the nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्याः पुरागताः. Next, we'll be entering into the Bhadrasana 2. Sit and bring the soles of your feet together with the heels close to the perineum. Keep the knees wide and hold the feet firmly. Maintain a straight spine and gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. गुल्भौ तु वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत् पादपार्श्वे तु पाणिभ्यां दृढं बद्ध्वा सुनिश्चलम्. Next, entering into the Gvalipavasana. From Bhadrasana, extend the feet away from the body, toes touching together and the heels apart, with the knees open. Place the hands on the respective knees and engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking your chin to the chest. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. पूरव चरपट चौक कख्यो सोयी वाही विधि जो की जय सोयी. Now, entering into the Joniasana. Keep the soles of your feet together and heels close to the perineum. Hold the soles of the feet and lean forward and down, bringing the forehead to the feet and gaze to the nose. Visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. दोवो पकतली संपुट करे एडी मेड के ढिंग दरे अर्धहात को अंतर राशे लीलाट पकथलियां ऊपर दाशे. Now, entering into the Midaki Pavasana. Sit and keep your heels together and toes apart and the knees wide. Lean forward and down. Extend your hands out and wide with the palms on the ground. Bring your forehead to the ground behind the heels and gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. पूरव विधि परिपकथली संपुट शोल एडी मिली राशे. Now we'll be entering into the Siddha Samadhi Asana. Sit and keep your toes together and heels apart. Bring your arms below the shins. Extend them out and keep the palms facing up. Bring the forehead to the ground above the feet, bring the toes near the throat. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize Lord Surya in your inner space. दोबू पगदली संबुट करे, सोले मेढ़ आगा मेधरे, अंगुल 8 अंतरो राशे, एडी को ऐसे विदिदाशे. Next, we'll be entering into the Chinaki Pavasana. Sit and keep the heels together and the toes apart. Hold the feet and open them up like a book, bringing the soles towards the sky. Press the elbows onto the thighs and towards the knees. Gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. दो पगा की एड़ी धरती मगिवा मेढ़ लगावे. Next, we'll be entering into the Charpata Chokasana. Bring the soles of your feet together with the heels of the perineum in knees to the ground. Place the hands on the knees and gently press them down. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha. Pulling the stomach in and up towards the spine. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. दोबू पकदली संपुट धारे, आगा ने करे जारे पसारे, गोड़ा भूसो लगता राशे, हाथ दोबू गोड़ा परिदाशे. Next, we'll be entering into the Bhairavasana. Sit and bring the soles of your feet facing together and the knees wide. Lift the heels up and bring the toes down onto the ground. Keep the knees to the ground and pull the stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha and place the hands on the knees in the Bindu Mudra. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava. गुल्भौ सम्पीड्य चान्योन्यं व्युत्क्रमेणोत्थितं शनैः जान्वोः पार्श्वगतौ हस्तौ दण्डवद्भैरवासनम्. Next is the Samasana. Now, sit with one heel at the perineum. Lift and hold the other foot, pulling the sole of the foot onto the chest. Gaze to the third eye and hold the breath in the Mooladhara Chakra, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Samanasanamavakshe Siddhamantradi Sadhanate. Next, bring your right foot over your shoulder. Raise the other foot up and straight into the sky. Keep the hands on the ground to the sides and gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Apanasana. Kevalam padame kancha skandhe charope yatnataha. We'll be repeating the Samanasana on the opposite side. Now, sit with your right foot at the perineum. Lift and hold the left foot towards your chest and gaze to the third eye. Hold the breath in the Mooladhara Chakra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Samana vakshe siddhamantradi sadhanat. Next, we'll be entering the Apanasana. Place your left leg on top of the left shoulder and raise your right foot up towards the sky. Keep the hands on the ground to the sides and gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Kevalam padame kancha skandhe charope yatnataha. Now, you can relax. We'll be entering into the Gomukhasana. Sit and cross one leg over the other, aligning the knees at the center of the body. With the feet by opposite hips, place both the hands on top of the stacked knees. Gaze to the nose. Perform the Sitkari Kumbhaka. Visualize the face of a cow. Perform the japa of Om Nithyanandoham internally. Savye Dakshina Gulbham to Prishtaparshveni Jojaye Dakshine Epitata Savyam Gomukham Yatha. Next, we'll be entering into the Anusuyasana. From the Gomukhasana position, hold the big toes with the index and middle fingers. Relax the shoulders and pull the stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya. दक्षिण गोड़ो नीचो ठाने बाबों ताके ऊपर आने गोड़ा संधि मिलावे भारी आड़ा पद बुनिदे संधि पसारी. Next is the Anusuyasana 2. From the Gomukhasana position, interlace your fingers behind the back. In Parashamudra, lean forward and down. Bring the chin over the knees and touch the nose to the ground. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya. Jimana Goda ki sandhi, Uprida Vagoda ki sandhi. Next, we'll be entering into the Garudasana. Sit on the ground with one heel pressed against the perineum. Keep the opposite foot on the ground in front of the other. Keep the spine tall and chest out and hands on the respective knees. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. Davopagamo Edi Mahila Gulphamula Dwarini Chaide. Next, we'll be entering the Naradasana. Sit and place the perineum on top of the heels. With the top of the foot flat on the ground, place the opposite foot on the ground in front of the opposite foot. Interlace the fingers behind the neck and twist outside of the raised knee and gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as sage Narada. Pishta Javama Pagdali Keri Bhuparita Hilagave Pheri. Next, we'll be performing the Matsyapitakasana. Place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and wrap the respective arm around the knee, holding on to opposite shin. Extend opposite hand straight and hold on to the respective toe with index and middle fingers. Gaze to the nose. Visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Bhagavan Vishnu. Vamen Vamangushtanto Grihitam Matsyapitakam Yoni Vamena Sampidya Medhradapari Dakshinam. Now we'll be repeating the Gomukhasana on the opposite side. Sit and cross one leg over the other, aligning the knees at the center of your body. With the feet by the opposite hips, place both the hands on top of the stacked knees. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself. Visualize the face of a cow in your inner space. Savye Dakshina Gulbhamto Prishtaparshe Niyojaye Dakshine Pitata Savyam Gomukham Yatha. Next, we'll be entering into the Anusuyasana. Now, from the Gomukhasana position, hold the big toes with index and middle fingers. Relax the shoulders and engage the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya as you gaze to the nose. Dachina Godo Nicho Thane Vavontage Upar Ane. Next is Anusuyasana 2. Bring the chin over the knees and touch the nose to the ground as you interlace your fingers behind your back. In the Parashamudra, gaze to the nose, visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya. Jimana Goda ki sandhi, Uprida Vagoda ki sandhi. Next is the Garudasana 2. Sit on the ground with one heel pressed against the perineum. Keep the opposite foot on the ground in front of the other. Keep the spine tall, chest out and hands on the respective knees. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. Davopagamo Edi Mahila Gulphamula Dwarini Chaide. We'll be repeating the Naradasana on the opposite side. Now sit and place a perineum on top of one heel, with the top of foot flat on the ground. Place the opposite foot on the ground in front of the other foot. Interlace the fingers behind the neck and twist outside of the raised knee. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as sage Narada. Pishtijavama Bagdali Keri Bhuparita Hilaga Veferi Goda Suapano Hai Joji the Chipashiti Rashe Soji. Will be performing the Matsyapitakasana on the opposite side. Place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and wrap the respective arm around the knee, holding on to the opposite shin. Extend the opposite hand straight and hold on to the respective toe with the index and middle fingers. Visualize Matsya, the avatar of Vishnu, as you gaze to the nose. Vamena Vamangushtanto Grihitam Matsyapitakam Yoni Vamena Sampidya Medhradapari Dakshinam. We'll be entering into the Matsyendrasana now. Place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Place opposite foot on the ground on far side of the opposite thigh. Twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee. Keep the raised arm by the neck and turn the head back and gaze to the third eye. Visualize Matsyendranath, a great sage and master of Hatha Yoga. उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिन्यसेत्. Now bringing your left hand down to the holding it on to the toes, bring your right hand up to the ear in Kubasana. Visualize yourself as a camel. Asana ko guna jholo jaye. Then placing your right hand back on the ground, twist your spine intensely. Visualize Matsyendranath, the great sage and master of Hatha Yoga, near inner space. Matsyendra Bidham Jadara Pradiptim Prachanda Rukmandala Khandanastram. Next, we'll be repeating the Matsyendrasana on the opposite side. Place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Place the opposite foot on the ground on far side of the opposite thigh. Twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee. Keep the raised arm by the neck and turn your head back and gaze towards the third eye. In Matsyendrasana. उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिन्यसेत्. Now, bring your right hand to the toes, holding the toes with the index and middle fingers. Bring your left hand to the ear. Visualize yourself as a camel. Asana ko guna jholo jaye. Dropping your left hand back down. Twist your spine intensely in Matsyendrasana 2. Matsyendra Bidham Jadara Pradiptim Prachanda Rukmandala Khandanastram. Next, we'll be entering into the Padmasana. Sit and place the feet on top of the opposite thighs. Place the palms on the respective knees. Engage all the three bandhas and gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva as you engage the Mahamudra Bandha and perform the japa of Om Nithyananda Mahasadaशिवोहम internally. आसनं द्विविधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा ऊर्ध्वोरुपरि चेत् धत्ते उभे पादतले यथा. Next, we'll be performing the Padmasana 2. Sit and cross your arms and hold on to the toes with your index and middle fingers. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as goddess Parvati, the consort of Paramashiva. उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा ऊरु संस्थौ प्रयत्ततः ऊरु मध्ये तथोत्तानौ पाणी कृत्वा तु तादृशौ. Next, we will be entering into the Kukkutasana. Sit and place the feet on top of the opposite thighs in Padmasana. Place the palms on the ground between the two thighs and lift the body up. Visualize yourself as a rooster. Padmasanam samstapya nanvororantare karo. Now, dropping your body back down on the ground. Rise up onto the knees and place the palms on the ground with the fingers pointing towards the body. Keep the elbows together and press them against the navel, then lean forward and find balance, extending the knees up and off the ground in Baddhakekyasana. धरामोष्टभकरद्वयेन तत्कोर्परि स्थापिता नाभिपार्श्वः. Next, we'll be entering into the Mayurasana. While on your knees, place the palms on the ground, fingers pointing towards the perineum. Keep the elbows together and press them against the navel. Then lean forward and find balance. Extend the legs up and off the ground. Visualize yourself as a peacock. Atha Vakshe Mahadeva Mayurasanam Uttamam. Now, relaxing, laying down on your stomach with the feet pointing outwards and forehead on the mat. Interlace your fingers behind the neck and hold them in the Parashamudra. Visualize yourself as a crocodile. अध्यासशयते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसार्यमानो. Next, place your hands on the ground beside the chest. Raise the legs up, bringing the thighs off the ground. Visualize yourself as a locust. अध्यासशेते करयुग्मवक्षो भूमिमवष्टभ्य करयोस्तलाभ्याम्. Next, entering into the Ustrasana, laying down on your stomach, bring your hands to the feet, pull the feet down towards the ground, outside of the hips. Visualize yourself as a camel. अध्यासशेते पतयुग्मं व्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधाय विधृतं कराभ्याम्. Now, kick your legs back and up and simultaneously pull the feet towards the sky. Lift the chest off the ground and raise the head up. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow. प्रसार्य पादौ भुविदण्डरूपौ करौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मम्. Now, entering into the Bhagasana, sit on both the knees with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Place the palms down on top of the thighs and gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Ulta modi pada vaise bahuro jugdi kare ek aise. Now we'll be entering into the inverted postures of Gohyasana and Shirasasana. Another gentle reminder for all the participants who either have any chronic diseases like back pain or high blood pressure, or the participants who are pregnant, to avoid these inverted postures. Now, entering into the Gohyasana, from the knees, place your forearms onto the ground with your fingers interlocked, elbows shoulder width apart. Place the top of the head onto the ground, holding the back of the head with the hands. Walk the toes forward until hips align with the shoulders. Lift the feet up and keeping the knees bent together, lift against the chest and touching the chin. Gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Do wo haath ki kahuni joji punih kalai jane doji. Now, raise your legs straight up into the sky, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Shirasasana. Viparitam mandalam cha dvidhaiva viditam hinaha. You can slowly come down now. Coming into a seated position. Sit with your hands behind the calves and stretch the legs up and straight. Bring the forehead to the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Podhyasana. दो हाथ पग बाहर आने गोड़ा तरे काकसी ठाने. Next, in the Parighasana, perform the Bastrika Pranayama. Next, in the Parighasana, perform the Bastrika Pranayama, which is rapid inhalations and rapid exhalations. Now, sit and extend the legs out and up at 45-degree angle. Bring the hands behind and hold the opposite shoulders. Keep the chest upright and legs straight with the toes pointed. Visualize yourself as a mace as you gaze into your third eye. Uttana shayanam kritva padau militva prasarya. Now, sit and extend the legs out and up at a 45-degree angle. Bring the elbows down onto the ground beside the hips. Keep the chest upright and legs straight and toes pointed in Naukasana. Uttana shayanam kurparabhyam bhumim vaschabhya hastau nitammam nidhaya. Now, next is the Rudrasana. Sit and lift the feet up, scoop the hands under the heels and pull the feet towards the chest. Keep the spine straight and gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra in Rudrasana. Pagathali samputakari hatasya upaka uchayi. Next, lay down on your back with the feet flat on the ground. Place the palms down and fingers just touching the back of the heels. Lift the hips up and high, pressing the feet into the ground. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking your chin to the chest and gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Urdhve chajanuni kritva shavitvordhva mukham tatha. Next, finally, entering into the Shavasana. Lay down on your back with the palms facing upwards. Completely unclutch from any micro movements in your body. Let the body remain dead. Visualize the body is dead and the supreme body of Hinduism is liberating you in Shavasana. Uttanam Shavavad Bhumau Shayanam Tu Shavasanam Shavasanam Shrantiharam चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees up towards your chest. Rock your body from side to side, slowly returning to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Pratama Vinyasa Krama, 108 asana sequence. With this, we're going to conclude today's Nithyananda Yoga session for the Paramashivoham Level 1 participants. Thank you all so much for joining. The next Acharya is going to continue with the next session very soon. For the Paramashivoham Level 2 and 3 participants, we are now going to continue with the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, so get ready.
Nithyananda, we are on a mission to revive the Enlightenment civilization.
If you resonate with our message and want to be part of us, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to click the bell icon.
Yes. Now let us get ready for the next asana of the sequence, which is Yathasana Ishtasana. Now sit in a posture that brings ease to your physical and mental space. Any posture is fine, as long as it's comfortable for you. Place your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Index fingers and thumbs together. Visualize Swamiji. Breathe in Samana Kumbhaka. Inhale deeply into your stomach. Hold your breath and visualize the fire being kindled in your navel as you perform the Mula Bandha and internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पर्यङ्कं तत्समाख्यातं यथसंस्थं यथा स्थितिः.
Next up is Samasana. From a cross-legged position with your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra, visualize Swamiji and start inhaling and exhaling deeply again and again as you perform Samana Kumbhakam.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तनेपथि.
Next up is Muktasana. Now bring the left heel against the perineum and the right foot stacked on top of the left foot. Keep your hands flat on the knees as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a sage liberated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
निबीड्य देविनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतरगुल्फतः वामं यां येन गुल्फेन मुक्तासनमिदं भवेत्.
Next up is Siddhasana from the same posture. Now gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
स्थानोत्संयमितेन्द्रियो चलदृशा पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपातभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
Next up is Siddhyasana. Maintain the posture but shift your gaze down to the ground in front of you as you engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामपादके इडीजानो सीवनिमधितासकोठानो.
We move on to Rudrasana too. As you keep your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra, gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Rudra.
वामचरण परि दक्षिण राखे एक जुगति ऐसे विधि दाखे.
Next up is Santadunasana. Maintain the posture, shift your gaze down to your nose, and embody tranquility and an unshakable nature.
आसन की गुण मन की चन चलता मीटे.
Next up is Siddhasana 2. Now bring your hands in front of your navel, cup one palm over the other, and visualize Swamiji as you keep your hands in Samputa Mudra, the lotus mudra, resembling a closed lotus flower.
ऋजुकाय समासीन सिद्धासनमुदीरितं प्रसार्य भुवि पादौ तु दोर्भ्यामङ्गुष्ठमादरात्.
Next up is Bandha Yoni Asana. Now set the Sankalpa to manifest the womb of creation. As you inhale all the way, hold your breath, and then lock your 5 senses with your hands. Bring your little fingers to the mouth, the ring fingers closing the nostrils, middle and index fingers closing your eyes, and the thumbs closing your ears in Bandha Yoni Asana.
यत्र मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणु यत्कृत्वा खेचरो भूत्वा विचरेदीश्वरो यथा.
Next up is Virasana. As you place the right foot onto the left thigh and the left foot below the right thigh, keep your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra and embody the state and space of bravery.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरुणि संस्थितः इतरस्मिंस्तथा चोरुं वीरासनमुदीरितम्.
From the same posture, now gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Sage Valmiki, the great poet and author of Ramayana, in Valmikasana.
दावा पग की पगथली पुनि एड़ी है जोज.
Next up is Joni Mudrasana. Now keep your hands flat on the knees and gaze to the nose as you visualize the Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti in Joni Mudrasana.
वामपाद की पगतली जाहि माहिली कोर.
Next up is Yoni Asana. Maintain the same posture, but gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize the Yoni Mandala.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफले नीलं तत्कालफललं तावत् खेचरो यावदेव हि.
Next up is Vajrasana 3. Now bring the soles of your feet together in front of your body, heels close to your perineum. Interlock the fingers around the feet as you pull your knees down towards the ground. Gaze to your nose. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as Lord Vidavata.
गुल्भौ च वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
Next up is Aghorasana. Now keep your left hand on the left knee and cover your mouth with the right hand. Close the left nostril with the index finger. Inhale through the right nostril. Then close your right nostril. Hold your breath. After holding the breath, exhale through the left and then inhale through the left again. Hold the breath. Exhale through the right in Abhyantara Kumbhaka as you push your tongue up in Khechari Mudra. Eat the tongue along the nasal tract if you can. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as an Aghori.
पूर्व कहो भिश्रिका जोजी वाही विधि जो की जय सोजी.
Next up is Kanari Pavasana. Now separate your heels and place your elbows down on the heels. Rest your chin on your hands. Gaze to your nose. Pull your stomach in and up. Exhale all the way. Hold your breath in Nirechaka Kumbhaka. And visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water in Kanari Pavasana.
ग्वालीपाव आसन कख्यो है जैसे, याहू में जाने विदिते से।
Next up is Padasana. Raise your knees, bring your arms in between the legs, and interlock them in front as you lift your feet off the ground, gaze to your nose, and visualize Swamiji.
ततोर्ध्वम्रे च येत् वायुं मृदुनिश्वास संयुतम्।
Next up is Gopi Chandasana. Now hold on to the feet and lift them against your chest as you keep your fingers interlocked. Gaze to your nose and rest your chin on the hands as you embody the state and space of a king.
पूरब विधिपका का अंगूठा कंठ को पुराशे।
Next up is Uddarasana. Now bring your hands, scoop your hands underneath the feet and interlock them around the toes as you lift your feet against your chest. Gaze to your nose and visualize your body free from any defects.
पूरब विधिपका का अंगूठा कंठ को पुराशे।
Now lift your feet even higher in front of your face as you visualize yourself excelling in everything in Vishishtasana.
दोवु पगदले संपुटठाने उभय हस्तकरयोर्दहिताने।
Next up is Pujasana. Now lift your feet over top of the respective shoulders and bend your elbows upwards to interlock your fingers around your neck as you visualize yourself as a cobra.
हिरासनं तु विज्ञेयं कक्षासनमतः परं ग्रीवासनं च परमं भुजासनमिहोच्यते।
Now bend your elbows down, keep your legs over your shoulders and interlock your fingers behind your back as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess in Kalyanasana.
दोवु हाथ पगम नीच आने, तिनको घोड़ा नीचे ठाने।
Now place the top of the left foot on the mat and sit on the left heel. Stack the right knee over the left heel by the outside of the left hip. Your hands on opposite knees. Gaze forward in Vaishnavi Mudra without focusing on anything external. Focus only on the object within. As you visualize yourself as an elegant swan, breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama, make an ocean-like sound with your mouth on the in and exhalation in Sankatasana.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन यां येन वेष्टयेद्वामपादकम्।
Now slide the left foot outside the hips, sit on the ground, engage Uddiyana Bandha, keep your hands on the top knee and visualize a cow in Dhenukasana.
अनुषागी नगर पंचडं प्रशीलिन्दगल्यम्नी।
Now slide the right foot on top of the left thigh and bring the left foot onto the right knee. Bring the left arm behind your back, twist your back to hold onto opposite thighs with your hands. Gaze up and visualize Swamiji in Machandrasana.
वामजंग प्रदक्षिण ठाने, वामहस्तभिष्टि दिशा आने।
Untwist your spine, hold onto the feet and lean forward and down, placing your forehead on the ground as you visualize Swamiji in Machandrasana too.
प्रथम जी मनो चरण जोजोयी, वामजंग परिराखे सोयी।
Now rise up, interlock your fingers and place them on the top knee. Engage all three bandhas as you visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in Guru Asana.
ऊर्मूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य।
Now bring the top of the right foot on the mat as you repeat Sankatasana. Sit on the right heel, stack your knees, keep your hands on opposite knees and visualize yourself as a swan.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन यां येन वेष्टयेद्वामपादकम्।
Now repeat Dhenukasana. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha. Keep your hands on the top knee and visualize a cow.
अनुषागी नगर पंचडं प्रशीलिन्दगल्यम्नी।
Now repeat Machandrasana. Bring the left foot onto the right thigh and the right foot onto the left knee. Twist your right arm behind your back, hold on to your thighs and gaze up as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामजंग प्रदक्षिण ठाने, वामहस्तभिष्टि दिशा आने।
Now untwist your spine, hold onto your feet and place your forehead on the ground in Machandrasana too.
प्रथम जी मनो चरण जोजोयी, वामजंग परिराखे सोयी।
Next up is Guru Asana on the other side. Interlock your fingers, place them on the top knee and visualize Swamiji, your Guru.
ऊर्मूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य।
We move on to Pashasana. Now place your feet on the ground and raise your knees against your chest. Hold onto the knees with your hands as you Press your tongue up in Kechari Mudra, gaze to your third eye, and visualize Swamiji.
पादतले भूमो निधाय जाननिवृसि निधाय विपरीतहस्ताभ्यां गुरुसहितजङ्गे निबध्य.
Next up is Bodha Shukrasana. Now hold on to opposite wrists with your hands. Place your chin on the knees, gaze to your nose, and visualize yourself residing in an abode of bliss in Bodha Shukrasana.
दोबू पगतली भूपरिधरे कोरमाहिली ऐसे करे.
Next up is Kurakatasana. Now bring your hands below the knees, hold on to opposite elbows, gaze to the nose, and visualize Swamiji.
दोबू पगतली भूपरिधरे कोरमाहिली ऐसे करे.
Now keep your hands underneath the knees, holding onto the elbows. Cross the right ankle over top of the left, toes pointing up. As you gaze to the nose and visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati and Sumati Asana.
मूलद्वारी धरती परिठाने डावा पग वृद्ध छबद आने.
Next up is Dandasana. Now extend your legs out in front and raise your arms up above your head. Interlock your fingers with the wrists pointing outwards as you engage all Tribandhas. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in Dandasana.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुख प्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
Now lean forward and down. Hold on to the big toes, the Prana Mudra. As you bring your head to the knees, breathe in Nadi Shodhana. Inhale through one nostril and exhale through the other, alternatingly without the support of your hands. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Arambhasana.
दोबू पग मिलिवा पसारी पगा का अंगूठा पकड़ी लटकोड़ा लगावे.
Next up is Pidokasana. Now separate your feet and slightly raise your knees. Bring your arms underneath the shins and hold onto the soles of your feet from the outside. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम बैसी दो पाव पसारी कचक उर्द को कुरडो डारे.
Next up is Jalandhari Pavasana. Join the soles of your feet and bring your arms underneath the shins. Keep your palms facing up, elbows on the ground, and rest your face on the heels. As you gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो वेड़ी में लिखे दीजिए हाथ पसारी.
Next up is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. As you keep your legs extended, bring one leg behind your neck and lean forward and down, holding onto the front foot with both hands. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama. Visualize that the prana within your body is flowing upwards through the 9 points as revealed by Mahadeva.
पश्चिमतानवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now lean back with the leg behind your neck. Hold onto the foot with the opposite hand. Gaze to your nose and visualize you are infinite, endless, eternal in Anantasana.
उत्तानशयनी एकैकं पायी ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Next up is Ankushasana. Now roll onto the side of the hand, holding onto the foot as you gaze to your nose and feel in complete control.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
Next up is Dushasana. Lay on your back and pull your knees towards your chest. As you encircle your legs with your hands, rock your body from side to side and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानशयनं जानुनी हृदये पष्टम्भ जङ्घासहितौ ऊरूनि करद्वये बद्ध्वा.
Now repeat Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. Now lean forward and down with the leg behind your neck. Hold onto the front foot. Breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama. Focus on the prana flowing through the 9 points of your body, which are the soles of the feet, the regenerative organs, the navel, the heart, the throat, the uvula, the center of the eyebrows, the top of your forehead, and the Brahmaranda, the crown of your head.
पश्चिमतानवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now lean back with the foot behind your neck. Hold onto the foot as you gaze to your nose and visualize your infinite.
उत्तानशयने एकैकं पायि ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Now roll onto the side with a hand holding onto the foot. Gaze to the nose as you feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
Next up is Yoga Nidrasana. As you lay on your back, one by one, lift your legs up behind your neck and then interlock your fingers behind your back. If you can't lift your feet behind your neck, you can cross them in front of your body, pull them towards your chest or bring them over your shoulder. Then gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनं तन्मध्ये शयनं कुर्यात् योगनिद्रा सुखप्रदा.
Now bend your elbows upwards and interlock them around your neck as you gaze to your nose and visualize Lord Vishnu in Atmanamasana.
आत्मा राम आसन प्रथम सुधोसो वे.
Next up is Kochikasana. Now lay on your back, extend your arms out at the side at shoulder level. Keep the knees at the chest with the soles of the feet pointing up towards the sky.
दो हाथ छीदा सा करे तेन सो उबे सपा करे.
Next up is Jatara Parivriti 1, 2, and 3. Lay on your back, extend your arms out to the side and pull your knees against your chest. From that position, drop one knee to the side and extend the opposite leg down. Now bend both knees to the side. Extend both legs to the side, hold onto the feet and gaze away from the feet. Visualize Swamiji, perform the Mula Bandha, breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama as you return to the center position. Then drop the other knee down to the side, extend the opposite leg. Bend both your knees to the side. Extend them to the side and hold onto the feet as you gaze in the opposite direction.
परिवृत्ते कुक्षे भागे त्रिदाहि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च.
Next up is the Dviparapita. As you lay on your back, with your feet flat, knees raised, hold onto your ankles and raise your hips up. As you gaze through your nose, lock your throat in Jalandhara Bandha and breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka as you visualize yourself as sturdy as a bridge.
प्रतिक्रियायुतं द्वन्द्वपीठः सर्वबलप्रदम्.
Next up is Paryankasana. From the same posture, now bring your hands over top of your shoulders, fingers pointing towards your feet. And then lift your entire body off the ground. Push your hips up high. As you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka, visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture.
उत्तानशयनमस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिमष्टभ्य पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Lower yourself back down and pull your knees towards your chest as you place your hands on the respective shoulders and move your hips in a circular motion. Visualize yourself as a dog playfully rolling around on its back in Shvotanasana.
शवत् शरीरं संस्थाप्य जानुनी सम्मील्य नाभो वाणिज्य.
Next up is the Viparita Karani. Now place your arms flat on the ground and then raise your legs up high. Point your toes towards the sky. As you breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka with Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha engaged and move your legs in a circular motion as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
भूतले सशिरो दत्त्वा खेनये चरणद्वयं विपरीतकृतिश्चैषा सर्वतन्त्रेषु गोपिता.
Now stop the movement of your legs. Point your toes up. Be stable and sturdy in Viparita Karani too.
करणी विपरीताख्या सर्वाधिव्याधिनाशिनी नित्यमभ्यासयुक्तस्य जाठराग्निविवर्धनी.
Now drop your toes down over top of your head, touching the ground as you interlock your fingers behind your back. Push your hands into the mat and visualize yourself as a plow in Langarasana.
नरकासने स्थित्वा नासिकाप्रदेशे भूमौ पादपृष्ठे स्थाप्य.
Now raise your arms over top of your head and hold on to the feet as you breathe in Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize Lord Paramashiva and internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, as this is one of the 84 asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself, Shaita Paschimatanasana.
तानं शयित्वात् कुर्वीत शयितपश्चिमतानकम्.
Next up is Supta Konasana. From the same position, now separate your feet. Bring your hips over top of the shoulder level for balance as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षिभागे धृता हि परिकीर्तितः.
We move on to Chakradasana. Bring your feet back together, hold onto your ankles, and then roll onto your back as you visualize yourself as a chakra or wheel.
शवासनस्तद्वौ पादौ कुर्यान्मस्तकतः परो व्युत्क्रमेण ततः शीघ्रम् एतत् सर्वस्य साधनम्.
Next up is Supta Prasarita Parangushtasana. Now extend your legs vertically and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Visualize Swamiji. Breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama as you separate your legs wide to the side. Visualize Swamiji in Supta Prasarita Parangushtasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now join your feet back together. Hold onto the big toes above your body, arms and legs straight as you visualize Swamiji in Supta Parangushtasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next up is Matsyasana. From the same position, cross your legs into Padmasana and then lay on your back with your knees on the ground. Bring your arms over your head. Hold onto opposite elbows as you gaze to your nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशयनं चरेत् कूर्पराभ्यां शिरो वेष्ट्या मत्स्यासनं तु रोगः.
Next up is Parasharamasana. Now place the right hand over top of the left with the palms facing up over your head as you keep your legs in Padmasana. Gaze to your nose and visualize Lord Rama in Parasharamasana.
प्रथमकरे पद्मासन आचे सुदोषो वे भूपरिपाचे.
Now raise your knees up. Bring your hands to the lower back for support. Raise your hips up above your body. Balance on your elbows as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Sarvangasana.
अथ वक्षेत्र संक्षेपात् सर्वांगासनम् उत्तमम्.
Next up is Vrishikasana. Lay on your back, place one foot onto the opposite thigh, and lift the opposite knee towards your chest. Extend your arms above your head, hook the fingers forward, lift your chin to the chest as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a scorpion.
प्रथमशेन सुधोषी शिकेशिकी सन्धि सुदाखे.
Place the other foot on the opposite thigh. Repeat Vrishikasana.
प्रथमशेन सुधोषी शिकेशिकी सन्धि सुदाखे.
Next up is Vrishabhadakshipasana. Interlock your fingers around your neck and lay flat as you lift both your legs up and alternate pulling one knee in towards your chest. Breathe through your nose as you visualize Swamiji.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा अङ्गुलिभिक्कन्द्रां बद्ध्वा.
Now place your hands next to your hips and lift your knees towards your ears again and again as you visualize Swamiji in Marutanasana.
स्वोत्तानवत् संस्थिति कृत्वा जानुद्वयं पर्यायेन कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत्.
Next up is Vrikasana. Lay on your back and then place your feet flat. Stand up and lay back down again and again, visualizing yourself as a wolf.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Next up is Lutasana. As you lay on your back, kick your legs over your body and roll over completely again and again as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Finally, end in a prone position on your stomach.
उत्तानशयनं पादौ शिर उल्लङ्घ्य.
Next up is Sadatasana. As you lay on your stomach with your hands by the shoulders, contract your lips and make a whistling sound like a flute on the inhalation. Visualize yourself as a chariot carrying warriors into a battle for Dharma on your chariot back.
नित्यशयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय.
Now push your body into a plank position and jump your feet forward and backward as you visualize yourself transcend body and mind in Deha Ulanganasana.
निब्जं शयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय.
From a standing position, From a standing position, lean forward and down, place your hands on the mat, and walk around on hands and feet as you visualize yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant in Jatyasana.
अथ जात्यासनं वक्षे येन जातिस्मरो भवेत्.
Next up is Loitika Karana. Now stand in Arimandi position. Heels together, toes pointing outwards, knees bent. Raise your elbows to the shoulder level and rotate your arms around your body as you move your head in all directions. Next up is Sarvasana. Now tie your feet with a rope if you have a rope available. And then stand erect on the mat like a rod. Keep your hands at the side of your hips, elbows close to your waist. Visualize your Kundalini Devi raising and curling upwards around your body.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्षे वायुपाणाय केवलम्.
Next up is Ushtrasadhanasana. Now lean forward and down and step your toes onto your fingers as you clench your hands into fists. Walk around on the mat visualizing yourself as a camel.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Ashvasana. From the same position, hold your toes from the outside. Walk around visualizing yourself as a horse.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Kapodanitakasana. Stand with your heels touching. Interlock your fingers in Padusha Mudra behind your back as you pull your hands down towards your calves. Open your chest. Tilt your head back. Visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Nithyananda. Sorry for the technical glitch. Let us now continue with Kapodanitakasana. Stand with your heels touching and interlock your fingers behind your back. Pull them down towards your calves. Open your chest, tilt your head back as you visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving in rapid speed. Breathe calmly through your nose.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तौ जङ्घापर्यन्तं नीत्वा कपोतनिटकं भवति.
Next up is Tala Pushpaputam Karana. From Arimandi position, join your hands in Namaskara Mudra and bow down to one side. Open your hands and raise the respective heel as you visualize yourself holding a bouquet of flowers and offering it to Paramashiva. Next up is Khadgasana. Now stand, visualize yourself as a rhinoceros and gaze to your nose as you lay down on your stomach. Then jump your feet towards your hand and stand. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra, resembling the horn of the rhinoceros.
आसनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Next up is the Uttanottanam. Now hold weights and squat down and stand back up again and again as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहु नयेत्.
Next up is the Musalasana. Now raise your arms above your head and jump continuously as you visualize yourself as a mace.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहु नयेत् वारं वारम् उड्डानं कृत्वा.
We move on to Ucheshakasana. As you hold on to one foot with both hands, pull it towards your chest, sit down and stand back up, alternating on both sides again and again as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकैकं पादतलं कुक्षौ निधाय तिष्ठेत् शीर्षकं भवति.
Next up is Parshvajanam Karana. Now stand with the toes of one foot pointing out to the side and lift the other knee up towards your chest and circle it with your arm and hold the hand in a fist as you place the other hand on the respective inner thigh with the fingers pointing inwards. Next up is Tandavasana. Now hold on to weights and extend your arms out in front as you visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva. Lift one leg and sit down and stand back up on the other leg.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Next up is Brahmanasana. As you lift the left foot against the inner right thigh, keep the heel at the perineum and your hands relaxed by the side as you visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे यत् कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Next up is Garudasana 3. As you bring the left leg over and around the right knee, tuck the toes behind and keep the left arm below the right, join your hands in Namaskara Mudra and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 3.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठश्च संयमस्गारुडमेव च.
Next up is Ekapadasana. Now bring the left foot onto the right thigh. Keep your hands relaxed by the side as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरिनिधाय च.
Next up is Dhruvasana, the pulsar posture. Now hold on to the left big toe as you stand tall on the mat. Then extend the leg out to the side and rotate quickly on the standing leg as you visualize yourself as the North Pole star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
Next up is Trivikramasana. As you lift one leg behind your neck, stand tall, sit down and stand back up. Perform the 3 steps of Lord Vishnu as you visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
ग्रीवायं पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is Parshvajanu Karana on the other side. Now lift the other leg towards your chest and circle with your hand. Place the other hand on the inner thigh. Now repeat Tandavasana on the other side. Extend your arms and the other leg forward. Sit down and stand back up as you visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Next up is Brahmanasana on the other side. Pull the right knee up with the right foot against the left thigh. Your hands relaxed by the side as you visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे यत् कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Now repeat Garudasana 3 on the other side. Bring the right foot over and around the left knee. Tuck the toes behind and bring the right arm below the left. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra, visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च संहद्गारुडमेव च वाताजनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Place the right foot onto the left thigh. Keep your hands by the side. Visualize Swamiji in Ekapadasana on the other side.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरिनिधाय च.
Now repeat Dhuruvasana, the pole-star posture on the other side. As you hold onto the right big toe, extend the leg out to the side and rotate quickly as you visualize yourself as the North Pole Star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा
Now repeat Trivikramasana on the other side. Lift the leg behind your neck. Stand tall, sit down, stand back up. Visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is Samanaka Karana. Now stand with your heels touching, toes pointing outwards, and your hands slightly extended away from your hips. Breathe calmly. Point your fingers one by one. After this intense sequence of asanas, let us now get ready for the final 100 asanas of this sequence.
Nithyananda, we are on a mission to revive the Enlightenment civilization.
If you resonate with our message and want to be part of us, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to click the bell icon.
Next up is Gorak Anjali Asana. Now squat down and bring your hands from the outside in between the two legs. Interlock your fingers in front of your navel as you visualize the great sage Goraknath, founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya. Breathe in Jivachala Kumbhaka, which is inhaling deeply, and then holding the breath, moving the prana freely along with your will.
प्रथमहि बोहो ये बाहुरी नीच पुनिहोवे.
Next up is Kanchi Asana. As you squat down, interlock your fingers behind your back and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऊर्ध्वमध्यात् हस्तौ निवेश्य नितम्बं धृत्वा.
Next up is Bhairo Asana. As you squat down with your heels together, look towards your navel and interlock your fingers around your lower back as you visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time.
दोऊ पग की थलिया की माहिली को मिलाई.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Nithyananda. Sorry for the technical glitch. Let us now move on to the next asana, which is Varahasana. From a squatting position, heels together, toes separated, join your hands in Anjali Mudra, place them behind your neck with the fingers pointing down towards the ground. Gaze to your nose as you visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
पागतली की माहिली कोर मिलाई फना पानी उकड़ मोड़ वैसे
Next up is Paripitasana. Hold onto the big toes and raise your hips to the same level as your knees as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पार्श्वद्वय सम्मील्य स्थित्वा नितम्बं ज्ञानप्रदेश आनीय.
Next up is Bakasana. Now place your hands on the ground and place your knees onto your arms towards your armpits. Lift your feet up as you visualize yourself as a crow.
पार्श्वद्वय सम्मील्य स्थित्वा नितम्बं ज्ञानप्रदेश आनीय.
Next up is Sushtanga Kapalasana. Keep your hands on the mat, place your head on the ground and lift your legs up. Cross them into Padmasana as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
आसन को गुण कपाल आछो होई.
Next up is Guptasana. From a kneeling position with your heels outside the hips, keep your hands on the knees, gaze to your nose, and visualize you're sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru.
जानूर्वोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपयेत्.
Nithyananda, we are on a mission to revive the Enlightenment civilization.
If you resonate with our message and want to be part of us, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to click the bell icon.
The next asana is Vrikshasana 2. Now place your hands on the ground and lift your body up into a handstand. You can lean against a wall or ask a partner to assist you in the performance of this asana as you visualize yourself as a tree with deep roots growing into the ground.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासन विशेषकान्.
Next up is Shiva Asana. From the handstand position, gaze to your third eye and visualize that Tejas energy is flowing to your third eye, rejuvenating your body.
दो पग जोड़ी माही गुल्फ मिलाए.
Next up is Matsyasana 2. Place your hands on the ground and step your feet back into a plank position. Lower your body down to the mat and push it back up again and again as you visualize yourself as a fish.
निब्जं शयनं कुर्परो पार्श्वभागाय मूर्धकृत्य.
As you lay on your stomach, place your hands on the hips and lift your head and chest from left to right as you visualize and move your body like a snake in Sarapasana 2.
निब्जं शयनं कृत्वा हस्तौ नितम्बं संस्थाप्य.
The next asana is Nidhalambanasana. As you keep your elbows on the ground in front of you, keep your hands in Padma Mudra, the lotus mudra, and rest your chin on your hands as you point your toes back, feel self-supported and completely independent.
कराभ्यां भङ्गजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कुर्परया सुधीः.
Next up is Chaturasana. Now bend your knees and place your hands on the ground. Straighten your arms to bring your upper back to the raised feet. Visualize yourself as an umbrella protecting your guru from the sun rays.
अर्ध्यासनं स्थित्वा हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिमष्टभ्य.
Next up is Vajrasana. Sit down on your heels. Keep the feet flat and lean forward. Place your hands on the mat and your forehead as well as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Vajra, the weapon of Indra.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघुसुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
Now raise your hips up, place your hands on the ground, enter Gajasana and alternate striking the ground with your hands as you visualize yourself as powerful as a ram in Meshasana.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत्.
Next up is Ajasana. With your hands on the ground, lift your body up and lower your head down towards the ground as you visualize yourself as unborn, existing for all eternity.
गजासने संस्थितो पादद्वयमन्तराळे कृत्य
Next up is Dhanantarasana. In a kneeling position, hold on to the big toes and pull them towards your perineum. Then place your hands on top of the knees, gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji and breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama.
पूर्व विधि परिहाता की काकसी से फणा शरा मोड़ी.
Now interlock your fingers in front and move your arms from left, right, up, down, in all directions. Give massage to the joints and muscles of your body as you interlock your fingers behind and repeat the movement in the Angamotanam, visualizing Swamiji.
हस्तयोः अङ्गुलीर्बद्ध्वा हस्तयोर्मध्यात्सर्वङ्गं निष्कासयित्वा.
Next up is Garudasana 4. Now, from a kneeling position, turn your feet outwards so the toes are pointing to the side. Keep your thighs and calves on the ground, hands on the knees, and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on his back.
जङ्घोरुभ्यां धरां पीड्य स्थिरकायो द्विजानुना.
Now, join the soles of your feet and point the feet back as you spread your knees and hold onto your ankles. Place the front of your buttocks on the ground, gaze to your third eye, and visualize yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple.
अथ वक्षे वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनम्.
Now overlap your feet and sit on the heels. Keep your hands underneath your knees as you press your tongue up flat against the top of your mouth in Mandukya Mudra. Pull your stomach in and up and visualize yourself as a frog in Mandukasana 2.
पृष्ठं सम्पीड्य गुल्फाभ्यां जान्वङ्गे सबले आकृतिः.
Next up is Narasimhasana. Now tuck your toes, sit on raised heels, and place your hands on the mat, thumbs touching. Gaze to your nose, stick your tongue out, and exhale forcefully again and again, visualizing yourself as Lord Narasimha, the Lion Man avatar of Mahavishnu, Narasimhasana.
दो फणा पानी होए वैसे एड़ी दो गुदानी वैसे.
With the toes tucked, sit on the heels and cover your mouth with your hands. Bring your thumbs underneath the teeth and close your mouth. Inhale through the right nostril, exhale through your mouth as per your capacity in Vishtaka Kumbhaka as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Devi.
दो बगा की एड़ी जोगी घोड़ा फनवाने पुनी होई.
Next up is Makadasana as you gaze to your third eye. Bring the soles of your feet together, toes pointing back, sit on the heels, and imitate as if you are a monkey sketching itself as you visualize yourself as a playful monkey.
दो बगदली संपुट आने तिनकी पृष्ठी भूमि पर इठाने.
Now rise the knees up, bring the soles of the feet together, separate the knees and hold on to opposite elbows behind your back as you gaze to your nose and embody diamond-like strength for your Sangha in Vajrasangarasana.
प्रथम पणा पानी होए वैसे दो एड़ी गुदानी वैसे.
Now place your knees on the ground, overlap your feet to sit on the heels, and place your hands on the ground next to you. Pull your stomach in and up, gaze to your nose, and visualize perfect health in Kanjanasana.
खञ्जनासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा सुस्थिरो भवेत्.
Now place your hands on the knees and make your upper back and neck stiff like the shell of a turtle. Visualize yourself as a turtle as you gaze to your nose in Kurmasana.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितौर्जुकाय शिरो ग्रीवं कूर्मासनमितीरितम्.
Now keep your hands on the knees, relax your back as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in Yogasana.
गुदं नियम्य गुल्फाभ्यां व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः.
Now rise up onto your knees and cross your feet behind. Hold on to the calves with the fingers inside and the thumbs outside as you gaze to your nose and visualize a space of oneness with your Guru in Vijyogasana.
घोड़ा वामो बोहोई घोड़ा आड़ा राखे दोई.
Now place the feet flat, hold onto your heels as you lean back, push your hips forward, and visualize yourself as a camel in Ushtasana 2.
मेरुदण्ड ग्रन्थि दाट्य संविपादयिषु पुमान्.
Lean back further, place your elbows and the back of your head on the ground as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a lotus blooming in Jatyasana 2.
दो एड़ी संपुट करे सोले मूलद्वारी धरि धरे.
Lean back even further, place your back on the ground, rise up and lay back down again and again. Use the support of your hands if needed as you gaze to your nose and visualize the healing of your causal body in Vidatasana.
जङ्गा पृष्ठिभूमो निधाय जङ्गोत्रयोः ऊरुनि संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Kapotasana as you lean back. Bring your hands over top of your shoulders and hold onto your feet. Try to reach for your feet and bring your head in between the knees, in between the heels, as you visualize yourself as a beautiful dove.
जङ्गा पृष्ठभूमौ निधाय जङ्गोत्रयोः उरुनि संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Varasana. Now rise back up. Hold on to opposite arms as you stand on your knees with the toes tucked. Gaze to your nose. This is the boon fulfilling posture. Receive your boon from Paramashiva in Varasana.
जानुनि भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा.
Next up is Varahasana 2. Now sit on raised heels. As you place your forearms on the ground, rest your head on your hands and visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
सूर्यं चन्द्रं भेदनानि आसनानि निकथ्यते.
Next up is Mundasana. Now interlock your fingers, keep your head on the ground, support it with your hands as you raise your hips, walk your feet forward, lift your legs up into another inverted posture. As you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a lopped tree, breathe in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
अधो मुण्डासनं वक्षे सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम्.
Lower your legs down, come to a kneeling position with your feet flat, sit on the heels, lean forward, place your head in between the knees, support it with your hands, elbows outside the knees. Inhale through the nose, exhale through the mouth. As you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Andhasana.
प्रथमभक्तली समठहरावे कोरमाहिली उभे मिलावे.
Now lay on your stomach, hold weights, lift your hands, your chest and your legs off the ground as you visualize yourself as a locust in Viparita Shalabhasana.
शलभासन भेदाच नटभेरुण्ड नामके.
Now place your forehead on the ground and lift your legs up as you keep your hands at the sides. Don't lift your chest up and visualize yourself as a skull in Kapalasana, the skull posture.
कपालं भूमौ निधाय ऊर्ध्वं पादौ नयेत्.
Next up is Akasha Kapotasana. Lift your legs up over top of your body and place your feet on the ground in front of you. Visualize yourself as a free and open dove.
उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमेरुत्थाप्य.
Now from a kneeling position, place your forearms on the ground in front of you. And visualize yourself as a sparrow in Chatakasana.
कूर्वरपर्यन्तौ हस्तौ धरामौष्टभ्य.
Next up is Vrishikasana 2. Now place your forearms on the ground and lift your legs up over top of your body. Bend your knees and try to touch the back of your head with your feet as you visualize yourself as a scorpion.
विच्छिवपुच्छ प्रतिमां कृपा श्रीधत्वा स्वशीर्षचिपकं विधार्यकौ.
Next up is Vrishasana. As you sit on the right heel, keep the left foot outside the hip, toes pointing to the side. Place your hands in front of your body and visualize yourself as a bull as you forcefully inhale through your nose in Antaranga Kumbhaka. Hold your breath for a short while and again exhale through the nose.
याम्यगुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्.
Next up is Lolasana. Lift your body up on two hands. Cross the left toes over the right. Visualize Swamiji.
लोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात्.
Repeat Vrishasana on the other side. Visualize yourself as a bull.
याम्यगुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्.
Now place the right foot on the ground and sit on the tucked left heel. Hands on the knees and visualize Balagunahai in Balagunasana.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जाई.
Now stand up, squat down, bring your hands inside out the legs and hold on to your ankles from the outside as you visualize yourself as the entire planet in Grahasana.
पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानुमध्ये कुर्वरौ स्थाप्य.
Next up is Balagunasana. Now sit on the right heel. Keep your left knee raised. Visualize Balagunahai.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जाई.
Now step both feet in, sit on the heels. Hold on to weights, place them on the knees together. Visualize Swamiji in Utkatasana.
युजास् विजोस् दीयत ऊर्वजानयित्रासने पादतलद्वयोपरि.
Next up is Vajrasangadhasana 2. With the soles of the feet together, hold on to opposite elbows behind your back and visualize Swamiji.
प्रथम प्रणापाणि होय वैसे एडी दो गुदानि वैसे.
Now place your hands on the ground, step your heels onto your hands Arms straight, gaze to your nose. Visualize you're able to live off of air alone in Anilasana.
दोवों हाथ भूमि पर ठाने कहनी जाड़ी नाभि लग आने.
Stand up, lean forward and down. Place the back of your hands on the ground. Step your feet onto your hands and walk around as you visualize yourself wearing padukas, walking across India in Padukasana.
हस्ततलयोः पादतले कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् गच्छेत् पादुकासनं भवति.
Next up is Kukkutodanasana. Place your hands on the ground, kick your legs up and let them fall back down again and again as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृता पादतले च ऊर्ध्वमुड्डानं कृत्वा.
Next up is Parita Nrityasana. With your hands on the ground, kick your legs over top of your body and move around on two hands dancing as you feel yourself become free of all inhibition.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Next up is Kumjadasana. Now lean forward and down. Place one hand on the ground and the other hand on your respective ear. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
Now repeat Kumjadasana on the other side.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
Now squat down and hold onto your ankles as you lift your feet and visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree in Kadambasana.
पार्श्विभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now place your feet flat, knees against the chest, hands on the knees, and visualize excess vata being removed from your body in Pavana Muktasana.
द्वयोः सुपादयोः पाणिं लात्वा सस्वनितम्बके.
Next up is Chakodasana. Bring one leg behind your neck and lift your body off the ground. Extend the opposite leg forward as you gaze up and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy in Chakodasana.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now hold on to the big toes and pull one foot towards your ear as you keep the other leg extended forward as you visualize yourself as a bow in Dhanurasana 2.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Next up is Ashtavakrasana. Lift the leg over top of your shoulder. Hook the other foot over top. Extend your legs out to the side. And balance on your arms as you visualize yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Pranasana. Keep one foot flat, the opposite foot on the raised thigh. Keep the shoulder underneath the knee. Gaze to your third eye and visualize that you are immortal, able to exist solely on prana in Pranasana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः.
Next up is Parshvamatsindasana. Bring the raised foot to the opposite hip. Step the foot over top of the knee. Interlock your fingers behind your back as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Matsindanath.
वामोरुमूलार्पितदक्षपादो जान्वो बहिर्वेष्टितदक्षदोष्णा.
Now repeat Chakodasana on the other side. Lift the other leg behind your neck. Lift your body up. Extend the opposite leg forward. Gaze up and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now pull the other foot towards your ear as you hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Visualize yourself as a bow in Dhanurasana 2 on the other side.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Now repeat Ashtavakrasana. Lift the other leg over top of your shoulder and balance as you extend your arms, your legs out to the side. Lean forward and visualize yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now repeat Pranasana. Now place the other foot flat. Place the other foot on top of the opposite thigh. Raise your knee over your shoulder. Gaze to your third eye and visualize you're immortal, able to exist on prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः.
Now repeat Parshvamatsindasana. Bring the raised foot to the opposite hip. Step the foot over top of the knee. Interlock your fingers behind your back as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Matsindanath, the master of Hatha Yoga.
वामोरुमूलार्पितदक्षपादो जान्वो बहिर्वेष्टितदक्षदोष्णा.
Now extend one leg, keep the other heel against the perineum in Ardha Paschimottanasana. As you lean forward and down, hold onto the front foot as in Paschimottanasana and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीमनि सम्पीड्य.
Next up is Crown Shasana. Bring the left foot outside the hip and raise the right foot in front of your face with the knee straight as you visualize yourself as a crane.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now repeat Ardha Paschimottanasana. Bring the other heel against the perineum and lean forward and down.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीमनि सम्पीड्य.
Now bring the right foot outside of the hip and lift the left foot in front of your face, visualizing yourself as a crane and crown chasana on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now sit in a cross-legged position with your feet in between the thighs and calves. As you gaze to your nose, embody peace, well-being, good fortune, and prosperity. Visualize a swastika in your inner space. Keep your hands on the knees.
जानुर्भोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे.
Next up is Gorakshasana. From the same posture, cover your heels with your hands, tuck your chin to the chest, gaze to the nose, and visualize the great sage Goraknath.
जानुर्भोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानौ व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next up is Bhagasana 2. Now, keep the left heel against the perineum and the right foot on top of the left thigh. Inhale all the way, gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Meditate on Arihanta as you close all your senses with your hands in Shanmukhi Mudra.
वामपार्श्वौ गुदं संस्थाप्य दक्षाङ्घ्रिवामजगणे.
Now place your feet on opposite knees, your hands on the ground next to your body, palms facing up in Yogasana 2. As you gaze to the nose, visualize Swamiji and breathe in Kakachantra Kumbhaka with your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow. Inhale through the mouth and exhale through your nostrils.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्य उपरि जानुनोः.
Now rotate your hands, place your palms on the ground, lift your body up. With the legs in Padmasana, visualizing yourself as a rooster in Urdhva Kukkutasana.
वासिष्ठमतकौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Siddha Haratali Asana. Now bring your legs, keep your legs in Padmasana, hands in between the legs, palms on the ground without lifting your body up. Visualize Swamiji as you gaze to your nose.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे हस्तदो भूगोडासन दिदरे.
Now push your body off the ground. Gaze to the nose as you visualize yourself as an elegant swan in Hamsasana.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा स्कन्धपर्यन्तं ऊरुनि नीत्वा.
Next up is Karmukasana. Now raise your hips up, push your hands in between the legs and interlock the fingers, placing them on the ground behind you in Parashu Mudra. Rest your forehead on the ground and visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे घोड़ासन दिमाही कर इधरे.
Now raise your knees off the ground. As you keep your legs in Padmasana, bring your hands in between the thighs and calves and bend your elbows upwards to hold on to the respective shoulders. As you visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for centuries in Kurmasana 2.
बाई जंग पर दक्षिण बामा दाई जंग पर बाई लियावा.
Remain in the same posture, tuck your chin to the chest, gaze to the nose as you rejoice knowing you're sitting in Shiva's secret knot posture, Granti Bedasana.
अथ वक्षे नीलकण्ठ ग्रन्थिभेदासनं शुभम्.
Now roll onto your back, keep holding onto the shoulders. Maintain Padmasana. Embody a turtle laying on its back as you gaze to your nose in Uttana Kurmasana.
कुक्कुटासनबन्धस्थं कराभ्यां कृतकन्धरम्.
Now sit back up. Keep your legs in Padmasana. As you bring your hands in between the legs, place one palm on the ground and hold its wrist. Lift your body up on one arm as you visualize yourself as a rooster in Paramgu Kukkutasana.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Now lift your body up on the other hand. Repeat Paramgu Kukkutasana on the other side.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Maintain Padmasana. Place your elbows on the toes. Interlock your fingers. Press your thumbs against the throat as you place your chin on the hands. Visualizing that you have gone beyond all greed and covetous in Gridasana.
जानुर्भोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next up is Padmasana 3. Maintain Padmasana. Bring one palm over top of the other, palms facing up in your lap. Engage all three bandhas, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानो चरणौ विधाय विधिवत् शक्तिस्थितौ योगिरात्.
Now place your hands on the knees, gaze to the nose, and visualize Paramashivoham in your inner space as you chant the Mahavakya in Padmasana 4.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायुप्रसिद्धये.
Next up is Karmukasana 2. Now keep the right hand, index and middle finger, interlocked around the big toe as you move the big toe round and round. Then repeat the movement on the other side. Visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow in Karmukasana 2.
अथान्यासनमावक्षे योगपूरकरक्षणात्.
Now cross your arms behind your back. Keep your legs in Padmasana. Engage all three bandhas and hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra. as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Lord Shiva's bow in Karmukasana 3.
कार्मुकासनमाक्षित्य उदरे पूरयेच्छुखम्.
Now maintain the posture, raise your chest, gaze up, and visualize yourself as the action of Paramashiva's third eye, destroying anything you come across.
ऊरुभ्यामुपरि स्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः.
Now roll onto your back, keep your arms crossed behind, holding onto the big toes as you gaze to your nose, and breathe in Sahadra Kumbhaka as you visualize yourself as a snake in Nagrasana.
प्रथमवद्मासन कोठाने दो हाथ पाछाने आने.
Free your arms and legs, pull your knees towards your chest, encircle them with your arms. Bring your chin to the knees and squeeze your body into a ball in Kandukasana.
वेतरासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य.
Next up is Urdhva Bhavanasana. As you interlock your fingers around your neck, keep your feet flat, gaze to the nose, and visualize Swamiji. Breathe calmly through your nose.
प्रथमे सूधो सैन करावे घोड़ा उभा राशि मिलावे.
Now bring your upturned palms underneath your heels and push your hips off the ground. Lock your throat, breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka, and visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape in Marakata Pitasana.
उत्तान सेन पादतले उत्तान हस्तयोः स्थापयेत्.
Now bring your hands to the lower back and straighten your legs. Keep your hips raised, rest your body weight on your elbows as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Uttana Shikipitakasana.
जंघोरु बलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशिखिपीठकम्.
Now raise your legs up and point your toes towards the sky as you place your arms flat on the ground for support. Visualize yourself blissfully traversing through Naraka Loka unscathed in Narakasana.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ.
Bring your hands to the lower back and straighten your body. Lower your legs down. Engage your core intensely as you visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara in Tirunakasana.
नौकावत् स्थित्वात् ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत्.
Now bring your hands back to the ground. Support your body. Be stable and sturdy like a flagpole as you visualize yourself as the Kailasa flag respected across all nations in Dvajasana.
तिर्यन् नौकावते ग्रीवापृष्ठगोर्परैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now lower your body down to the ground for the final asana of the sequence, Vritasana. Keep your hands by the side of your body and completely unclutch from any movements of your body and mind. Pull your perineum up. Forcefully pull the Kundalini Shakti up towards your Brahmananda, the crown of your head, in Shakti Charan Mudra. As you visualize your body is dead and Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is liberating you. Internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तोषवासनं शवासनं श्रमहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees up towards your chest. Rock your body from side to side as you slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Vidya Vinyasa Krama 308 asana sequence. With this, we come to the conclusion of the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. But again today, we have another Tritiya Vinyasa Krama preview, another 15 asanas of the 508 asana sequence, as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So let's get ready, have a sip of water, and let's enter into another sneak peek of the Tritiya Vinyasa Krama.
Nithyananda, We are on a mission to revive the Enlightenment civilization.
If you resonate with our message and want to be part of us, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to click the bell icon.
The first asana is Bhaira Asana 2. Now sit on your knees and place your perineum onto the right heel. Place the left heel on your navel with the toes towards your chest. Keep your hands up, interlocked, gaze to your nose, and visualize yourself as an alpha wolf, the head of a wolf pack.
मूलद्वारिटिक बैसे धरे वामपाद गुदसु करे.
Next up is Baddha Matsyendrasana. Now sit with the right foot on top of the left thigh. Place the left foot over top of the right leg and twist your elbow around the raised knee and interlock your fingers as you bring the other arm behind your back. Gaze to your nose and visualize the great sage and yogi Matsyendranath, the founder of Hatha Yoga.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं चरर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्ड रुक्मण्डल खण्डनास्त्रम्.
Next up is Baddha Konasana. Sit and bring the soles of the feet together. Interlace your fingers around the toes. Keep your elbows straight. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पद्मं ब्रह्मं स्तथा सिद्धं स्वस्तिकं वज्रमासनम्.
Next up is Bhadrasana 4. With the soles of the feet together, place your right hand on top of the heels and the left hand on top of the right. Gaze to the tip of your nose as you visualize yourself as Lord Bidavata.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Yoni-asana. Now hold onto your feet and turn the toes inwards and down as in Bhairavasana. As you move your body over top of the heels and sit down, then place your hands on the knees. Gaze to your nose as you visualize Yoni Mandala, a symbol of the creative energy of the universe.
पादौ सम्मील्य पादाग्रे आधारे पार्श्वलिङ्गात् अधः आनीय.
From the same asana, we're going to continue to Gorakshasana, Bhadrasana. Now engage all three bandhas, gaze to your third eye, and visualize the great sage Goraknath.
वृषणानि च सीवनदा भागमदा पगानि एडी.
Next up is Kama Dahanasana. As you sit and bring the heels to your perineum, interlace the fingers and hold the feet firmly. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, burning up all your patterns with his love.
भद्रासनं सुखं स्थाप्य विपरीतत्तु द्वे पदे.
Next up is Supta Baddha Konasana. As you sit and bring the feet inwards towards your navel, press your feet against your stomach and hold your hands behind your neck. As you gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
महामुद्राबद्ध कोनो ताड़ासन विभेदकान्.
Next up is Bekasana 2. From the same posture, bring your elbows together, gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a frog.
ध्यायेद्धिचित् पदं भ्रान्तम् आसनस्थः सुखाय च.
Next up is Bhagasana 2. With the soles of the feet together, the toes touching the navel, place your hands on the respective knees. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पग उलाटा मोड़ी बैसे पग का माहिला गुल फकूला.
Next up is Siddhi Jivi Asana. As you sit and bring the soles together at the perineum, raise the toes upwards, keep the heels on the ground, hands on the knees, gaze to your nose, pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha, and visualize yourself as living the life of a perfected yogi.
पग को सोजो जाई.
Next up is Panipatrasana. As you keep the soles of your feet together, the toes raised, join your hands in Anjali Mudra in front of your chest, and visualize yourself as the source of water.
नाभौ संस्थाप्य गुल्फौ च तन्मध्ये करपात्रतम्.
The next asana is Saptarishi Asana. Now sit and press the 2 feet into the respective armpits, form a finger lock, and place your hands on top of your head. As you gaze to your nose, visualize yourself as one of the 7 Saptarishis.
दोवु पग के पगथले तिनके लालिका जुसोज.
Next up is Suktyasana. Now rise up onto the knees and bend your legs inwards, heels touching one another at the groin.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda, everyone. Welcome to the Paramashivoham Level-1 program. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings, let's start our session with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasugatam Kevalam Jnanamurtim द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyanandam, everyone. Today, we are going to learn about Vedic astrology, astronomy. Why do we need to learn? How that Vedic astrology helps us live blissfully, helps us resolve the problems. It's one of the greatest signs from Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And Swamiji has explained various powerful teachings about the Vedic astrology. The moment the consciousness enters into our body, the energy level of the cosmos at the time of our birth, gets printed in that consciousness. Your inner space gets a print of cosmic energy level and the positions of the 9 major energy centers of the solar system, which we call grahas or planets. These astrological planets are not only astronomical, they are energies which influence various aspects of our life. A particular energy of push and pull exists between them. The different energy positions clearly decide the cosmic energy level during the time of birth and place of birth. Based on that, the Vedic astrology we call Jyotisha will be able to predict the course of life, how our life is going to be, the default feature of our life, which we call blueprint, the zodiac chart. They are default if you do not do anything about it. But understand, not exact incidences, but you have the freedom to change them, alter them. You have freedom to decide whether you sit and experience what is your destiny or change it. The science of astrology, Swamiji tells us that just as when camera shutter opens, momentarily, the image is captured factory of will. In the same way, when we enter into the body, the time of entering into the body and the position of the astrological planets affects your future. He describes how the different energy positions of the 9 planets decides the cosmic energy level of one's life. Swamiji reveals about the planetary influences on our lives from the original source, from Paramashiva. He reveals for the first time what his experiences with Arunagiri Yogeshwara, how Paramashiva's incarnation, Arunagiri Yogeshwara, taught Swamiji the astrology. He reveals the science of astrology and says, Swamiji says, your unmanifest is programmed to fall in love with the highest goal of your system. When you allow that to happen, beyond your understanding, rationality, to manifest powers, Shaktis. With this cognition, when you approach the planetary influence with humanity, the planets will support you and lead you to the state, space, and powers of being Paramashivoham. Today, you are all going to learn about the Vedic astrology, many important, powerful cognitions as revealed by our beloved Swamiji, which helps us plan our future, plan our life. So let's start our session. Jnana sessions are based on the Vedic astrology. And I request all of you to be on camera and be interactive in the sessions, actively participating in the sessions. We're learning so many basics from today's sessions without delay. So let's start our sessions. Our next Acharya is here to lead us to the Vedic astrology basics.
Nithyananda.
Makibli, yes, thank you so much, Ma, for listening and turning on the camera. That's awesome. We always request everyone to be on camera as we have decided and spent our time and join this program and get the full benefit out of this program. When you're on camera, you'll be attentive, not distracted. And we'll also see it gives us the physical classroom environment where we learn more. And understand whenever in these Swamiji's Plus programs, all the Paramashivoham programs, Swamiji's presence intensely, physically is here. He literally sees you. So when the avatar sees you, you get the initiations, you get the energy and whatnot, everything. So to get the best out of this program, be on camera, be attentive, involve, ask questions, do the exercises intensely, and share this knowledge to everyone. Any questions, please let me know.
And the Madai, my Swami. Am I audible to the group? Manitya Guru Prasadini, can you please confirm? Can you hear me? Yes, all right. Thank you. All right. Nithyananda, everyone. Requesting all the participants to please sit straight. Let's begin the Gnana session in Paramashivoham. For the very first time in Paramashivoham Level 1, we will be learning about the Vedic astrology. So, a special gift to this group of Paramashivoham Level 1 participants. We're all blessed to get the understandings about the higher lokas, the planetary positions, and how to utilize all of that knowledge and live your life better, seamlessly. So, are you all excited? Shall we get started? Yes, please sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line, hands together. In Atmanjali Mudra, we'll begin with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Gnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. The basic truth: everything that exists is energy. Paramashiva manifested all of us in his seed. So understand the microcosm and the macrocosm is one and the same. The separation that we experience from the source is the root cause of all our sufferings. Vedic rishis and seers knew this science and utilized and harnessed the energy of the planets and the planetary positions to achieve the ultimate purpose of our happening, which is enlightenment itself. In today's session in Paramashivoham, we will all be introduced to the basics about Vedic astrology. And also through the course of the day, we will learn about how we can use this knowledge to lead a beautiful life which is oriented towards achieving the very purpose of our happening. Welcoming all of you to Vedic astrology, the teachings from KAILASA by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. The Bruhat Parashara Hora Shastra talks, the Lord is in all beings and the entire universe is in him. Paramashiva exists in all beings and the entire universe is in him, says the Bruhat Parashara Hora Shastra. The universal truth. If you look deeply, if you look beyond the mundane life, beyond the day-to-day life that we live, if you contemplate on a night sky, you will see that the most intimate and complete relationship man owns is the relationship to the universe. How many of you have had this opportunity to just lie down and gaze at the night sky? Have you ever slept under the sun, the sky, without the roof on your head? I would like you to hear from all of you. Ma Guru Prasadani, Atma Jyotikananda, Kim Lee. Yes? A long time ago, says Ma Kim Lee. So what was your experience, Ma? Can you verbalize your experience? It would be nice to hear from all of you. It was under the sky of New Zealand with lots of stars, says Ma Kim Lee. What about the others? Guru Prasadani, have you had that opportunity to lie down under the sky, gazing at the stars, the planets? If you have not, I recommend, please do it. It is the most intimate romance that you can have with life. Truly. Such a complete, fulfilling, peaceful, calming existence where you actually can experience you being engulfed as a part of this whole cosmos. It is such a liberating feeling. And this experience I have had as a child when we used to visit our grandmother's house in the village. The place is basically very hot, and the where I grew up, and I still stay now. The weather is very kind on us. The temperature is never soaring too high, so we couldn't sleep in the room. And those days, electricity was not a very it was not that all villages even had electricity. I'm talking about probably at a time when I was less than 10 years old. So all of us kids used to go up to the terrace, and all of us would lie on the terrace to enjoy the evening breeze and continue to stare at the sky and gaze at the stars. And we used to have these beautiful fireflies also, which would run around us. And it would be such a beautiful experience. Rightly so, Bhagavan is saying about how you will see that it is the most intimate and complete relationship that man owns is the relationship with the universe itself. Yes, Ma Guru Prasadini says she feels calm and experiences the greatness of the whole. Yes, it is a very beautiful experience. In fact, it is man's ultimate relationship. Internalize these truths. Man takes birth, lives, and merges back into it. Isn't it? Nothing happens outside of it. Even his enlightenment happens in it. Just as the child grows in his mother's womb, man evolves in the cosmic womb. It is such an expansive cognition, such a liberating cognition, which takes you beyond your small boundary. Imagine the kind of suffocation people are engulfed in when you can't relate yourself to these higher universal truths, universal understandings. Like how the child grows in the mother's womb, man evolves in the cosmic womb. You take birth in the cosmic womb, you live here, and ultimately you merge back into it. All of your actions, everything is happening inside here. Even your very enlightenment happens in this womb. He, the man, is the microcosm of a tremendous cosmic macrocosm. You are a part of that whole, isn't it? Therefore, all components of man, from the grossest to the subtlest, come from the universe, be it your body, your mind, your energy, your very consciousness. All are the elements of the cosmos. You are not an individual island. Internalize this truth. You are a part of the whole, the cosmic macrocosm. Everything about you, all your components, your mind, your body, your energy, and your very consciousness are all elements of the cosmos. Universe and man are indivisible. Whatever happens in the universe resounds in the human consciousness, and whatever happens in the human consciousness resounds in the universe. Both are unique consciousness. whatever is happening here is going to have an impact out there. Whatever is happening out there is going to have an impact here. That is how indivisible we are from the universe. With these basic understandings, let us now enter into learning more about the great Vedic astronomy. Man has been deeply fascinated by the cosmos since the beginning of time. The early cultures worked on understanding the phenomena that happen in the sky. They observed them in order to understand what role the sky played in their lives. And from these attempts, the science of astronomy was born. Okay, I have more people logging in. Nithyanandam, Bengzin, Nithyanandam, Saif, Ali. All right. Nice to have new people logging in to a very interesting topic today on Vedic astrology. Yes, we're talking about how this whole science took shape. From the very beginning of time, man has been deeply fascinated by the cosmos and started working on understanding the various phenomena that happen in the sky and what role that played in their lives. And it is with these attempts that the science of astronomy itself was born. In this field, the ancient Vedic contribution is well known to all of us. The earliest references to astronomy are found in the Rig Veda, which are dated way back to 2000 BC. Please understand, at a time where the rest of humanity was still struggling with the basic necessities of life, like food, clothing, shelter, the Vedic civilization worked on all of these great truths. And the references to astronomy have been found in Rig Veda way back to 2000 BC. Also, around 500 BC, Aryabhatta, a great astronomer, presented a system that showed the Earth to spin on its own axis, revolving on its own axis, and also considered the motion of the planets with respect to the sun. The concept or the phenomena of revolution and rotation were all well documented by this great astronomer. He also discovered how the lunar and the solar eclipses occur, and he was the earliest to discover that the orbits of the planets around the sun are ellipses, right? We all know this now as science students, that the orbit is not a circle, it is an ellipse. All of this was documented way back in 500 BC by the great astronomer Aryabhatta, which was also concluded thousands of years later by the scientists like Galileo and Copernicus. Aryabhatta even determined the diameter of the Earth to be 5,000 yojanas, which is approximately 36,000 kilometers, which now, with all the technological developments that have happened in the field of science, we know this to be very close to the actual figure. So these traditions related these objects and their movements to natural events such as rain, drought, seasons, and tides. They related them to auspicious or inauspicious occurrences on the planet Earth. they studied the effect of these objects and their movements on the various happenings on the planet Earth, which is related to our very survival, whether it is what time it's going to rain or a seasonal change, the drought that happens. Not only that, to various auspicious and inauspicious occurrences on the planet Earth. Jyotishya is the science of Vedic astrology. This took birth out of all the various observations and perceptions based on these astronomical phenomena. Astronomers were actually the rishis and the sages who understood the sky was a divine happening. They identified celestial objects with energies and gods and connected astronomy to astrology. Are you all with me with these understandings? I know for all of us, this is the very first time that we are getting introduced to this science. Any doubts, any questions so far? Please feel free to be asking. We can take time and clarify the same. Any questions from the participants? Wengzin, Kinli, Atma Jyotika, Ma Guru Prasadini. Please let us know. Is it clear so far? All right. Thank you, Ma. Thank you for all the thumbs up and the acknowledgements. Yes, so we'll continue. So, the real astronomers and the very first ones were these rishis and sages who understood the sky was a divine happening. They identified all the various celestial objects with energies and gods and connected astronomy to astrology. Astrology manifested in the inner vision of the ancient sages and rishis of India. See, it was not a time where there were any rockets or telescopes. There was no NASA, there was no ISRO, there was no such technology, as you would call it, the outer world technology, the scientific technology, as you would call it, to know all of this. But still, very precisely, very accurately, these rishis and sages have documented it all because of their inner vision, the power of their awakened third eye, the almanac, which was written, I don't know how many thousands of years ago, predicts very precisely the various astrological cosmic happenings even today. All of that was predicted long ago, many thousands of years ago, and it is so accurate. When you look back into the Vedic almanac, whatever the science is predicting now, they have already predicted, whether it is the happening of the supernova, whether it is the happening of a particular meteor striking the planet, right? The various constellations at different points in time, all of that has been seen by the third eye of these sages and rishis. These yogis and enlightened beings were able to see beyond the realm of names and forms. They could feel and express the subtle reality that exists behind all these cosmic phenomena. As such, they perceived the primal powers of cosmic intelligence in the planets and the stars, the macrocosm, and the beauty of it worshipped the cosmic powers within themselves, the microcosm, and as powers of their being. I repeat, this is a very powerful cognition that we need to internalize. They perceived the primal powers of cosmic intelligence in the macrocosm, the planets and the stars, and also worshipped the cosmic powers within themselves, the microcosm, as powers of their being. The first astronomers were actually these rishis and sages. By concentrating intensely on the sun and other planets, they understood the movement of the life force in their body. And by meditating on the life force, they also came to understand the movement of the sun and the planets in the heavens. See, all of these understandings have happened in the space of oneness. When they concentrated intensely on the sun and other planets, they understood the movement of the life force in their own body. And by meditating on that life force, they also came to understand the movement of the sun and the planets in the heavens. Through this technique called the samyama, they could unravel the secrets of the universe. Are you all with me with these understandings? Nithyanandam, Gauri Shankar, Marimuthu. Yes, Nithyanandamaya. Good. They brought down their understanding into a system of the Vedic science, which became known as Jyotishya, which is the science of light. Parashara was one such sage, and he is known for being the father of Jyotishya. This very science of Vedic astrology was birthed by this great saint. His name is Parashara. The father of Jyotishya. Sage Parashara wrote the magnum opus Brihat Parashara Hora Shastra, which systematically explains the theory of predictive astrology. According to history, he is the grandson of Vasishta and also the father of Veda Vyasa, who wrote the great epic Mahabharata. The depth of his astronomical knowledge was so great that one evening, while crossing a river in a boat, he casually looked at his favorite stars in the heaven and suddenly realized it was an exceptionally auspicious moment. He concluded that if a child were to be conceived at that moment, he would be an expert in the scriptures. So he told this to the lady who was rowing the boat and requested that she marry him. She agreed, and the son who was born out of their spiritual union was Vedavyasa, who gave us all these wonderful scriptures to follow, including the Mahabharata. By observing the movements of the celestial bodies through time and space, the science of Vedic astrology can be applied to each one of us, to each human incarnation, to encourage the soul to develop to its fullest potential. See, at the end of the day, all of this has utility value for our life. Why we need to know and how to use that so that we can live our life to the fullest potential. That is the whole context of this session. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, says the moment the consciousness enters the body, the energy level of the cosmos at the time of birth gets printed in that consciousness. Let me give you some basic understandings with respect to this truth. See, when a mother, a lady, gets pregnant, it is the baby that is growing inside of the mother's womb is just a physical extension of the mother. Please be very clear. The baby is just a physical extension of the mother as long as it is growing inside of the womb. It is only at the time of birth when a baby's body, the first part, whichever the part of the baby's body that comes out, generally it is the head, but sometimes there is also a breech delivery where the lower limbs will come out. When the baby's body gets in contact with air, that is the time when the consciousness reflects on the baby's body. Till that time, the baby is only a physical extension of the mother. The reference to this truth is, in one body, there cannot be two souls. Even though the baby is inside the mother's womb, the soul itself would not have entered. It is only at the time of birth when the air gets in touch with the presenting part of the baby. That is when the consciousness, the soul or the Atman itself starts reflecting. And this is a very, very important moment. The moment the consciousness enters the body, the energy level of the cosmos at the time of birth gets printed into that consciousness. Literally, like when you click a picture with a camera, the shutter will open for that time and the picture is taken. Literally like that, the blueprint of that baby's life is formed at that moment. Your inner space gets a print of the cosmic energy level and the position of the 9 major energy centers of the solar system. So the time of birth is very, very important. The astrological planets are not only astronomical, they are energies. A particular energy of push and pull exists between them. The different energy positions clearly decide the cosmic energy level during the time of birth. It is based on this that Jyotishya will be able to predict the course of life. Are we all clear with this understanding? How it is important? The time of your birth, the cosmic energy at that time is going to become the blueprint of your life. The astronomical constellations, all of that will impact how your life course will be. Okay? And that is why from traditional Hindu background families, when the baby has to be delivered by a cesarean section, generally they go to the astrologer and they will get a good day and a good time for the baby to be coming out. And the operation will also be performed at that hour so that you can utilize the benefit of this science. Are we all clear? Okay. Nithyanandam Shri Nityalingodbhavanaya. See, the moment this is said, sometimes people fall into powerlessness. Oh my God, everything about my life was already decided at that point of time. Bhagavan is saying, understand, not exact incidences. All of that is not decided by the time of your birth. You have the freedom. Like how you have the freedom whether to sit here or not, listen to me or not, to read this or not. Like that, the major course of life, whether you will get enlightened or not, can be predicted by the time of your birth. Principles can be predicted, not policies. Having an idea about your horoscope basically will give you the intelligence and the acceptance in your life. It will give you the intelligence to take decisions and also acceptance to bear the inevitable things. According to me, a seeker should have a basic knowledge about his horoscope, says Bhagavan. See, many a time for people, you know your life is going in a certain way which is beyond your control, isn't it? Many a time we've all had these experiences. How much ever I am trying, something is not working for me. Understand, it is your planetary positions which make it happen the way it is happening. When you have a basic idea about how your astrological chart looks, you will have the intelligence as well as when you know there are certain things which cannot be changed, there are certain things which are inevitable, you will also develop the acceptance for this. Rather than getting fragmented, powerless, you can move on with other things in life, looking at what are your strong points, where you can channelize your energy, your time, and make progress. So, that is the importance of having a basic knowledge of your horoscope. Now, we will understand Jyotishya with respect to living enlightenment. Bhagavan is telling us Jyotishya can help one to read his destiny. What is going to follow? What is the future? But now we need to understand what actually is destiny. There are two types of destinies. The first one is destiny as defined by your dictionary. Destiny that is lived within the boundaries of ego, with its own expectations, hopes, desires, successes, and failures. This kind of destiny is constantly changing because it evolves under the mind's law. It is mechanical, accidental, and also coincidental. See, the first type of destiny is the one that is lived within the boundaries of what you know, identify as you, your ego, your own expectations, your hopes, your desires, your successes, your failures. Now, all of this is constantly changing, isn't it? What you are desiring probably 2 months ago is not the same that you're desiring today, because all of this is happening as a play of your own mind, isn't it? So that is why it is so mechanical, the same way it is continuing. Or sometimes you see that there are accidents that are happening which you never expected, because so much of your mind is unconscious, unaware, or sometimes coincidentally some things come through. It kind of clicks. Now, this destiny, the first type of destiny that Bhagavan is talking about, is lived in the dimension of the mind. So, it has no existential reality in itself. It is nothing more than a reproduction of one's past in the present, which conditions the future in a mechanical way. Remember, we spoke about how your incompletions, the hangovers of your past, which will continue to sit inside you and operate as patterns, giving you a certain perception about life, not allowing you to see the reality of the life. It will condition you. So you will be reproducing the same past in your present and also creating the same kind of future. This is the default destiny that most of us are caught with, because we are living only with the mind dimension, and it has no existential reality in itself. Now, the other destiny that Bhagavan is referring to is existential and ultimate. It is the flowering of consciousness into enlightenment. Understand, the only thing that is predestined in the scheme of life is that man is meant to evolve to reach enlightenment. The one and only purpose why all of us have taken the human body is to achieve enlightenment, and that's the only purpose. So, if at all there is one thing that has been predestined in the scheme of life, it is man is meant to evolve to reach enlightenment. The rest is all just incidental. It happens for no other reason than to teach and mold the being towards seeking enlightenment. Whatever is happening in your life is just incidental. It happens for no reason other than to teach you and mold the being towards seeking enlightenment. Bhagavan says living enlightenment is all about making conscious choices which are free from the unconscious push and pull of the samskaras. Are the understandings clear for all of you? I hope it is not too heavy or difficult to understand. Please ask questions if you need to clarify. It is important to internalize all these basics. And only then we can get into deeper understandings and see how we can use these profound sciences in our own life for our benefit, wherever you are stuck with. For somebody, it could be, say, you are not getting a promotion in your job. You're not getting the life partner that you're looking for. Or you are stuck in your spiritual pursuit, whatever it is. You can find your answers to all of those issues in a very practical way when you internalize these truths and also use the technology that has been devised by our Vedic seers to find solutions to your problems. The further you wander from your center, the more you lose yourself in your periphery. The more you are subjected to incidents and accidents. Whereas when you live enlightenment, you are centered, you are within your boundaries, and you are aware. You become predestined because your predestination is to reach enlightenment. Your destiny is to become more and more aware. Then you become the agent of your fate and you move beyond the influences of the grahas also. Understand, this is how you come to terms with your karmas. The enlightened being is beyond the influence of all the grahas, even the malefic influences of the grahas. When you become more and more aware, you move beyond the influence of grahas, and that is how you come to terms with your karmas also. Now, for that to happen, a simple understanding of the forces at work in you can help clarity manifest in your daily routine. In addition to this, you can follow a couple of guidelines to keep your body healthy with the science of Ayurveda, raise your energy level with yoga, the use of gemstones, Rudraksha beads, as well as mantra chanting. All of these ancillary support can also be taken. Also, equip yourself with the basic knowledge of your psychological tendencies. Why am I the way I am? When you understand that, coupled with the ancient Vedic wisdom expressed by the great enlightened masters, all of these remedies will bring lucidity, clarity about your mental setup and support for eventually dropping all of your conditionings, unclutching from your mind and emotions, and fostering your intelligence and energy to live enlightenment. So let us move on to understanding the grahas and the nakshatras. The grahas are energy centers, energy fields that the planets exert in the universe. Each of the 9 main grahas in Vedic astrology has a specific energy field that creates specific effects on our planet Earth. For example, the moon. It has a strong impact on the movement of the sea and also on the plant growth. We all know, right? When on a full moon day, the tides rise high. It also influences the mind of human beings. You know, many people, they go cranky around the time of Amavasya and Paurnami. When the moon is waning, rising up, they're still okay. When it is falling down, when the Amavasya time comes, they become extremely cranky. That is the influence of the moon on the human mind. In the same way, the major energy centers produce an effect on living beings and influence their potential at birth, their mental setup, and therefore the course of their destiny. In Jyotishya, the grahas are often referred as the agents of the karmas for which the soul took birth. Understand, human personality and life have their counterparts in the structure of the cosmic physiology, represented by the grahas and the nakshatras. There are 9 grahas, 9 influences, planets in our solar system. We all know the sun, Surya, the moon, Chandra, the Mars, Mangala, the 4th, Mercury, Buddha, 5th, Jupiter, Guru. 6, Venus, the Shukra, Saturn, Shani, and the 2 nodes called the Rahu and Ketu, which is the ascending lunar node and the descending lunar node. The 9 grahas have some effect on all the beings. These also represent archetypes. The Surya, for example, represents your very consciousness. The Chandra represents the cosmic mind. Buddha represents the cosmic intellect. Now, most of the calendars of the world have been set by the sun and the moon's movements, measuring the day, month, year. And all of these were of great importance for agriculture because the harvest depended on planting at the correct time of the year. But the Vedic tradition uses a system of 27 nakshatras to calculate the months. The nakshatra is the constellation in which the moon sits in the heaven at a particular time. Understand, in each month, the moon sits in a particular constellation. It is a part of a particular constellation. And the Vedic month will have that nakshatra's name. Each nakshatra falls under the rule of 1 or sometimes 2 grahas. Each graha is assigned 3 nakshatras. For example, if the child is born when the moon sits in the Ashwini nakshatra, the child's birth star will be Ashwini. His sign will be Mesha, that is the Mesha Rasi, the Aries. And it will be ruled by the planet Mars, Mangala. Bharani and Kritika are the 2 other nakshatras which also fall under the Mesha Rasi, which is the Aries sign. So we're talking about how the grahas and nakshatras are related. All the 3 will therefore have similar characteristics and will influence the child's mind and consciousness at the time of birth and shape his destiny. So, let us learn about the various offerings that they do to please the grahas. Swamiji has told, meditate on the Navagrahas when you feel stuck in life. Navagraha Puja is a Vedic prayer which produces tremendous positive energy and helps everyone to gain courage to face any situation in life. Understand, the grahas are our friends. At the end of the day, the whole cosmos will celebrate your completion. All the grahas are there to assist your completion process. For some reason, a particular constellation may be having a malefic effect on you. There is always a solution to these kind of problems by offering the Navagraha Puja, which produces tremendous positive energy. And it will give you the courage to face any kind of situation in life. You can see here Bhagavan himself offering puja to the Navagrahas, the deities of the Navagrahas, as a part of Nithyanandotsavam during the year 2021. Now, this ritual, the Navagraha Puja, is traditionally performed for the 9 planets. It brings solace to the person's mind and dilutes any negative influences which can be felt during a certain period called the Navagraha Dosha, when the planets are not in proper alignment, influencing the person negatively. Now, due to these, people fall into depression and certain low moods, which may last for some time, depending on the power of the planet. However, this can be averted with intelligence. Navagraha Puja is conducted to connect oneself to the cosmic intelligence, to avert any hindrances, and to bestow tremendous peace and contentment in life. Now, this puja is a collection of prayers and rituals performed to the planets which are in the form of deities. So, Nithyananda, I have already answered this question. The influence of the stars ultimate. Did you get the answer in the previous slide? Yes. So with the blessing of these 9 planets, the person is helped to attain good health, prosperity, knowledge, and enlightenment. And be rest assured, specifically, I'm telling you, whatever be the effects of the planets, the Guru has the power to protect you at the end of the day, because even they surrender to Paramashiva. All right. So, for normal people who are still not connected here, when you offer the Navagraha Puja, the blessing of the 9 planets, the person is helped to attain good health, prosperity, knowledge, and enlightenment itself. Now, we will talk about Navagraha Homa. Homa is a fire ritual and an intense spiritual practice which becomes a powerful meditation technique when it is performed with devotion. During Homa, one invokes the cosmic energy and visualizes it in the fire, and offerings to the planet deity through the fire are made at the same time. You can see the fire of the offerings made into the fire in the master's presence. And this was a very huge homa that was performed in Adi KAILASA Bidadi that went on for more than 2 days. When this homa is done as a personal spiritual practice, the energy is brought from the nirvanic layer to the physical layer of the body through all the subtle energy layers, healing the person and raising his level of energy, allowing him to transform his destiny. So, the various practices, the Vedic practices of puja, the rituals of performing homa, can all abate the malefic effect of any kind of planetary positions. Above all, the blessings of the master will heal the person and raise his energy level, allowing him to transform his very destiny. So, I guess that will all be about the introduction to Vedic astrology. Any other questions? Now is the time to ask. When you understand the influences that the planets have on you, you can actually start making the best decisions, the right decisions for your life at the right time. Even a basic understanding will empower you tremendously to go through certain experiences at given times and what is the best thing to be doing at that point in time. Hindu astrology will help you to navigate your life gracefully. You can sail this journey of your life gracefully when you understand how you can be empowered with this science. So I don't see any questions coming. If there's nothing to ask, then I shall conclude now. Please sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Put your hands together for a Purna mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Harihi Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you, Ma Guru Prasadini and Indodonaya, for your patient listening. Ma Kimli is busy attending to her child, but still has made herself available for the session. Thank you again. So please continue to be online. Our Acharya will be leading you through the successive sessions.
Nithyanandam, everyone. I hope you are enjoying the Vedic astrology. Now, let us start our sessions with manifesting the third eye power. So please post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. We'll start with the third eye power manifestation. Your powerful cognitions. Nitya Guru Prasadini, Atma Jyotikananda, simply all of you post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. We are going to manifest the power of third eye. Now please sit straight with your head, neck, back straight line. Let's start with the third eye power manifestation. Please sit straight with your head, neck, back straight line. Visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. Any thoughts that are coming, let it come, let it go. You be in the space of unclutching and bring your attention back again and again to your third eye. And now start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With the space of oneness, scan through your third eye and manifest the power of third eye. I'm projecting the picture now. Tie your eyes with the eye band and start chanting the Mahavakya. Please close your eyes and projecting the picture.
शिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda.
Yes, now please go ahead and post whatever your third eye revealed in the chat. Please go ahead and post whatever your third eye revealed in the chat. Any others? I've seeing some of your Yes. I'm projecting the picture. This what I projected. Somebody posted, I think Atma Jyotikanda posted green. So you got the color green, correct? I Guru Prasadani is always right. That's wonderful. Apple green color. Wonderful. Lingodvaman. Starry night sky. Yes, that is so correct. Partial manifestation. Yes. So now let's move on to our next session, Jnana session. Our next Acharya is here to lead us to the next session. Questions, please do let me know before our next session starts. Do you have any questions? So how many of you know about the Vedic astrology? How many of you had your horoscope done? How many of you know the significance of, or at least little bit about Vedic astrology? You can post your comments. Nine stars, yes. Planets, actually. Yeah. Anything more? So Guru Lingotvam says nine star, wondering why two planets doesn't exist in solar system. I only know the signs of constellation and some of the characteristics of each represents Guru Prasadini. We can know 7 corresponds with modern science. So, the Lingodvana, I'll tell you the story about the 2 that you're asking about. The next further sessions. Yes, any other questions? Please do let me know before we moving on to our next session. Yes. So let's, next Acharya is here for the next session.
Thank you, Ma. Taimai Swami. Nithyanandam, everyone. How are you all doing today? All good? Okay. All of you are doing great. Nice to know that you're all doing great because all of you are receiving energy, isn't it? Immense energy from Bhagavan, which keeps you all going the whole day and night as well. I know it is late for all of you, for most of you, but still you are taking time to be here to rejuvenate yourselves and to upgrade yourselves with all the powerful truths and very powerful revelations given to us by none other than the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Now, let us begin this session with the Sadguru Vandanam. Please sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line as we chant the Sadguru Vandanam. ॐ नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्याधिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं
Sadgurum Tam Namami. I welcome you all with my love and respects. So today's topic is about astrology, the Vedic astrology and Vedic astronomy. We're going to learn more about this topic in this segment, a very interesting segment. Astrology usually arouses curiosity in all human beings. Everybody wants to know their past, they want to know their present as well as their future. How can they be successful? How to walk out of problems? In Hinduism, astrology plays a very important role in the lives of a common man. So, if you see a common man, he would be very curious to know what is happening with him. See, this is a science that has been established by the Vedic rishis, given to the humanity by the Vedic rishis. They had access to all this knowledge, and they were very, very intelligent, highly intelligent beings who could access this knowledge without using any of the modern tools the present day astronomers or astrophysicists use. So they were in the Rig Veda. You can also find records which goes back to more than 25,000 years ago. So it is as old as that. Now, Vedic astrology is a belief-based system that seeks to interpret the influence of celestial bodies on human life, while astronomy is a scientific discipline that studies the physical nature and behavior of celestial objects. Vedic astrology is the traditional Hindu system of astrology. And today we will be delving into knowledge and deeper insights on astrology given to humanity by the Vedic rishis, who had the intelligence to see, observe, and record precise calculation of time, and they could reveal much more that modern science is yet to reach. The science of astrology is a true, authentic science. Writing common predictions does not exist in Jyotish, which means astrology. Traditionally, it is done for every individual and it's never done for a group. So, our Vedic rishis were the oldest astronomers and oldest astrologers. So, in today's session, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reveals some more powerful, authentic, important, and scientific truths that can raise humanity and lead them towards enlightenment. So let's get started. Let's enter into the session. So we all had the introduction to Vedic astrology, the planets, and how these planets can affect us. When the planetary influence can affect human beings. We learned this in the previous segment. Now we're going to learn more. We're going to have more deeper insights into this topic. So, first of all, let us understand planets are not dead mechanism as taught by your modern science. They are living energy. That is why Surya Siddhanta can clearly calculate and tell you the data, whether it is about past astronomical incidents. Okay, the Surya Siddhanta recognizes each of these planets as living forces. So, the truth that Bhagavan wants to share with all of you is source of matter and energy is consciousness. So, Hindu tradition very clearly explains whether planets or you both are centered in consciousness. The Chidambara Paraveli, in the pure conscious Milky Way, which is the source of you or the planets. The modern day psychology, Vedic psychology, modern day medicine, Vedic medicine, modern day physiology, Vedic physiology, modern day cosmology, Vedic cosmology. The difference between these is only one thing. In Vedic tradition, everything is consciousness centered. Please understand, in Vedic tradition, everything is consciousness centered. So we say planet Saturn is not a dead mechanism or a combination of few forces. Rather, it is a living independent intelligence called Shanishwara. Even now, I clearly connected with Shanishwara. After receiving his blessings, I am talking. Shanishwara is a living, conscious, independent intelligence. So Brihaspati, or the Guru, he's known as Guru. Brihaspati is known as Guru, is a conscious, independent intelligence. The planet Brihaspati is a conscious, independent intelligence who is the master of the Jupiter planet. The Western cosmology or astronomy considers Jupiter as a planet with little abilities or capabilities, logically analyzable combination of matter and force together. But in reality, Guru, Lord of Jupiter, is independent intelligence. He can respond to your prayers. He can manifest what you want in your life. So, astrology is a part of Hinduism. It has always been a part of Hinduism. In fact, it has never been disconnected. It has always been a part of Hinduism. Even for physical diagnosis, Hinduism uses astrology. If you go to a reliable Ayurvedic doctor, whether he is practicing Siddha or Ayurveda, the authentic, scripturally empowered, entrained doctors will know Jyotisha because Jyotisha is Anga. That means a part of Ayurveda science. Jyotisha here means astrology. So Jyotisha is a part of Ayurveda science. In the Siddha tradition, there is something called seeing the Saram. When you go to the doctor, it is a science to study what was the breathing pattern of the doctor and breathing pattern of you. What was the breathing pattern of the grahas? Means planets. So grahas are living beings. We cannot even use the word planets for them. For a living being, you cannot use the word it. You can only use the word with reverence of life added to it. Planets are living beings. I hope all of you are able to follow. Are you feeling this topic a little heavy? Can you share your understanding? Yes, I see Atma Jyotikananda has turned off his camera. Kindly turn on your cameras. Kim Lee, please turn on your camera, ma. So what is your understanding? You can share here. The planets are living beings. It has its own intelligence. So we cannot use the word it for them. They are also living beings. They are radiating very high levels of energy. So I'll be a little slow here so that you can grasp what is being shared. Ma Nitya Guru Prasadini, she's sharing the source of everything is consciousness. All planets are living beings. Beautiful understanding, ma. Okay. Now let us look at the shloka from Laghu Jatakam. Shloka 3 from Laghu Jatakam. Yadupachita manya janmani shubhashubham tasya karmanaha paktim vyanjayati shastrametat tamasi dravyani deepa iva. So the meaning of this shloka is, this branch of science, the Hora Shastra, reveals the good and bad results earned as fruits of karmas done in past lives, like how a glowing lamp reveals the objects placed in darkness. Similarly, the Hora Shastra, this branch of science, the Hora Shastra, reveals the good and bad results earned as fruits of karmas done in past lives. And since this Shastra throws light, that is Jyotish, upon the karma in store for an individual to experience in his life, this Shastra is called Jyotish Shastra. And please understand, since this Shastra throws light upon the karma in store for an individual to experience in his life, this Shastra is called Jyotish Shastra. All religious rituals of Hindus are guided by the lamp called Jyotish Shastra. All the physical diseases diagnosis is also guided by the Jyotish Shastra in Hindu tradition. So when a person is suffering from certain disease, and when you go to a living master or to an astrologer, they will be able to tell you which planetary position is influencing your health, due to which planetary influence your health is getting disturbed. Or if you're facing some other problem in life, they will be able to tell you which grahas or planets are causing that suffering in you. And not only pointing out the planets, we also have something called how to mitigate these planetary influences. What are the rituals that can be performed? What are the pujas to which deity it can be offered to? So we also have these kind of I can say, valuable resources we also have to share. For each planetary influence, what can be done, how to walk out of these kind of troubles. Swamiji always says, be humble to the Navagrahas, the 9 planets. Always be humble to the Navagrahas. Just by being humble, they will favor you. So there will always be a favorable influence. They can never harm you if you are always humble. Humble means not just being humble with the grahas, just by nature becoming humble and accepting everyone by not discriminating or by judging. Okay, becoming humble in every aspect of your lives. Only then the planetary influences will not disturb you. Now, if you go to an Ayurvedic or Siddha doctor, he will first consult your horoscope. He will study your nadi. Nadi means your pulse reading. They will hold your wrist and they will check your pulse. That way, they know what is troubling you, what is the problem that your body is having. So they will study your nadi and saram and only then start the treatment. So understand, unlike allopathy, where they treat you with symptoms, only with the symptoms they treat you, Ayurveda or Siddha doctor, if he is a traditional Ayurveda or a Siddha doctor, he will first consult your horoscope and he will study your nadi and saram and only then start the treatment. So horoscope here means in Indian tradition, in the Vedic culture, in Hinduism, as soon as the infant is born, the time of birth, when we have the time of birth, the day and the time of birth of the child, they will have a horoscope done which shows the planetary positions in that child's horoscope. Okay, that is done, and that will be that horoscope will guide the parents to see how this child grows, what can he become. It can predict your future, it can predict everything. The planetary positions can show how you will live your life. So when Swamiji's horoscope was first seen by some of his gurus, they predicted that he's going to be a great sannyasi. Just by looking at the horoscope of Swamiji, it was predicted that he's going to be a great Raja sannyasi. Okay, so similarly, just by seeing the horoscope, astrologers will be able to see and tell your future. So, if you go to a traditional Ayurvedic or Siddha doctor, he will first consult your horoscope, he will study your nadi and saram, and only then start the treatment. The Jyotish Shastra, Vedic astrology, is the oldest of all sciences. Its history is traced back to the rishis who, by the expansion of their consciousness, which is the real Jyotish that lights up everything, were able to download, understand, reveal the science of Jyotish Shastra, the Surya Siddhanta. So, in the Surya Siddhanta, you can find the Surya Siddhanta consists of everything the Vedic rishis were able to download, understand, and reveal the science of Jyotish Shastra. Now, if you start cognizing the element of consciousness in you, you will start respecting your swatantratva, ability to will and manifest, and you will start recognizing the same in everything from plants to planets. then you will start developing reverence for life everywhere. So, Swamiji's Guru, Bhagavan Arunagiri Yogeshwara, Paramashiva himself came in the form of Arunagiri Yogeshwara and taught Swamiji the true knowledge of Jyotisha. So, in the Hindu tradition, Jyotish means using conscious energy and aligning yourself with the planets and grahas, seeing the future flow of individuals, life, and the cosmic happenings. This is consciousness based education. Okay, so let us understand what is Jyotish Shastra. Jyotish means using conscious energy and aligning yourself with the planets and grahas, seeing the future flow of individuals' life and the cosmic happenings. This is consciousness based education. Swamiji also tells when you go to Swamiji asking for a boon, if you are having any problem, Swamiji says, I can move the planets for you. So remember, he is Paramashiva and he is the Lord of all the planets. So even the planets follow Paramashiva as their Guru, as their Ishtadevata. Now there is a next mathematical based education called Surya Siddhanta. Using this conscious knowledge, predicting the next solar eclipse, lunar eclipse, Amavasya. Amavasya is no moon day. It is more like building the almanac, that is the Panchanga. It is a more clerical job. Surya Siddhanta has multiple layers. Penning down almanac is one of the components of Surya Siddhanta. The Swamiji is another guru who taught him yoga, Raghupati Yogi. So, Raghupati Yogi tried to teach Swamiji Surya Siddhanta after Arunagiri Yogeshwara initiated him into Jyotisha. In his own words, my guru used to write in charcoal and chalk piece. He will draw the different planetary and star positions. From the house he will get kolamavu, that is a colored powder used to make rangoli. One day he was trying to explain how the multiplication of numbers as per the infinite logic. I have seen my gurus write numbers in copper sheet, worship the numbers, and revealing the great principles of the cosmos to me. So, just by worshipping that number, they will manifest powers. Yes, I hope all of you are able to follow what is being shared here. If you have any doubts, any questions, you can type here. Hope you're able to catch it. You can ask your questions. If you have any questions or doubts, you can type here. Shri Nitya Lingodbhavan, Ma Guru Prasadini, you're able to follow what is being shared? Yes, I see Atma Jyotikananda has still turned off his video. So please turn on your video. Please turn on your camera and be available in front of your cameras. There is a name in Chinese, Ma Guru Prasadini. Can you read out that name, Ma? Or can you translate that name for me? Ma Kim Lee, you can also turn on your camera, Ma. Okay, so if you don't have any doubts, any questions, we can move forward. So here, Swamiji's guru was trying to teach him the Surya Siddhanta, how the Panchanga can be predicted and penned down. He was trying to show how the sun is center and the earth moves around the sun and moon moves around the earth, and the whole structure including the sun and moon is also moving. So please understand, these gurus did not have any kind of updated technology. They did not use any upgraded technology. They did not use any instruments. Neither did they use any uh, equipments like telescope or any kind of machinery. So how they were able to access this knowledge is one of the greatest it is one of the greatest surprises, and for some it still remains a mystery. But they were all the Vedic rishis were all learned and enlightened beings who happened on planet Earth only to guide the humanity. And it is their gift to humanity. The science of astrology, especially Vedic astrology, is a gift to humanity. Now, Swamiji's guru here described in an elaborate way, and he took a chalk piece and wrote numbers on various parts of my body. The numbers belong to each graha, means each planet, and it is directly connected to our internal organs. Each graha influences one of our internal organs deeply. He drew the same numbers on my body and on the floor, explaining how, when those grahas change, when those stars move, regular cosmic happenings like Amavasya, Purnima. Amavasya means no moon day, Purnima means full moon day. So, when on these days, how those things should be calculated, but its influence on the humanity need to be predicted. Influence of individual lives needs to be predicted. My gurus were trying to explain this science to me. So here he's trying to explain the structure of Jyotisha and Surya Siddhanta. So let us look at a verse. Chandah padau tu vedasya hastau kalpotha pathyate Jyotishamayana chakshurniruktam kshotramuchyate shikshaghranam tu vedasya mukham vyakaranam smrutam. In this Sampradaya Shloka, we see the 6 angas, that is, the limbs of Vedas listed and their place in the Veda Purusha's body. Jyotisham ayanam chakshuhu, meaning the Jyotishastra is considered as the eyes of the Veda Purusha. From this we understand that the Vedic astrology is as old as Vedas, or in other words, does not have a beginning. It is Anadi. So please understand, it has always been in existence. The Vedic astrology, the Jyoti Shastra, has always been in existence, just like the sun and the moon and the universe. The Shastra is also called the Hora Shastra. Hora is an abbreviation of Ahoratram, meaning day and night. It means it is the systematic study of time and its components and parameters. This traditional verse chanted in any Gurukul. So this is a traditional verse that is chanted in any Gurukul and they make you repeat. It means 6 angas in Veda Purusha's body. The Jyoti Shastra is considered as eyes of the Veda Purusha. It is as old as Vedas and is Anadi, which does not have a beginning. It is the systematic study of time and its parameters and components and its influence on physical, chemical, biological existence of what we know as life. So here Swamiji is sharing A funny incident happened when he was teaching me. He said, Surya influences your brain thinking system. Rahu influences your liver. The actions liver performs physically has its influence on your thinking system. Everything, if you match it to the description of Rahu, it will absolutely match. So, how many of you had this understanding that the planets can influence your internal organs? So, how many of you have had this knowledge? How many of you are aware of this? That the planetary positions can influence your internal organs. This is something new to us, isn't it? We are hearing it for the first time. All of us are receiving this truth for the first time. That is the greatness of our Hindu culture, the Hindu Vedic culture. And this is what Swamiji is reviving, the revival of the great Hindu civilization, which has all these great truths embedded in it. And he is revealing all the truths to humanity. So let's continue. Now, grahas and numbers. Now, Guru, again, the planet Jupiter or Brihaspati. Brihaspati, he is known as Brihaspati in Hinduism. So Brihaspati is the decision-making mechanism which influences your will persistence. Agnya Chakra, pituitary glands, and its impact on your existence is directly Guru. Please understand. Brihaspati is the decision-making mechanism which influences your will persistence. Agnya Chakra, pituitary gland, and its impact on your existence is directly Guru. He was explaining step by step how each of the grahas and their numbers influence your lifestyle, patterns, and everything. He was describing the Rahu and touched my body and infused Rahu energy in my liver. I could see immediately so much happening inside me. I just vomited physically. I felt so fresh, alive, relieved. After cleaning the place, my guru had explained, if the liver is straightened out, life will increase. See, this applies to all of us. Okay, all of you who are receiving these powerful truths, please understand it applies to all of you. If the liver is straightened out, life will increase. It is directly Rahu who is responsible for your longevity. He can influence and put you in addictions and kill you, or keep you addiction free or addicted to right habits and food, and keep you happy, healthy for any long time. The whole thing is dependent on your liver. If you remember some food, you will be pushed to eat. So again, Brihaspati or Guru is the planet Jupiter is known as Brihaspati or Guru. Now, unclutching is a great blessing from Brihaspati. To live an unclutched life, and it showers wealth and everything on you. So if you have Guru in your life, you walk out of all troubles. So Brihaspati is the planet which represents the Guru, that is the master. So he teaches you unclutching and he sees to it that you are liberated and you are enlightened. That is his job. You only have to make yourself physically available for him to help you with all these. Now, let us have more deeper insights into astrology and astronomy. So, what is astronomy? As revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the position of stars and the knowledge about the movements of those stars is astronomy. And what is astrology? The effect of that energy on your inner space and on the flow of your life and flow of the nature of the planet Earth. Let me repeat. Astronomy is the position of stars and the knowledge about the movements of those stars. Astrology is the effect of that energy on your inner space and on the flow of your life and flow of the nature of the planet Earth. So the Indian rishis are the most powerful astrologers and astronomers. The concept of time you experience is based on Indian astrology. No scientist was able to penetrate into this science. No modern equipment like telescope, tools, instruments was available to these Vedic rishis. Even then, how could they describe the science of astrology so clearly? At least 25,000 years ago, before the Rig Veda, has records of the Vedic rishis who had so much intelligence on the science of astronomy and astrology that they were able to see, observe, and record all the eclipse arrangement of stars, solar system, and record the most precise calculation of time and the great revelation that modern science is yet to reach. So, how many of you know that the sun goes around the earth? How many of you have learnt in school where you are taught about the sun revolving around the earth? So, we are only taught that the earth moves around the sun, but we have never heard that the sun goes around the earth. This was first revealed by our Vedic rishis, that the sun is going around the earth, and we need to know how we measure reality. Okay, so how did they reveal that the sun is going around the earth? So we'll find out. Why do we say, now let us see how we measure reality, okay? Why do we say dream state is lower reality and waking state is higher reality? Okay, so we're trying to see how we measure reality. Why do we say dream state is lower reality and waking state is higher reality? That is because in our concept of time, waking state is supposed to be longer than the dream state, isn't it? That is our understanding. That waking state is supposed to be longer than the dream state. So anything stays for a longer period, we call it as reality, and we take that as a base scale. So I hope you're all with me, following whatever is being shared. If you have any questions, you can always type in the chat. Okay, so anything that stays for a longer period, we call it as reality. We take that as base scale. From this base scale, we can see the earth to go around the sun. It may take 1 year. But for the sun to go around the earth, it may take at least billion years. So naturally, we are supposed to calculate on the longer time. So Vedic rishis have calculated the live constellation. All their astronomy decisions was based on the great fact the sun goes around the earth. How did they do this without any tools or equipments? So how did they do this? How the energy flow of the different planets, stars, and arrangements directly affects the mental setup and the energy flow of your body and mind and the nature's flow. So these revelations were made by the Vedic rishis. So in the Patanjali Yoga Sutra, the great sage Patanjali, in his Yoga Sutra, Sutra 134, chapter 3, verse 28, is revealing an important truth. Chandratare Vyuha Jnanam. Chandre Tare Vyuha Jnanam. The translation: by doing samyama on the moon energy, the knowledge about the arrangement of the stars and the effect of those arrangement of stars on your body will be revealed to you. I repeat, by doing samyama on the moon energy, the knowledge about the arrangement of the stars and the effect of those arrangement of stars on your body will be revealed to you. The whole science of Indian astronomy came out of this one sutra, Patanjali's Sutra. The whole science secret Patanjali reveals in this one sutra. The sacred secret embedded in this sutra is to meditate, is to do samyama on the moon energy. Okay? The sacred secret that is embedded in this sutra is to meditate or do samyama on the moon energy. The sutra says Chandratare Vyuha Jnanam. By doing samyama on the moon energy, the knowledge about the arrangement of the stars and the effect of those arrangement of stars on your body will be revealed to you. So the sacred secret embedded in this sutra given by Patanjali is to meditate or do samyama on the moon energy. Now let us look at the technique. We will only be learning about the technique. We will not be doing the technique now. You can do this technique if you feel confident that you can do it on your own. But otherwise, we will just see what is the technique that has been given by Patanjali to humanity. Samyama on the moon. So, when you fast for one paksha means 16 days from the new moon to the full moon. It is called Shukla Paksha. When you fast during the new moon to the full moon, which is 16 days approximately, it is called the Shukla Paksha. Or when you fast from the full moon to Amavasya. Amavasya means again new moon. It is called the Krishna Paksha. And when you fast for one paksha and do samyama on the Swadhisthana. The Swadhisthana is located just below your navel center. So when you do samyama on the Swadhisthana, which is just below the navel, you will experience extraordinary coolness, that is moon energy. Throughout the 16 days, you should do samyama on the hara center below the navel. So during the night, lie down under the open sky. Bring your awareness to the Swadhisthana just below your navel center. Have pure crystal stone, that is spatika. Spatika means your Atmalinga is also made of spatika, but you cannot keep your Atmalinga on your Swadhisthana chakra. Okay. So you can use a pure crystal stone, spatika, on the Swadhisthana and meditate in Swadhisthana. The moon is alive, or you have become so big, the moon is in your Swadhisthana. Let me repeat. So the technique to do the samyama on the moon is you need to fast, you need to be on liquids for 16 days. That is either from the full moon day to the new moon day or the new moon day to full moon day. Okay, either one of those. It is called the paksha. So during the 16 days, you only need to take liquids. You cannot take any solid food. Swamiji says when you take solid food, the Manipuraka chakra, all your energy is blocked in your Manipuraka chakra because the digestion is happening and the energy is utilized to digest the food, the solid food intake that you have taken. So that is why he is recommending liquids. Patanjali also is recommending liquids to do the samyama. Be on a liquid diet for 16 days, and you have to do samyama on the hara center. Hara center is the swadhisthana, which is below the navel. In the night, the technique is to lie down under the open sky. Bring your awareness to the swadhisthana just below your navel center. Have a pure crystal stone on the swadhisthana and meditate in swadhisthana. The moon is alive, or you have become so big. The moon is in your swadhisthana. So, doing the samyama on the moon energy with open or closed eyes and feeling that you have become so big that the moon is in your swadhisthana, and suddenly the moon energy will be awakened in you. You will have the complete knowledge of the arrangement of stars and effect of that arrangement on your system. Effect of the stars arrangement on your system is very important to know many things of your life. If you can know suddenly, you will be able to solve many problems in your life, and then enlightenment will become easy. So when you do the moon samyama on the moon, you will have the complete knowledge of the arrangement of stars and effect of that arrangement on your system. So the effect of the stars arrangement on your system is very important to know many things of your life. If you can know suddenly, you will be able to solve many problems in your life, and then enlightenment will become easy. So you will then also know where you are stuck on your own. If you know where you are stuck, liberating will be very easy. Liberating you will be very easy. Sometimes we don't listen to the master. When the master tells something, we resist. But when you find out where you are stuck, then liberating you, the master's work becomes very easy. Now, this samyama can bring two dimensions of knowledge. One is the position of stars and their arrangements and the effect of that on your system. Effect of moon can have direct effect on your system. Okay, so please understand, effect of moon can have a direct effect on your system. So this sacred secret is being revealed for the first time on planet Earth by our own Bhagavan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham. You will not find this in any other texts. You will not find this truth in any kind of records, old records. So these truths were always there, but it is being revealed for the first time to humanity by Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. So, yes, Ma Guru Prasadini, you're able to follow, Ma? You were able to follow what was shared? Okay, what does the Samyama on the moon do to us? How does it help us when we do the Samyama on the moon? How does it help us? Were you able to catch it, Ma? Okay. Oh, you were with something else. Okay, but you missed such an important part, Ma. Okay. So you need to be more aware, bring in more awareness. Okay. These sacred truths cannot be found anywhere else except for in this program. You will not find this knowledge being transmitted anywhere in the world except for Bhagavan's, except in this platform. This knowledge is not found anywhere else. So you need to become more aware and be in the present moment, ma. Okay? So you cannot take the risk of missing these powerful truths. Yes. So I know it is late for all of you, but still you're all here listening to this sacred truths that is being shared. Okay. So you can have a cup of coffee, or you can have hot chocolate, or you can sip some hot water to keep yourselves awake and fresh. We will now be moving on to the next topic. Okay, so we learned about Vedic astrology, Vedic astronomy, the planetary influences that can have, what can the planetary influences do to us, how to do the samyama on the moon, to gain knowledge about the stars arrangements, to find out where we are stuck and how to walk out of all those kind of issues. Now we will be moving on to our next topic, that is reality. We will try to find out what is reality, what is our understanding of reality, what exactly is reality. Okay, what is reality? So understand, whatever we think as reality is nothing but a dream. It is a dream. So you are not the eyes. The eyes are just an instrument. Many times you can see, your eyes may be open, but you are not seeing, not registering the scene that you are seeing. So just remember, you are seeing through your eyes. If you look through your eyes, suddenly you will see you are witnessing everything. You are not the two holes called the eyes. You are only seeing through the two holes called eyes. If you feel you are the two eyes, you are caught in ego. In your dream, as long as the attention is on the objects, you will continue to dream. When your attention is turned towards yourself, that is from the seen to the seer, you will be awakened. The moment you realize you are something beyond the eyes, your attention is turned to the seer. Then you realize that this world is made of the same stuff of which your dreams are made. The moment you realize you are something beyond the eyes, your attention is turned to the seer. Then you realize that this world is made of the same stuff of which your dream is made. As long as you think you are seeing, the whole attention is on the seen. As long as you think you are seeing, the whole attention is on the seen. When you step back and realize you are seeing through the eyes, the whole attention is on the seer. That is innocence. Innocence means having a clear understanding that whatever you see in the outer world is made of the same stuff out of which your dreams are made. So I repeat, innocence means having a clear understanding that whatever you see in the outer world is made of the same stuff out of which your dreams are made. So these are the steps. The first step is getting the idea that what you see is a dream. The next is having the Shakti or energy to change the dream. The third is the Buddhi, the intelligence to know it is a dream and There is no need to change it. An important truth you should know is that dreams are made of the same stuff of which this waking world is made. If you think dreams are ordinary, this world is also ordinary. If you think this world is some kind of reality for you, dreams are also reality. So, understanding this will give you the energy to make your dreams into reality, and it will give you the intelligence to understand that whatever you think as reality is nothing but one more dream. So, hope you're all catching it. Ma Guru Prasadini, are you here, Ma? Are you listening? Okay. So, what is reality and what is dream? So, reality is nothing but one more dream. Yes, you got it this time. Okay. So, life and death versus waking and sleep. Okay, now let us listen to this powerful truth again. Air and prana. What is air and what is prana? To understand this powerful life transforming truth, we need to understand about the stuff of which the dream world and this world are made of. We need to know about prana, the life energy that sustains us. Understand the air you breathe is just a vehicle in which the prana comes in and goes out. Prana is the life force, the energy itself. Now let us look at an example. If a truck comes inside this campus, that is, when Swamiji was physically available, he was doing this program in Adi Kailash, and he is giving the example of Adi Kailash here. If a truck comes inside this campus and leaves something and goes out, the truck is like the air, the breath. Understand? The truck is like the air and the breath. The product that is delivered is prana. So the truck is compared to the air and the breath, and the product that is in the truck is compared to prana. So if a truck comes inside the campus and leaves something and goes out, the truck is like the air, the breath, the product that is delivered is prana. Constantly the air is going in and leaving the prana inside, and the air is coming out. The truck is going continuously and leaving all the stuff. Okay. Similarly, the air is carrying the prana. Okay, it is a carrier of the prana. It is carrying the prana inside your body and coming out. So constantly we are taking prana through air. Prana is the life energy. So in India, if you attended the Kumbh Mela, the largest spiritual gathering in the world, attended by millions of people, you may have seen the yogis bury their heads totally in the earth for 3 days. They are able to do this because they know how to take the prana into their body directly from the cosmos without the help of air. Please understand, the yogis are able to take the prana into their body directly from the cosmos without the help of air. So, as long as you take the prana through air, you need to breathe through your nose. You need to inhale and exhale. But when you can take the prana directly without the help of air, you don't need to inhale or exhale through the nose. Your body can directly take the prana through the cosmos. So understand, life or death depends on the direction of prana. So one more thing, as long as the incoming breath is bringing in more prana and going out as an empty vehicle, your life will be strengthened. if the reverse starts happening, if the air comes with less prana and goes out with more prana, it means death is nearing or the life energy is going towards death. So when death nears, just the empty air will enter, but when it goes out, it will go with the prana. That is the reason all the great masters such as Buddha, Shankara, Guru Nanak, and Mahavira, they knew or could sense the prana and they could predict their death. So 6 months before their passing away, they were able to see very clearly the prana moving out of their body. Now, there is a beautiful concept in Ayurveda called as the peak age, which is based on this science of prana. Still a particular age, the person will be receiving more prana through the incoming breath and less prana will be going out through the outgoing breath. So the moment the outgoing breath starts carrying more prana than the incoming breath, they know now the person is moving towards death. So prana in the states of waking, dream, and deep sleep. Now let us see how we breathe, how we intake the prana during waking, dream, and deep sleep states. Now the prana, that is the life energy which moves inside, it functions and stays in the Agnya Chakra. Agnya Chakra is in between your eyebrows. Okay, the Agnya Chakra is located in between your eyebrows. Now the prana moves, functions, and stays in the Agnya Chakra when you are in the waking state. I hope you're all providing your listening. You're all grasping the truths that are being shared. Yes, can you share, Ma? Ma Guru Prasadini Nitya Lingodbhavan Ayya, can you share the prana, how it works during the waking state? See, this is an interactive class. It is not just the Acharya will be talking and you will be listening. You will also share your insights. Okay? Whatever you're receiving, you will be sharing, you will be asking questions, you will be guided. Okay? It becomes much more interesting when it is interactive rather than one person speaking continuously. When we are continuously interacting with each other, then it helps, it awakens more curiosity in you, and the truths are better grasped by all of you. And it is always better to attend the program with your cameras turned on. Understand, the Nayana Diksha is happening continuously, so if you are keeping your cameras turned off, you are missing out on something really precious. You're missing out by keeping yourselves away from the camera. Okay, so my third eye has a kind of feeling, is it prank? Sri Lingodbhavanaya, that's the best thing that can be happening to you. Your third eye is getting activated. It is not a prank. The third eye is being activated, which is good news. Okay, so allow it to happen. And Maguru Prasadini is sharing prana is life energy. Yes, prana. Yes. Okay, is it prana? Okay, that you okay. Yes. So the prana moves, functions, and stays in the Agnya Chakra when you are in the waking state. Yes, it is prana. Okay. So that's good news for you, isn't it? At least you became aware of this truth. Okay. So immediate results. How does that feel? Okay. So when you are in the dream state, it moves around the neck, around the Vishuddhi chakra. So when you are in the waking state, it is in your Agnya chakra. When you are in the dream state, it moves around the neck, around the Vishuddhi chakra. The prana moves around the Vishuddhi chakra. And when you are in deep sleep, it moves around the Anahata chakra, that is the heart chakra. Okay. That is why you can never fall asleep if your head is erect. You cannot fall asleep unless you relax the head, unless you allow the prana movement to move from the forehead to the heart region. That is the reason why you can't sleep unless you relax your head. So even if you are lying on the bed, if you keep your head straight and tense, you will never be able to fall asleep. You can try it tonight when you go to bed. Okay, experiment it and see. Even when you're lying on the bed, if you keep your head straight and tense, you will never be able to fall asleep. And if you think constantly, your head will be erect and your shoulders will be under stress. So understand, the stress in the shoulder and the head being erect are very closely associated. You can see in this in your life. When you reach your office in the morning and you don't have to do any work, just sitting in your chair and thinking about the problems will stress you and you will have shoulder pain. Actually, all the pain and the stress you experience first is in the shoulder only, the shoulder region. When your shoulder is under stress, the head will never bend, the head will never relax. That is why people who think constantly can neither relax their head nor will they be able to fall asleep. So, how do we control our life? By bringing in awareness. So, constantly life is slipping and entering into death. That is the truth. Please understand. Constantly life is slipping and entering into death. Life slipping into death is what we usually call living. Actually, we don't live, we are just waiting for death to happen. Ordinary human beings don't live. Let us understand how it is possible. Now, please understand this important truth you need to understand. Life is just slipping into death, disappearing into death. That is the reason, however many years you may live, you don't feel satisfied. And you don't feel you have lived your life because you don't even know what life is. When you become conscious of life, when you start thinking, contemplating about your life, when you bring awareness into your life, you create a new center in your being. Between this life and death, when you bring more awareness into the life, you create a new center, a new space in your life. That is what I call consciousness. Whenever you are conscious, you start deciding about your life. For example, the more you become aware, the more you start designing or choosing what type of car you should drive, what type of house you should live in, and what type of life you want. You start deciding every inch. You become conscious about everything, how you should talk, how you should behave, how you should think. Every inch you start becoming aware. So, the moment you start becoming aware, you start deciding and you start controlling your life. When you become completely aware, you will start controlling your death also. Now, these two events of life and death, they happen at the conscious level. Please understand. The two events of life and death happens at the conscious level. If you are consciously thinking, it is life. If your consciousness cannot think, then it is death. So, awareness controls dreams and deep sleep, life as well as death. In the unconscious level, two things can happen: the dream and deep sleep. In the unconscious level, if you are aware, then it is dream. If you are able to see anything, if you are able to sense anything, if you are able to feel anything, if you are able to experience any movement, then it is called dream. If you are not aware of anything, if you are not able to feel anything, or if you are not able to understand any movement, it is deep sleep. In the waking state, when you are aware or you are in what psychology calls as conscious state, it is life. If you are not aware, it is death. So please understand, in the waking state, when you are aware or you are in what psychology calls as conscious state, it is life. If you are not aware, then it is death. So when you bring in more awareness into your life, you take charge of your life. In the same way, in your dreams, if you start bringing in more awareness, you will take charge of your dreams and deep sleep. So controlling life and death and controlling dream and deep sleep both require one important condition, which is awareness. Awareness is the main requirement to control life and death and to control dream and deep sleep. Bringing awareness into your dreams can not only help you control the dream and deep sleep, it can also help you control life and death. So reality and dream both are made of prana. Yes, I see Mahongli Wong has joined. Welcome to the session, Mahongli Wong. So we are learning about reality. What is reality? What is dream? And much more. Now, let me repeat. When you start experiencing prana in the forehead, you will understand that not only is prana supplied from air, but it is a prana that creates both your reality and dreams. Please understand. It is the prana, the life energy that creates both your reality as well as your dreams. Now, whatever you call as reality and whatever you call as dream are both made of prana. This is what Shankara means when he says this entire world is Maya, which is an illusion or delusion. So, the essence, when you understand this, you will have the tremendous energy to control both dreams and life. As of now, you are just a victim. You cannot even control your dreams. Can you dream what you want? You can't. You cannot control a single incident in your dream. As of now, either you go through the whole dream or you can get out of the dream. You can just wake up. You cannot control the dream itself. Understand? You cannot control your dreams. You cannot dream what you want. And you cannot control any incidents in your dream. Either you go through the whole dream or just get out of the dream. So, if you can bring more awareness to the dream state, the awareness in the waking state will increase. So, if you can bring more awareness to the dream state, the awareness in the waking state will increase. The awareness in the living state will multiply. If the awareness in the living state multiplies, naturally you will be able to control death. Yes, dreams and life, how is it associated? If you bring more and more awareness into your dream state, you can bring more and more consciousness into your dreams. Suddenly, you will see the quality of consciousness in your life will increase. If the quality of your dreams changes, if the quality of your sleep changes, then the quality of your life will also change. Please understand, if the quality of your dreams changes, if the quality of your deep sleep changes, then the quality of your life will also change. The quality of your dream and the quality of your life are both directly connected with each other. Understand, life is nothing but daydreaming, and dream is nothing but nightlife. So nightlife is dream and daydream is life. So let us look at a small story. A poor man came back home with a full sack of rice after a hard day's work. He hung the sack from the roof of his home to protect it from rats and thieves. To protect it further, he lay down right under it. So lying down, he looked up at the sack of rice and started dreaming. If I can sell this rice in small quantities, I can make a lot of money. Then with that money, I will grow more rice, sell that, and soon I will become rich. Then I can marry a beautiful woman and we will have a beautiful child. By this time, a rat had found its way up to the sack of rice and had started chewing the rope. As the man was thinking about his yet to be child, the rat had chewed on the rope and the bag fell on him, killing him instantly. Of course, the wealth, the wife, and the child in the dream also disappeared. So, during the day, whatever you do, you call it as life. At night, whatever you do, you call it as a dream. So during the day, if you are not able to do anything, you call it as death. And during night, if you are not able to do anything, you call it as deep sleep. I hope you're able to follow. Okay. Ma Guru Prasadini is saying interesting and wow, interesting understanding. Okay, Ma. So during the day, if you're not able to do anything, you call it as death. And during nights, if you're not able to do anything, you call it as sleep. Again, during the day, if you have three things, experiencer, experienced, and the experience, it is called life. We can take the example of drinking coffee in which there are three elements. The coffee, one drinks, the person who drinks the coffee, and the experience of the state of drinking coffee. Okay, the coffee one drinks, the person who drinks the coffee, and the experience of the state of drinking coffee. If you experience all these three elements in the daytime, it is called life. And if you don't experience all these three, it is called death. So during night, if you experience all these three, it is called dream. And if you don't experience all these three, it is called deep sleep. So the prana movement in sleep and death. The moment you start moving towards the dream state, the prana starts coming towards the Vishuddhi, the throat center. So the more you move towards the deep sleep state, it moves towards the anahata or the heart center. It is the same in the case of life and death as well. The more you are alive and energetic, the more the prana accumulates and gets centered in your forehead. When the incoming breath is bringing in more prana and the outgoing breath is going empty, your prana will be centered on the forehead. If the incoming breath is getting less prana and the outgoing breath is taking more prana, slowly the prana will slip into the Vishuddhi, the throat center. And if the incoming breath is not bringing prana at all and only the outgoing breath is taking the prana, you will fall completely into the heart center. Actually, falling from life to death, falling from the waking state to the deep sleep state are both directly related to prana movement. If the prana movements of inhalation and exhalation are handled properly, you can handle life and death as well as dream and deep sleep. The dream and deep sleep, life and death can all be handled by the single key, the single thread, which is called the prana, stopping the cycle of life and death. So if you can be aware when you fall into the dream state, when your consciousness is slowly fading away, when you are falling asleep, you will be able to change the dream state, the dream itself. If you are able to change the dream, let you be very clear. The first thing you will do is you will stop dreaming. You will stop dreaming because you know the uselessness of your dreams. You know you are wasting time and energy in dreams. The person who can be aware of dreams will never dream. The person who is aware of life will never take birth. That is why in the East, all the spiritual scriptures, whether the Vedas or Dhammapada or Jain Sutras or the Guru Granth Sahib, are all aimed only at the goal of not taking one more birth. They all have only one goal, moksha or liberation from the cycle of birth and death. A person who is aware of dreams will never dream, he will simply stop dreaming. A person who is aware of life will simply stop the cycle of birth and death. He will not take one more body. So when I use the word death, I don't mean you will commit suicide. When I say that when you become aware of life, you enter into death, it does not mean that you will commit suicide. You will stop living in the normal way. You will stop living with identity. You won't give importance to identity. You will be reborn. So I hope you're all following Ma Hongli Wang, you're able to catch it, whatever is being shared. Okay. Now that is why enlightened masters are called dead people. Actually, the enlightened people are called people who are already dead as far as the world is concerned. They don't have identity or they do not have life as you understand. Their life cannot be called anymore as life. Practically, if you want to give them any term, if you want to give any term to their life, the only term which you can give is death. They are not alive as you think. That is the reason, again and again, all the scriptures say the spiritual people are reborn. In this state, you can never be tortured by the things of life. Life will look just vague or like a film. It will not disturb, it will not penetrate you and disturb your inner space. If you can be aware when the prana falls into the heart center every day, you can stop, alter, and manage your dreams and deep sleep. So today, when you all lie down, when you go to sleep, you can become aware. Okay, start becoming aware when the prana falls into the heart center every day. You can stop, alter, and manage your dreams as well as your deep sleep state. If you are aware of prana slipping from Agnya to Anahata each time you go to sleep, it means that at the end of the life, you will be able to change your life and death. If you want, you can bring it a little early. If you want, you can postpone. You can play in whichever way you want. So Vedic technology is a product of thousands of years of R&D, the research and development in human consciousness. Okay, so let you be very clear. This technology, these techniques can directly develop the quality of your life from today. You don't have to think, oh, if I practice this technique for 10 years, maybe in the 11th year it will give results. The answer is no. So just because we have not practiced this technology, these kind of truths and techniques in our life, we start suspecting the whole spirituality itself. Is it really going to work for me? Or is it really going to help me? Changing the prana flow to heal and rejuvenate. Actually, the dream state means the lower energy state of prana, that of prana moving towards the heart center. If you can be aware at that time, naturally you will be able to control your dreams. Not only will you be able to control your dreams, you can bring yourself up in energy at any moment. Whenever you are aware of the low prana, you can increase the percentage of prana in your body. The awareness that the prana is becoming low is enough to bring more prana into your body. So, becoming aware of the prana, the flow of prana inside you, is the key to bring in more prana into your body. Similarly, when you are dying or relaxing from the body, when the prana falls to the lower level, you can stop and you can bring it. So, isn't that powerful? Doesn't that empower you, this truth? You can stop and bring the prana which is slipping, which is going down to the lower level. So you can increase the level of your prana just by becoming aware. So your prana slowly falls into the anahata chakra, not only at the time of death, but also when you are sick. So the more your prana falls towards the anahata, the more you start falling sick. If you can stop the prana movement and bring it up, you will naturally heal yourself. It is the ultimate technique to heal your body and rejuvenate your body. Finally, let us look at the courage to face life and death. Actually, when you master the prana, you understand that death as you think does not exist. As of now, you are afraid of death mainly because of the uncertainty. It is not even fear of death, it is the uncertainty. That only creates more and more fear. So everyone knows that one is going to die and nothing can be done about it. But we don't know when, how, and after that, what. These questions and the uncertainty create a big problem in our being. The psychological suffering which we go through when we remember the idea of death is more related to uncertainty and is not directly related to death itself. Once this uncertainty is cleared, the very idea of death is totally demystified. The negative impact the idea of death has in our being will be completely cleared. Okay, so we conclude with this statement, with this understanding, with this truth that the negative impact the idea of death has in our being will be completely cleared when the uncertainty is cleared. Okay, we suffer only because of uncertainty, because it is an unknown zone. Okay, so we learned about the dream state, the waking state, and how the prana flows during the dream state and waking state. We also learned how to control our dreams, becoming more aware of prana, whether it is in our Agnya Chakra or it is falling towards our Anahata or the Vishuddhi. So, we learned about all these in this session. So, if you have any questions, you can share in the chat. If you have any questions related to this topic, you may please share. If you have any confusion or you need more clarity, you can share that also. You can ask in the chat, you can type in the chat. Okay, Kim Lee, Sunny Shen, Atmajyotikananda. I know it is very late for all of you, but still you're all attending the program. It would be nice to see you all with your cameras turned on. Okay, this is an interactive program. It's not just one person talks and the other person listens. You can also share your understanding. You can continue to share your understanding. You can continue to express yourselves, okay, by asking questions, by sharing your understanding, how you have been able to understand the truth. Okay, Ma Guru Prasadini is sharing, when we put more consciousness into life and stay in the state of awareness, we can control our dreams or stop the dream. Beautiful, Ma. Wonderful. You got it very beautifully understood. Okay. So now we will move on to the next topic, which is physiology of perception, how we perceive. So let us start with what really happens on a physical level when we perceive things. When there is a perception of physical reality, the various parts of the brain show a change in neural activity as the neurons, which are the basic building blocks of the nervous system, fire in synchronicity. Okay? So, what really happens on a physical level when we perceive things? When there is a perception of physical reality, the various parts of the brain show a change in neural activity as the neurons, which are the basic building blocks of the nervous system, fire in synchronicity. This results in the random visual patterns of light being perceived as specific shapes and forms. This is how the input from each of our senses is perceived as an experience of particular sound, touch, smell, taste, or sight. The act of perception changes that chaotic state into some sort of an order that becomes both the seen in the outside world and the process of seeing in the seer, as the activity in the nervous system at the same time. So we are understanding the physiology of perception. The act of perception changes the chaotic state into some sort of an order that becomes both the seen in the outside world and the process of seeing in the seer, as an activity in the nervous system at the same time. So at that moment of seeing, the probability of what is seen collapses into a specific form. In the Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna says, he chooses to give Arjuna, Krishna, the Lord and Master, chooses to give Arjuna the experience of Krishna's cosmic form. So until then, Arjuna had seen Krishna only as the 6-foot tall, handsome friend. But upon Arjuna's request, and after Krishna sees that Arjuna is ready to receive the cosmic form experience, he decides to give it to him. Arjuna then sees Krishna as the manifestation of the entire cosmos in all its seeming chaos. He cries out, "O Lord, I can see all the gods and deities in your body. I can see all the sages and divine serpents, O Lord of the universe. I see many arms, stomachs, faces, eyes, and your limitless form. O universal form, I cannot see your beginning, middle, or end." Arjuna is unable to bear the experience because he loses his intellectual control over things. He begs for equilibrium, meaning he wants his mind to be under his intellectual control again. He wants to know the cause and effect of things and feel that they are in his control, because the experience rips him away from his perception of the cause and effect logic itself. As long as cause and effect logic is under your control, you feel you are perceiving reality. Your ego is strong and steady. But the moment the logic is shaken, you feel tremendous fear. You feel you are just a drop in an ocean. What Arjuna sees is the absolute reality, but he is afraid of that very reality because it doesn't conform to his logic. He begs to revert to the earlier state of perception through his 5 senses alone, through his own solid identity, his own solid ego. So let us now look at perception of space into time. Now let's take a basic element, a point, a one-dimensional object. When a point traces across a direction, it generates a line. Okay? A point traces across a direction, it generates a line. Now let us trace the motion of a line, a 2-dimensional object. If it moves in the same direction as it is in, of course it will just continue to be a line. If it moves in a direction not contained in it, it traces a surface or a plane. Similarly, if a surface or a plane moves in a direction not contained in it, it will trace a solid, a 3-dimensional object. Okay, so we are looking at the 1D, 2D, and 3D worlds. So let us try to understand. A line is an infinite number of points. Okay? A surface is an infinite number of lines. A solid is infinite number of surfaces. Similarly, we can imagine a four-dimensional space as an infinite number of three-dimensional spaces. Now, just as we built up these higher dimensions from the lower dimensions, we can also see the lower dimensions as parts of sections of a higher dimension space. I know all of you are maybe finding it a little heavy, but let us make it as simple as possible. Swamiji has made it as simple as possible for our understanding. So if we go through this again and again, probably we will be able to catch it. Now, for example, a point is the intersection of two lines. So a point is a section of a line. A line is a section of a surface. A surface is a section of a solid. Extending this, we can say a solid is a section of a four-dimensional body. Our three-dimensional space is a section of a four-dimensional space. So P.D. Ouspensky in his book Tertium Organum explains these very beautifully. He extends this to say that many separate three-dimensional bodies like humans, for instance, may actually be the sections or parts of one four-dimensional body. He explains this with a simple example. Suppose a horizontal plane intersects the top of a tree parallel to the surface of the earth. Now, on this plane, the sections of branches seem to be all separate, not connected to each other. But from the three-dimensional space, we can see that all these are sections of branches of one single tree. The four-dimensional world of space and time. In our four-dimensional world, the maximum dimensions in space can only be 3. We can call this fourth dimension time. So the four-dimensional world can be looked at as a space-time continuum. It can be said that time is the fourth dimension of space. We understand time in 3 forms: past, present, and future. We think that the past is over and does not exist anymore. The future has not yet happened, hence it does not exist. The present thus happens at the transition of the non-existent future to another non-existence, the past. So if these truths you're able to understand and follow these truths, you can type here in the chat. But if it's going over your head, you can watch the satsang. The satsang link I will try to share. You can watch it a few times for better understanding. Okay, let's continue. Now, we understand time in 3 forms: the past, present, and future. We think that the past is over and does not exist anymore. The future has not yet happened, hence it does not exist. The present thus happens at the transition of the non-existent future to another non-existence, the past. In the three-dimensional world, we see that the seemingly separate sections of the tree in the two-dimensional world are actually joined in the third dimension. In the same way, if we imagine a consciousness that can rise above our plane of living, this consciousness can also see the continuity in the fourth dimension of time with the past, present, and future all existing simultaneously. This consciousness sees the simultaneous happening of events which the ordinary consciousness sees as distinct events separated by periods of time. A three-dimensional body moving in time traces a four-dimensional body. Across time, we can see the motion as we grow from a child to youth to adult to becoming an elderly person. But we are not able to see or feel this four-dimensional body because of our limited perception. Being in the same three-dimensional world, we see only the section of the four-dimensional body that is the normal three-dimensional body. It is like one of a series of pictures on a cinema roll. To understand how a four-dimensional world is perceived in the three-dimensional form, let us first see how a three-dimensional happening is seen in a two-dimensional world. Now, suppose you are in a two-dimensional world, the world of planes and surfaces. Your life, your perception is restricted to a plane like a vertical wall. Now, imagine a wheel with each of its spokes painted in a different color is rotating perpendicular to the plane in which you live. How will you perceive the motion of this wheel? When a spoke of the wheel intersects the plane, you will see a line of a certain color at the intersection of the wheel and the plane. Then, after one spoke passes, there will be a gap where you will not be seeing anything. Then, the next spoke of a different color will pass through the plane, so you will perceive the motion of the wheel as lines of different colors happening at regular intervals of time. What is happening is this: the limited perception in a lower dimensional world is changing the perception of space to a phenomenon in time. Since you can see only two of the three dimensions of space, you see the third dimension only when it becomes manifest on your plane over time. Hence, you see it as unrelated to your two dimensions of space and you call it a phenomenon in time. Okay, let's continue. Now imagine when a green spoke passes through the plane. Simultaneously, another independent phenomenon occurs, say the barking of a dog. In the two-dimensional world, it will be seen as a correlation between the appearance of the green line and the sound of a dog barking, when in reality it is not. It is not possible for the two-dimensional being to believe that there can be a rise of events outside his plane of perception. That means, to understand the three-dimensional world cannot be in the two-dimensional consciousness. He has to rise to the three-dimensional consciousness. Similarly, to understand the four-dimensional world, we have to be in the fourth dimensional consciousness. Is this possible? Is it possible for us to go beyond the perception of the senses, which gives us only a three-dimensional view? Can we actually see reality instead of mere glimpses of reality as phenomena in time? The answer is yes. Through in-depth research and development, the Eastern mystics and sages have discovered that it is possible to understand reality as it exists and to experience it also. This can happen as a natural way of life, not just as a chance happening. This experience has happened in them. And through meditation, it is possible for us to experience this same state of awareness. Let us look at a beautiful Zen story. Once, two soldiers were looking at a flag flying in the wind. One of them said, "The flag is moving." The second one said, "No, it is the wind that is moving." A Zen master passing by saw the argument going on. The soldiers requested the master to help them resolve the serious issue. So one of the soldiers asked, "Master, I say the flag is moving, but he says the wind is moving. Which is correct?" The master says, "Neither is correct, only consciousness is moving." So as of now, what we feel as reality in our everyday life is also a virtual reality. It is only a perception of things being separate in space and time. If you look deeply, you can see how our very perception of the world itself is questionable. From whatever quality of consciousness we see, that appears as our reality, not the absolute reality. From whatever quality of consciousness we see, that appears as our reality and not the absolute reality. Ma Guru Prasadini, you're able to follow, Ma? You can share your understanding, Ma, whatever you have learned from this session. You can share your understanding. So everything depends on the quality of our consciousness. So when we raise our consciousness to the next level, we will see the reality, we will see that what appears as our reality is not the absolute reality, and it is much more. We need to see experience the higher frequencies, experience the higher levels of consciousness. That is the gist of the whole thing. Others can also share. Ma Guru Prasadini has shared. What about the others? Sri Nitya Lingodbhavan, Ma Hongli Wong. Yes, so Mahongli Wong is sharing. Let me read out what Mahongli Wong is sharing here. Whatever I see is not the absolute reality, it is just what I want to see. Yes, Ma, you got the gist. So when you raise the level of your consciousness, you will see whatever you are seeing is not the absolute reality. So until the next Acharya joins, we can, if you have any questions, if you can, we can go through questions, or if you have any clarification. Do you have any questions? You have any doubts or clarifications? You can share here. Ma Guru Prasadini, what time is it there for you? Which part of the globe are you from? You're from Macau. Okay. What time is it, Ma? There? AM or PM? 2:25 AM or PM? AM. Oh, it's very late in the night. Okay, you're still sitting up so fresh. That's really nice, Ma. Really good to know. You're so active and alive, even though it's so late. Really good to know that. What about Ma Hongli Wong? You are from Ma? Where are you from? It's so late and you're all sitting up and attending this session. That's so nice. Okay. You're in Mexico and it's daytime now. It's 1:26. Okay, Ma. That's really nice. Ma Guru Prasadini, are you attending this program for the first time, Ma? Are you here for the first time or you have been in this program earlier? Oh, you have done all the 3 levels, 1, 2, and 3. Wow. Ma Hongli Wong, I remember seeing you in Paramashivoham level 2, Ma. You used to manifest powers. Isn't it? Okay. Yes, Ma, please go ahead. You want to share something? Yes, please go ahead, Ma. Hong Li Wong. Oh, yesterday your windshield got smashed and you were very depressed because the third malicious incident that has happened to you within 3 months. Okay, you're still upset, Ma, about it? You're still upset? You're not feeling good. Okay, and you stayed up the whole night to decide if this is the right place to stay. Okay. Do you do the Guru Puja and Shiva Puja every day, Ma? Do you offer puja every day? Okay, so finally you realized you made the decision, and finally I made the decision and found out that this windshield incident is just a push to push me into making this decision. So what have you decided, Ma? Have you decided on moving out or to continue to live there? Just a minute. Yes, Ma, go ahead. So you have decided to move to another country to get really involved instead of my state right now. Okay, Ma. So what makes you think you will not attract or manifest similar incidents if you move to another country? Have you thought over it? See, Ma, Swamiji says that we manifest our reality, isn't it? That is what we have learned. That is what his teachings are all about. So we manifest the reality. What is it that is making you manifest these kind of incidents repeating itself in your life? Why is it repeating itself? You need to think about that. So that is why Swamiji asks us to do completion. Okay, so go in and look in and see what is making these kind of incidents to happen again and again in your life. What is the blind spot where you are stuck? Okay, you need to look in and find out. See, if you're not able to do completion on your own, take the help of your Mahant or your coordinator. Take their help. Somebody will be there to help you complete, to make you understand the signs of completion and help you to do it. Okay, that is one thing. The second thing is practicing unclutching on a day-to-day basis, every minute. See, we tend to forget. Okay, by nature we are unclutched, but we forget. Bringing this awareness again and again. Write down slips on, these yellow slips. Write it down and post it everywhere in your living space, wherever you live, so that it comes as a reminder to you. Unclutch, unclutch, unclutch. So how do we unclutch? See, when you continuously practice something, you will remember it, you will not forget it. Okay, so drop that which is bringing that suffering into you. See, it comes in the form of thoughts. Okay, your thoughts only brings in suffering. Understand, ma? Are you able to follow? It is only your thoughts that make you suffer. So become aware of your thoughts. What are the thoughts that are happening? See, Swamiji says, it is not the person or the incident that makes you suffer. It is the thoughts about that person or that incident that continues, the suffering in us. So we don't give life to those thoughts. Even if the thought comes again and again, just drop it. Okay, nobody can take anything away from you until you oblige, until you give in. Okay, so these kind of incidents are happening. You're manifesting these kind of incidents in your life because of some past incident that you are not complete with. Okay, so now when you sit for darshan tomorrow morning, you can seek Swamiji's blessings. Okay, you have Swamiji in life, ma. That's the best part. Okay, that's the best part in your life, isn't it? You have Swamiji in your life. And what you can do is now, as you're attending this program, write down whatever is coming to your mind. Write it down, express it. What is happening? Try to look in. From where, why are these kind of incidents repeating itself in your life? Okay, why are you manifesting it again and again? Where are you stuck? In which, what is the blind spot that is not allowing you to see the reality? Okay, those are these and all you need to do as an exercise. You need to look in. You have to do that. You have to look in and bring it out. In case you're not able to find your blind spot, pray to Swamiji. Okay, pray to Swamiji. Send blessing request from Swamiji. Ask for blessings from Swamiji to help you walk out of this kind of situation, so that it doesn't repeat itself again. So right now what you can do is you can start practicing unclutching. Drop that thought that is giving you that suffering. Okay, just learn to drop it. Don't carry it, because that incident has happened. Okay, it has upset you, but what is the next step? Okay, continue to do it, ma. It is not, see, you have chosen a spiritual life, isn't it? You have found the right master. You are with the master. So apply his techniques, apply his teachings in your everyday life. Start operating through your third eye, from your third eye. Okay, you have been initiated. Isn't it? You have been initiated into the powers. You are already manifesting powers. I have seen you in PSM too. You would manifest powers so beautifully, ma. So now you are empowered. You are not an ordinary being. Understand? Swamiji has been saying, I'm not here to prove myself that I am divine. I'm here to prove that you are all divine. Understand that truth, that you are a divine being. Look at yourself as a divine being. You're not an ordinary being anymore. Accept what he is saying. So there are so many techniques given by him. So you can apply, you can take any one spiritual practice and you can do it, continuously practice it. Like, say, for example, unclutching. You want to practice unclutching? Every moment, try to unclutch. And when you're by yourself, play some satsangs from YouTube, Swamiji satsangs from YouTube. That will help you with entanglement. Okay. Yesterday's session, we saw that when we listen to Swamiji satsang, we are in entanglement. You have Atma Murtima? So you can talk to your Atma Murti. He's your friend. Okay. Express all that is inside you. Start talking to him. Start talking to Atmamurti and you will see he will respond. So basically, all of us, like we have chosen the spiritual path, we decided to walk this path, isn't it? And we are the chosen ones. Let us understand, we didn't choose the master chose us, and he knows how to run our life. Okay? So take any one spiritual practice and continuously practice it, either completion or unclutching or chanting the Mahavakya. Okay? Ajapa japa. Continuously do the Ajapa japa. It will help to clear the chaos inside you. When you're not able to think properly, when you are suffering from that very thinking, you're not able to come to any decision. You're not able to take any decision. Chant the Mahavakya. Play the Mahavakya in the background. Okay? Let it go. Continuously let it play. And then what you need to do is play Swamiji's satsangs, ma. It is filled with powerful cognitions. All Swamiji's satsangs are filled with powerful cognition. Continuously listening to those powerful cognitions, you will be empowered. You will start thinking in that way. Okay, whatever Swamiji is talking about, when you continuously listen to the truths again and again and again, it becomes a way of life for you. And then you will see you will not be manifesting these kind of situations. You will only manifest the right kind of people, the right kind of situation in your life. Got it, ma? So do this, ma. Okay? And pray to Swamiji. Tomorrow's the early morning darshan. You can message, okay, in the chat. You can message and request Swamiji to bless you and heal you. He will take care of you, ma. Okay. So we come to the conclusion of this segment. We will conclude with the Purna Mantra. Let us chant the Purna Mantra. Sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line with your hands together in the Anjali Mudra. If you know the Purna Mantra, you can chant along with me. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu Om Nithyanandam. Yes, thank you all for your participation. The Ma Dayame Swami is already here. Thank you all, Nithyanandam. Thank you, Ma.
Nithyanandam, everyone. Am I audible? Can you all hear me? Nithyanandam. Guru Prasadima, can you hear me? Yes. Yes, let's start our sessions with the power manifestation of third eye. Actually, third eye we finished. So we're going to do the remote vision. We are going to manifest the remote vision for manifestation. So please go ahead and post your powerful cognitions. So rest of all of you, please come in front of camera. Atma Jyotikananda, only Wang, Guru Prasad Hima. Yes, Guru Prasad is already there. And then go Pavan. Already on. Other persons, all of you, please be on camera. Yes. So now let's start manifesting the power of remote vision. How we are going to do? As the name suggests, through manifesting the power of third eye, you are going to scan through your third eye and find out the objects which are far away. Find out the objects which are far away. Okay, the powerful cognition. The light of awareness is enough to remove the darkness created by the years of living by habit. Wonderful. Wonderful cognitions. Now let's start the power manifestation. The guidelines are you just finished the step one. Okay, the powerful cognition. The light of awareness is enough to remove the darkness created by the years of living. You can turn on the video recording and tie your eye bands. So, wonderful cognitions. Now let's start the power manifestation. The guidelines, tie your eye band. You just finished the step one. Okay, the powerful cognition. The light of awareness is with your head, neck, back, straight line. Sit straight with your head, neck, back, straight line. So the powerful cognition from, this conceptual reference for the remote vision is Bhagwan Paramashiva says, concentrate and cognize with restful awareness on oneself in the form of vast etheric space or sky, Vyomakaram, which is limitless in any direction whatsoever. Thus, the Chit Shakti, the power of consciousness, freed from all support, reveals and manifests concentrate as the form of one's essential nature of the self. In the form of vast etheric space, the Prabhana sky from Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra which is limitless, Dharana any directions whatsoever. Thus, in Mahabharata, Pramanas we are reading, in Mahabharata, King Dhritarashtra's charioteer Sanjaya was bestowed cosmic concentrate as the form of Sanjaya essential will describe the battle to you. Nothing in the whole battle will be beyond this one sky. From Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra which is limited cosmic Dharana Sanjaya will narrate the battle to you. Thus, he will have Mahabharata Pramanas we are reading. In Mahabharata, King Dhritarashtra's charioteer by day Sanjaya by night bestowed even that which is the form of Sanjaya mind will describe the battle to you. Nothing in the whole battle will be beyond story. Sanjaya from Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra which is limited cosmic Dharana Sanjaya will narrate the battle to you. Thus, he will have Mahabharata Pramanas we are reading. In Mahabharata, King Dhritarashtra's charioteer by day Sanjaya by night bestowed even that which is the form of Sanjaya mind will describe the battle saying nothing in the whole battle will be beyond story. That is Sanjaya from Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra which is limited cosmic Dharana Sanjaya will narrate the battle bestowed about the Mahabharata Pramanas we are reading. In Mahabharata, King Dhritarashtra's charioteer by day Sanjaya by night bestowed even that which is the form of Sanjaya mind will describe the battle saying nothing in the whole battle will be beyond story. That is Sanjaya from Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra which is limited cosmic Dharana Sanjaya will narrate the battle bestowed about the Mahabharata Pramanas we are reading. In Mahabharata, King Dhritarashtra's charioteer by day Sanjaya by night bestowed even that which is the form of Sanjaya mind will describe the battle saying nothing in the whole battle will be beyond story. That is Sanjaya from Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra which is limited cosmic Dharana Sanjaya will narrate the battle bestowed about the Mahabharata Pramanas we are reading. In Mahabharata, King Dhritarashtra's charioteer by day Sanjaya by night bestowed even that which is the form of he bestowed mind will describe the awakened Christ's third eye nothing in the whole power to beyond story that is his third eye Jnana Bhairava Tantra and as it is happening thus too will narrate the battle bestowed described to the Mahabharata Pramanas we are reading. In Mahabharata he was able to see what is Dhritarashtra's chariot for a distance even that which is the form of he bestowed will describe the awakened Christ's third eye nothing in the whole power to beyond story that is his third eye Jnana Bhairava Tantra and as it is happening now Atma Pramana, Swamiji's own life experience. Its own life experience. Today, power manifestation class, the Sounder Salabiya. Today, power manifestation class was on remote vision. We were asked to meditate on what Swamiji will show us through our third eye. Write what we see and look for it on Google. Something amazing happened to me during my oneness with Swamiji. I see a temple with a Ganesha statue in it. To my surprise, it was the same temple which was broadcast during the power manifestation class by Mahadvait, where Swamiji was doing Aarti on Ganesha statue. I have been this well before the video was shown on the program. I've seen this well before the video was shown on the program. Exactly the same temple and Ganesha. As if me also was with Swamiji at that time and his visit to the temple. So he was able to see the remote vision, distant vision with Swamiji's blessings. So that is the Atma Pramana. Swamiji's own life experience. So now let's start the rounds. Now please sit straight. You can scan your childhood home. Manifest with someone to scan their childhood home. So connect with your friends and family or family residing in the same region as you. Explain about the remote vision. Share with them that you will now remotely view their childhood house and want them to support you in your manifestation by verifying. Scan their house for the color, number of rooms, and unique features. Begin manifestation by using the guidelines to manifest Shaktis. Remember to verify how you did and share your joy of power manifestation on all the social media platforms. Now, all of you, please call your friend or family, ask their childhood home. Anything that remember, so you can scan them. You should not know about that house before. Ask them to share, remember a house. Just take you a couple of minutes to get to this. Now, sit cross-legged on the floor or on a chair with your head, neck, back straight line and spine straight line. Visualize Paramashiva has come down as Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivan from Kailasa. Remember Paramashiva in your third eye, in your inner space. Sit with this powerful cognition and meditate on it. Any thoughts that are coming, just let it come, let it go. You bring back to your attention again and again to your third eye. Remember your inner space, Swamiji's form. Forget everything. There is no you exists. Only Paramashiva Swamiji exists. Intensely visualize his form. Any thoughts that are coming, just unclench. Any thought that are coming, just unclutch. Absolute unclutching to experience the state of Paramashiva. Any thoughts coming, just drop it. Let it go. Just drop it. Experience the perpetual completion. To experience the space of Paramashiva. Intensely. Now start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Intensely chant Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With the space of oneness, scan through your third eye and find out your childhood friends. Scan the house, which you have never seen before. Now, please go ahead and post. The manifestation results of the remote vision. Please share your experience. Yes, now let's start our next session. What you have learned, what is reality and perception, reality of the physiology of perception. Now we're going to learn about what is matter. And matter has 11 dimensions. Matter is vibrating energy. Matter is actually energy vibrating at various frequencies and manifesting itself in various forms. We are not able to see this vibration with our eyes because the frequencies of vibration are too high. It is just as when movement is too fast, the eye cannot perceive the moving object as independent frames. So the eye sees the objects merging into each other continuously. In the same way, the vibration of energy cannot be perceived by the eye. It appears to be solid matter. Energy in gross form is matter. Matter in subtle form is energy. The body in the gross manifestation of the subtle mind. The mind is the subtle manifestation of the gross body. An important thing to be understood here is that the perception of the world varies from person to person because the functioning of the mind varies from the person to person. Even interactions between people are only energy interactions. For example, an atom that consists of nucleus with a cloud of electrons around it can be compared to a football field. The nucleus is like a peanut in the center of the football field, and the cloud of electrons is like an empty space in the field. What we see as solid matter at the football field in this example is actually electron clouds or huge empty spaces interacting with each other. In the same way, our interactions and contact with other people and objects are also only interaction of energies. There is an exchange of energy that happens. You give some of your energy and you get energy from that person or object. The world of infinite possibilities. Now, what is the origin of matter and energy? What is the origin of body and mind? From where does the energy in all objects arise? What then is the reality behind this perceived world? If we are not able to see a reality as it exists through the senses, what is the nature of reality? This question is asked in the Shiva Sutras, an ancient Vedic scripture by Paramashiva himself revealed to Devi when on the signs of enlightenment. Paramashiva revealed 112 techniques for simple things to do to get enlightened, called Shiva Sutras. When Shiva's consort Devi asked him, what is the nature of this wonderful? As a response, Shiva delivers 112 enlightenment techniques which, when practiced, gave the answer as a direct experience. This question about reality leads us to a world beyond matter and energy, beyond the limitations of space and time. This is the world where all the possibilities exist as seed. It is the essence and the origin of thoughts. And it is the essence and origin of events in the material world. In this world beyond, ordinary logic does not exist. Cause and effect relationship do not exist. The happening of one event does not cause another event to happen. But it is correlated with the other event that happened. This correlation has no dependence on space and time. So, what we call the seed is the ocean of infinite possibilities from which the waves of events arise. This whole existence and all its events happen as causeless as speciousness, like waves arising in the ocean. Existence is an ocean of bliss and ecstasy. Out of causeless overflowing ecstasy, the wave of creation rises in the ocean of existence. That is how things happen. The divine, playing with its infinite manifestations in innumerable universes, is called sustenance. Dropping from the play and relaxing into itself is called dissolution. Dissolution is the setting back into the absolute or Brahma state. Then, for no logical reason, the play starts again and this continues. So, what we see as results are the infinite happenings in this universe. The real nature. We see this causeless and ecstatic play of existence through our own individual perception. Our very perception collapses the beautiful happening into a localized reality. Each individual boils down the beautiful happening into his own individual reality. Someone asked me, I see this table here. All the people in this room see this same table. Then, how can you say that this table is not a reality? Please understand that what you see as this table here is not the same as what the other person sees. Each person in this room sees this table differently. That's the truth. That is what I'm trying to explain here. As long as the mind tries to perceive, what is perceived is not ultimate reality. Only an infinite being can perceive the reality exactly as it is happening. Also, he cannot explain it in words because the words cannot describe what is beyond space and time. Only tell you to wait for it to become your own experience. That's why Shiva answers not with philosophy but with techniques. He directly gives techniques for Devi to experience the reality, the nature of the universe. Let me explain this concept based on the energy matter idea. We saw that matter is actually energy. Classical physics said that the electron is a particle. However, quantum physics says that it is a wave. Actually, the electron exhibits the properties of both particle and a wave in different situations. So, physicists have now concluded that the electron has a dual nature as a particle and wave. The act of observation collapses possibility reality. The electron is a particle. What is the location of the electron? Since it is a wave, what is the momentum of the wave? The answers to these questions lead to a very startling discovery that the particle wave can be either a particle or a wave or even both at the same time. But you cannot determine both the location and the momentum of the electron at the same time because the very act of observing the location of the electron will change its momentum, and the very act of determining the momentum of electron will change its location. This is what known in the science as the Heisenberg University principle. The particle wave is both a particle and wave at the same time until the act of observation comes into play. This act of observation can now be connected with our act of observing the causeless happenings of existence. When we observe through our own set of conditioning what we call engrams or preconceived any deeply engraved memories and conclusions. Each individual's act of observation is colored by his own conditioning or engrams. Based upon that, he boils down the happening to suit his own experience of reality. In the case of particle wave, the very act of observation collapses the wave particle, or wave. This is what the physicists show in his hypothetical cat experiment. Suppose you put a cat and a vial of poisonous acid in a chamber and seal it. There's no way the observer outside can determine whether the cat is alive or dead. Since we cannot know, the cat is both dead as well as alive. It is a distribution of probabilities, which includes the probability of dead as well as alive status. When you break open the chamber to see the condition of the cat, the very act of breaking open the chamber could potentially change the state of the cat. The cat could be killed by the acid while being open due to breaking the chamber. So it can never be known what the outcome would have been if it were not observed in its true happening. This gives us a deep understanding that both possibilities exist simultaneously. And it is the very act of observation that changes the possibility into a particular reality. Give another scientific experiment that highlights how the very act of measuring distorts the beautiful reality. You may have heard of the double slit experiment with light. In this experiment, a beam of light is aimed at a barrel with the two vertical slits. On the other side of the barrier is a photographic plate that is used to record the light as it falls on it after passing through the barrier. If only one slit is open, the pattern on the photographic plate is an a single line of light aligned with the split. If both the slits are open, we would expect two lines of light on the plate aligned with the slits. But what is observed are multiple lines of light and darkness in varying degrees. This is the principle of interference with light beings behave as waves that interfere with each other. Now, if the light beam is slowed down enough so that instead of a stream of light particles or photons hitting the plate, each photon individually hits the place, then there should be no interference and plate should show a light pattern aligned with the slit. But the resulting pattern still showed interference. So how is this possible? There is only this one photon. What can it be the interfering with other than itself? It was concluded that each photon not only goes through both the slits, but also simultaneously take every possible path on the way to the target. To see how this can occur, experiments were done to track the individual photon paths. But what happened was that the measurement in some way disrupted the paths of the. Whenever an attempt was made to observe only two bright lines on the photographic plate aligned with the slits. If they didn't attempt to measure, align the pattern become the multiple lines of light and darkness. Each photon moves simultaneously in a number of paths, but an effort to measure the paths causes it to collapse to single path. In the same way, our very effort to perceive the infinite risings of the ocean of existence causes it to appear as what our limited mind perceives. Once a student asked a Zen master, "What is the path?" The master replied, "Everyday life is the path." The student asked, "Can it be studied?" The master said, "If you try to study, you will be far from it." The student asked, "If I do not study, how can I know this is the path?" The master said, "The path does not belong to the perception world. Neither does it belong to non-perception world. Perception is a delusion and non-perception is senseless." If you want to reach the true path beyond doubt, place yourself in the same freedom as the sky. You name it neither good nor not good. Now we're going to watch science of astronomy and astrology. Deeper insights into astrology and astronomy.
Remind all of you to sit in Padmasana. Today I am seeing all satsang centers are filled with devotees. Because yesterday we insisted 25 numbers, whole Seattle is full suddenly. Today all satsang centers are full. Today's subject astral travel and experiencing stars. In Patanjali's Yoga Sutras, 3rd chapter, 28th verse, 134th sutra, subject is astral travel and experiencing stars. Very powerful samyama. Today's samyama is, let me read the sutra, Chandre Tara Vyuhangyanam. Chandre Tara Vyuhangyanam. Swami Vivekananda translates this sutra as on the moon knowledge of the cluster of stars. Swami Prabhavananda translates this sutra as by making samyama on the moon, one gains knowledge of the stars, arrangement of stars. Swami Sachidananda translates as, by samyama on the moon comes knowledge of the stars' arrangement. Bhagavan Osho translates as, by performing samyama on the moon, knowledge concerning the arrangement of the stars is gained. Before entering into today's samyama, I wanted all of you to understand some of the important facts. Indian astronomers are the oldest scientists who developed the whole astronomy. Vedic rishis are the oldest astronomers, oldest astrologers. I wanted to make it clear what I mean by the word astronomy and what I mean by the word astrology. English has no words, so I will have to give meaning to it. So this is the meaning. I am using these two words. When I use the word astronomy, the positions of stars and the knowledge about the movements of those stars. This is what I call astronomy. When I say astrology, the effect of that energies on your inner space and on the flow of your life and flow of the nature on the globe, on the planet Earth. Understand? When I say astronomy, I mean the positions of the different stars and energy centers. When I say astrology, I mean effect of those positions on your inner space, body and the nature of this planet Earth. Indian rishis are the most powerful astronomers and astrologers. Even the time which you experience, The concept of time you experience is based on Indian astrology. No scientists, no human beings other than the rishis were able to penetrate this whole system and science so deeply. And you need to know the important fact, our rishis did not have modern day equipments, 1,001 varieties of telescopes, no. Instruments, tools, equipments, no, nothing was available. Then how could they describe so clearly all the eclipse, the arrangements of the stars, solar system, precisely, I can say at least 25,000 years before? We have a record, solid record in Rig Veda, some of the constellations and the arrangements of stars which cannot be predicted, which can be only seen and recorded. It means at least 25,000 years before, the Vedic rishis had so much of intelligence on the science of astronomy, they were able to see, observe and record the calculation of the time, the most I don't have right word, I am just searching for the right word. Precise calculation of the time and the greatest revelation still modern science is yet to reach. Sun is going around the earth. Please understand, I insist again. Sun is going around the earth. This is revealed by Vedic rishis. You need to know how we measure reality. For example, dream state, waking state. Why do you say dream state is lower reality, waking state is higher reality? Because in your concept of time, the waking state is supposed to be long than the dream state. So anything stays for a longer period, we call it as reality. We take that as a base scale. If you see from this scale, for the earth to go around the sun, it takes only 1 year. But for the sun to go around the earth, it may take at least 1 billion years. So naturally you are supposed to calculate based on the longer time. Vedic rishis have calculated the time, constellations, all their astrological, astronomical decisions based on the great fact, sun goes round the earth. Please understand. You need to know this fact very clearly. I'll better draw it and show you. Here is the sun. And here is the earth. And here is the moon going round the sun, going round the earth. and earth itself supposed to be going around the sun. Now, sun is not stable as we think. By the time this guy is going around, the earth, we can call it earth, moon and sun. Earth is going around the sun. This guy is also going around the whole. He is also moving. See, this whole galaxy is moving. The whole galaxy is moving, which we call in Sanskrit Hiranyagarbha, which scientists have their own words, black hole, Big Bang, or the energy shaft, whatever they call it. So when this is also going around, something larger. So naturally what happens? By the time this guy goes round, he would have went round earth at least once. Understand? Earth will be going around and sun is all, the whole thing is going around. So naturally what will happen? The earth, the sun would have went round the earth at least once. By the time he finishes the whole round. If you keep the Hiranyagarbha as center, feel this as a Hiranyagarbha. This is Hiranyagarbha, H. Hiranyagarbha is the center and the sun is moving around. When the Hiranyagarbha is the center and sun is moving around, understand, by the time sun finishes one round of Hiranyagarbha, he would have completed at least one circle of earth. So I want you to know, sun goes around the earth, not earth around the sun. Earth may be going around, but we cannot consider that as a reality. It's a lower reality because the time consumption is smaller. The time taken is smaller. So the basic fact, the basic truth, basic foundation to calculate time, the concept of earth going around the sun will not be that precise. The sun going around the earth only can be precise concept. That only can calculate time much more precisely than the concept of earth going around the sun. How did, without any telescope, without any instruments, tools, able to experience such a strong truths and create such strong understandings, revelations? This is the one revelation revealed. I can go on expanding the knowledge of Vedic rishis in the field of astronomy and astrology. How the energy flow of the different planets and stars and their arrangements directly affect the mental setup and energy flow of your body and mind and the nature's flow. It's very strange but true. The knowledge of Indian astronomers on the science of stars, about the arrangement of the stars and the whole astronomy. The whole Indian astronomy and astrology, both systems, came out of this one sutra. This Patanjali's one sutra is responsible for the whole science. Or I can say that whole science's secret Patanjali reveals in this one sutra. The sacred secret embedded in this sutra is meditate, do samyama on the moon energy. Understand? Let me describe exactly the moon energy. Here, there's a beautiful word. Chandre tara vyuha jnanam. Moon energy. Yesterday, I was telling you, when the sun energy will be in peak in your being, when you are in the peak physical pleasure, the sun energy will be peak in your body. Same way, when you fast for one paksha, paksha means from new moon to full moon or full moon to new moon, that 16 days is called as one paksha. Krishna Paksha or Sukla Paksha. From new moon to full moon is called Sukla Paksha. From full moon to new moon, Amavasya, is called Amara Paksha or Krishna Paksha. Whether it is a Sukla Paksha or Krishna Paksha, if you fast without solid food, just on liquid food, for the 16 days, your hara center, Swadhisthana, just below the navel, in Swadhisthana, you will experience extraordinary coolness. That is moon energy. Understand? When you are in the peak of the physical pleasure, you will experience sun energy. So if you visualize the extreme movement, peak movement of the physical pleasure and connect that with the sun energy, you will have samyama on sun. Now I am teaching you samyama on the moon. At least once in your life, you should try this practice. 16 days of living without solid food. You can take liquid, juices or liquid. 16 days, then on the hara center, below the navel, Swadhisthana chakra. One important thing, throughout that 16 day, you should continuously do samyama on that navel, the Swadhisthana, hara center, below the navel. In the night, lie down in the open sky, bring your awareness to your Swadhisthana, below the navel chakra. If needed, have a spatika, pure crystal stone, on Swadhisthana and meditate, do samyama. In Swadhisthana, the moon is alive. Or you have become so big, the moon is in your Swadhisthana. Understand? I am giving you step-by-step instructions. The sacred secrets embedded in the samyamas are getting revealed to world first time. And I am challenging. I will prove all these things. I will prove all these things. Anybody, and it's not that difficult. I can make many of our ashramites, yogis to do these practices and study and prove it. Directly it can be proven. 16 days living on liquid diet, no solid food, because whenever you take more solid food and the necessity for digestion is required, all your energy gets locked in Manipuraga. It never travels to Swadhisthana. So for 16 days you need to give a little rest. Give only liquid diet, liquid food for the body. So you don't need to spend too much energy and attention, awareness on digestion. Bring your awareness always to Swadhisthana chakra. In the night time, keep the spatiga, pure crystal, on the Swadhisthana and lie down facing the moon. Do samyama on moon energy. With open eyes or closed eyes, no problem. Feel you have become so big. The moon is in your Swadhisthana. Suddenly the moon energy will be awakened in you. Two things will happen. You will have the complete knowledge of the arrangements of stars and the effect of that arrangement on your system. Understand? Effect of that on your system. Effect of the stars arrangements on your system is very important to know many things about your life. If you can know the effect of the star arrangements on your system, suddenly you will be able to solve thousands of problems in your life. Even enlightenment will become very easy. You just know where you are stuck on your own. Please understand. When Master tells you where you are stuck, you will not be able to trust him, because you may think, he may be telling this to exploit me. You will have your own doubts. Like one sadhu told a blind man who was trying to walk with a frozen snake as a stick. In the Himalayas, in the cold, one snake was frozen. And one blind man thought it's a nice stick. And he started walking with that stick. Sadhu said, hey, drop that, it is a snake. When sun comes up, the snake will come back to life. It will bite you. But the blind man thought, no, this sadhu wants this stick. That is why he is asking me to drop it. So sometime you will have your own doubt. But these techniques will teach you. You will have the clarity and awareness where you are stuck. If you know where you are stuck, liberating yourself will be very easy. Many times, the point where you are stuck. And one more thing, if Master asks you something, you are not able to give up that, the existence will snatch that from you forcibly. But by the time existence snatches that from you forcibly, you would have wasted too much time. But this knowledge, this kind of samyamas will teach you so clearly, you don't need to waste your time holding on to those things for the existence to come and snatch it away from you. Waste of time. So that is the reason Patanjali goes on giving many of these samyamas. This samyama is such wonderful samyama. It can bring two dimensions of knowledge. One, the positions and arrangements of stars. Second, the effect of that on your system. Effect of moon and planets have a direct impact on your system, because you can see in your life, many people, one screw loose, two screw loose and all, during Purnima and Amavasya, full moon day, new moon day, they'll go crazy. Now everybody is looking at their spouse, I am seeing, or remembering the spouse. If the spouse is not around, they are remembering. I don't know why every man invariably thinks the spouse is one or two screw loose. It's almost like an eternal rule. What to do? Life, sometime, Chandre Tara Vyuha Jnanam. By doing samyama on the moon energy, the knowledge about the arrangement of the stars and effect of those arrangement of stars on your body will be revealed to you. I tell you, especially if you are initiated into Kundalini awakening, means already you have started experiencing the levitation. If your body has started lifting off the ground when you unclutch by initiation, that's what I call already initiated. If you are already initiated, try one or two of these samyamas. I tell you, it's all foolproof, risk-free. You will not go any more crazy. What is there for you to lose? Nothing. Nothing to lose. And try these samyamas. It will be good. It will be really good. These samyamas will give you tremendous courage and confidence to follow the master, to follow this Vedic tradition. I tell you, never ever I have seen Vedantis retaining their confidence on the philosophy and Guru till the end. It is always yogis who experience the effects of samyama reach till the goal. Because to reach the goal, to reach the end, to see the end, to see the final goal, you need tremendous inspiration, enthusiasm, joy, ecstasy, spirit of high achiever. I tell you, spirit of high achiever. I can say the spirit of high achiever is the direct quality of a spiritual enlightenment. Spirit of high achiever. The spirit of high achiever is always achieved only by yogis who experience this kind of samyamas, who work with this kind of samyamas, who get the glimpses of extraordinary powers. Otherwise, Vedantis make big belly Mouth dirtied by the betel leaf, betel nut and dirty arguments. That's all. Vedantis do not make anything except dirty mouth. It is yogis who practice this kind of samyamas. Even in our own organization I have seen. Unless people practice, they become more or less politicians. If you practice this kind of samyamas, you will have the tremendous clarity. I tell you, when you have this kind of experiences through samyama, even the secrets, the sacred secrets behind every Shastra Pramana will be revealed to you. Understand? Sacred secrets behind every Apta Pramana will be revealed to you. Many words I utter to you, even if I am shouting at you, there is a sacred secret behind. Unless you know the sacred secret behind, you will not follow it up, you will miss and mess. Even to understand Master, the sacred secret embedded behind his words, you need little bit of this kind of practices, samyama practices. Try this samyama, 16 days, no solid food, just liquid food. Every night, lie down in the open sky, keep a spatika on your swadhisthana and gaze at the moon. Feel you have become so big that moon is on your swadhisthana. All the other stars are in your inner space. I tell you, you will have the unique, powerful knowledge of the arrangements of stars and its effect on your system. Now we will enter into the samyama. Bring your awareness to the swadhisthana. You can keep your eyes closed or open, that is okay, no problem. Learn to do samyama with open eyes. That will always be powerful. Any samyama which is done with open eyes will become unbroken. See, concentration gets broken by the scene seen by the eyes. But if it cannot be even broken by the seen by the eyes, it becomes strong. Samyama becomes powerful. So visualize, you have become so huge. The moon is in your swadhisthana. Feel the cooling effect of the moon on your swadhisthana. With deep, restful awareness, bring your attention and energy to your swadhisthana, 2 inches below the navel. Visualize the moon and its cooling effect in your Swadhisthana. I bless you all to achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, and share the eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
You want to share what you learned from this video? Share a couple of lines. What you learned from this video. Now we are going to do the power manifestation. A remote vision. So please post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. So how we are going to manifest this power is, I'm going to keep 5 objects on my right side. You scan through your third eye and find out the names and description of those 5 objects. Okay, so please sit straight. Now please sit straight. Visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. Any thoughts that are coming, just unclutch. With the space of unclutching, start chanting the Mahavakya. With your whole inner space filled with Swamiji's form. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With the space of oneness, scan through your third eye and find out the objects on my right side to manifest the power of remote vision.
ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ 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 नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ 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 नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्
Now, please post the objects' names that are on my right side, whatever your third eye revealed, please post it in the chat. So now we are going to learn about the signs of horoscopes. Something, oh, said something about shape, a fruit. Okay. Mirror with the case blue. I blue actually. All right. So now we are going to learn a short clip on signs of horoscope.
All right, I'll answer few questions which can really add to some more clicks. Somebody very intelligent, just empty card. Swamiji, could you please provide an insight on relationship between the person's horoscopes and karma? Even though from time immemorial, the so-called logical people and atheists were abusing, disrespecting the traditional astrology, secretly they were always consulting astrologers. Even though many people try to abuse or disrespect, the science still holds its power, its influence on human beings. In India, the report says 93% of the people read or study their horoscopes regularly before taking any big decisions. Not just marriage, before taking any big decisions. Surely there is a science behind it, even though as usual anything which expands certain limit, goes beyond certain limit, will lose its originality, will start getting diluted. There was little dilution in this science also, but that does not mean the science itself is a lie. Understand this one example, then you will be able to understand, connect with the astrology, the science of astrology. It's like for one moment in camera, when the cover moves, whatever was outside gets printed on the film. Then you can develop that film, it will become photograph. Second time, you can't use that same film. What first moment, what gets recorded, only that will be there in the film. Same way, the moment you come out, the moment your consciousness enters into the body, the energy level of the cosmos gets printed in that consciousness. Your inner space gets a print of the cosmic energy level based on the time of the birth and the position of the 9 major energy centers. I wanted one more understanding to be internalized by you all. The astronomical planets are not astrological planet energies. Even though number may be same, the astrological planets are energies. For example, planet Earth is here. I can use the paper to draw and show you. This understanding will really help. Planet Earth is here. This is Sun. Different grahas are there. Please visualize this as eccentric circuits and this as some planets. Okay. This is Sun. When we say here in our temple, if you see, there will be 9 planetary energies. Statue deities will be there. They will be worshipping. When we say Sani Graha, that is not exactly Saturn. Consider this as a Saturn. A particular energy of pull and push is there always between the grahas. The energy which comes out of the Saturn does not completely come and influence the planet Earth. In between, something will be added, something will be deleted. Different energy clash will be there. For example, 100 unit push energy comes from the Saturn, and if 20 unit pulling energy comes from the Buddha, naturally it will be neutralized. It will become 80. And suddenly here you will see Shukra may add 30 unit. Then it will become 110. When it reaches, by the time it reaches the planet Earth, it may get deviated for some time. Then it may come down to 80 or 50. Whatever finally reaches, that is what we call sunny, Saturn energy. Understand? It's a very subtle science. The same Saturn will not have same influence over planet Earth continuously. If he moves, the total calculation of the pull or push will differ. If you move, even sometime I have seen, within 12 days, the whole energy will be different. Whole energy will be different. If the astronomical planets and astrological planets are same, then the energy difference will not be there. But it is not same. It is not same. It is the totality of the energy reaches to the planet Earth. Maybe when we say Saturn, the major influence in that energy flow was from Saturn. When we say Buddha, it is not that only Buddha is radiating. That energy which came out of Buddha, by the time it reaches the planet Earth, goes through some 5-6 alteration. So many influences gets added and deleted. Then the energy reaches the planet Earth. The different energy positions clearly decides the cosmic energy level during your birth, during the time of the birth. Based on that, we will be able to easily predict the course of your life. Understand? Not exact incidents. Exact, if somebody claims they can predict exact incidents, and I have seen all foolish ads in the newspaper, 3 days your problem will be solved. I'm really surprised. I thought of it. Anyhow, I don't think incidents can be predicted. Only a course of, kind of a rough course only can be predicted. Incidents are too minute details and you do have a freedom. Understand? Even if a minute incident like which chair you will sit, if that can be predicted, you don't have a freedom. You don't have a freedom. You do have a freedom, whether you have a freedom to decide whether to sit here or not, or listen here or not, or understand or not. All those things, you have a freedom. Maybe the major actions, major course, like whether you will become enlightened or not, maybe those things can be predicted. But the small decision, only principles can be predicted, not the policies. Policies, you have an individual freedom. Having an idea about horoscope, your own horoscope, will give you many times intelligence and acceptance to decide about your life. Intelligence to make decision, acceptance about the inevitable things. So according to me, a seeker should have little bit basic intelligence about their own horoscope. Better to read some books and have an idea than going to some person who is new, who doesn't know. In those days, fortunately, we had family astrologers. I know. My own family had an astrologer who is very precise, who is very... One more thing, if that guy is a family astrologer who knows completely your family, then he can interpret the energy flows. He can easily interpret and guide you. He can be a counselor also, personal counselor also. We had a fortune of having that kind of an astrologer who is professional, who is an experienced astrologer, who knows the science above all, knows the family well. So, easily can do the job of counseling. At least, whatever I heard from my parents, not even once his prediction failed. His prediction failed. It's very surprising. His only one prediction failed, that he predicted that I will die at the age of 18. I took sannyas. That is the only thing failed. Of course, sannyas is practically rebirth. Otherwise, such a precise knowledge. So try to read one or two books. It will really give you an opening and glimpse, and it will be really exciting. When I started studying, it was very exciting. You can play a lot with it, because there is the astrological sutras actually encourage your visualization and power to connect things. It really helps you.
Now we are going to enter into a session called Reality Consists of 11 Dimensions. Reality consists of 11 dimensions. We think that we live in a world of the 3 dimensions of space and the 4th dimension of time. 3 dimensions are length, breadth, depth, and the 4th and 5th are time and space. However, there are actually 11 dimensions. The fundamental dimensions of length, breadth, and depth, time, and consciousness. The higher dimensions are combinations of these fundamental dimensions. For example, a stick has length, breadth, and depth. It is in time and space. Now, if we keep length and breadth and just remove the depth, the stick will be seen, but the hand will pass through the stick. You can also keep the depth and remove the length and breadth. Then nothing will be seen, but the hand will hit something if you try to pass it through. In this way, there are various combinations leading to the 11 dimensions that make up the universe. When you are in a plane above the 4-dimensional space, time you can currently perceive, you can see these 11 dimensions, you can see reality as enlightened beings can. chaos is energy. Whether it is the energy in the atom or the energy in the cosmos, there is a big chaos in the energy plane. Within that chaos, there is an order that you cannot even imagine. So when chaos moves in an order, it creates what is called consciousness or intelligence. Anything in chaos is wild and energetic. Anything that has order is dull. In our life, we can see anything in chaos, anything wild radiates energy. We can see that when kids are allowed to be free, they are so wild. They radiate so much of energy. So in our own lives, if we are allowed to break some rule, we feel so much joy. We radiate so much of energy. Chaos is directly related to energy. So the freedom of chaos and not being bound by rules is the reason why we feel so energetic while dancing free, without any decided steps. The moment we know we are bound, we will be dull. The dullness will automatically enter into us, even if it does not affect us directly physically. For example, if you are sitting in a hall and you know that the hall is open and you know you can leave at any time, you will be alive, fresh, and joyful. Suddenly, if you get the information that the hall is locked and you cannot leave, will you be able to sit comfortably? No. Any rule curbs freedom, reduces the energy. Any regulation brings your energy down. Even in your house, if somebody says, do not sit in that place, you will feel like sitting only in that place. But until that rule is made, you will never even bother to sit there. Even habits like smoking are maintained for the subtle mental satisfaction that you are white, that you are bound. If you scan yourself consciously, you will understand that almost all of your happiness comes only when you break some rules, when you are chaotic. Chaos is order. The whole of existence is chaos. In the universe, so many planets are moving. There are no traffic signs or cop sign boards. Yet the planets are moving so beautifully in order. In the same way, in quantum physics, the smallest elements are not even particles. They are both particles and waves, and a multitude of probabilities. But there is an order in that chaos. Take the planet Earth on which we are living. Even if a single thing is missing, whether it is a temperature, water, air, or fire, if anything is missing, we will not be able to live on this planet Earth as we live now. So this is not just an accident. The whole chaos has some order. Science is still not able to prove that there is an order in the chaos of the universe, that there is order inside the atom, because that understanding requires us to go beyond the intellect. The rishis, the Vedic scientists, are very clear that there is an order in the chaos. This is what they call cosmic intelligence. Once somebody asked Buddha, who is the creator of this universe? Buddha replied, the universe itself is the creator. If the creator and the created are two separate entities, it means only the creator is intelligent and the created is not intelligent. The cosmos itself is the creator because it has its own intelligence. The cosmos is a living energy. You are sitting inside a living energy. In the Taittiriya Upanishad says beautifully, from the consciousness of the God or the ultimate consciousness came ether, space. From the ether came air, from air came fire, from the fire came water, and from water came the earth. From the earth came food, and this is the way existence has happened. Thus, mystics again and again emphasize that we are from consciousness, we are from God. The creation itself is the creator, it is simply intelligence expressing itself. As long as you believe that what you see as the universe is material, mathematical, without any intelligence, you will have nothing to aim for in life. Might is right will be the ultimate law. Believing the world is just a matter is the basic mistake. This belief is the root of all terrorism and violence on the planet Earth. As long as we believe the universe is just dead matter, it is going to create only more and more thirst for power. If we feel the whole world is chaos, then naturally we will think, when everything is chaos, let me catch hold of whatever is possible and live as much as I can. We will be inspired to live with the idea might is right. Again and again, the cosmic intelligence proves that it responds to our thoughts. There are hundreds of experiments done, not only with plants and animals, even with the stones, fire and water. All these things responds to our thoughts. The experiments done by the Japanese scientist Dr. Masaru Emoto prove how water responds beautifully to our thoughts and how it changes the very structure according to those thoughts that it is exposed to. Only when we realize that the universe has its own intelligence, when we realize the universe is spiritual being, seed of peace is sown. Only when we understand that our thoughts are responded to, our way of life is rewarded, our prayers are answered, there is a living intelligent force and there is an order in the chaos. Only then we can realize and work for peace, bliss, and spirituality. Then, instead of trying to own or expand our boundaries and borders, we will try to expand our consciousness. The moment we start believing or trusting that universe is intelligence, we can simply relax and trust it. Order is chaos. There is a beautiful Zen story. A disciple goes to a Zen master and asks, Master, please explain to me how you started, how you traveled the path, how you attained the ultimate experience. The master says, when I started, mountain was a mountain, a river was a river, and tree was a tree. Before achieving, even though you think you are extraordinary, sorry, this one. Then after enlightenment, when I was traveling, mountain was not mountain, a river was not river, and tree was not tree. Again, when I attained the liberation, mountain is a mountain, a river is a river, and tree is a tree. Before achieving, even though you think you are extraordinary, you are ordinary. After achieving, even though you are extraordinary, you understand you are ordinary. So there is this wonderful chaos in what you call as order. Your body, mind, and being. When you experience that there is an order in the chaos or the cosmos, the macrocosm, the Brahmanda, you realize there is a chaos in that order of the microcosm, the body. You are not just a simple body. You are not just a microcosm. You are the macrocosm in the miniature form. And you realize you are the ultimate endless ocean of potential energy, just like the universe. You experience you are something beyond, something more than what you think. Now you think you are in an order because you think your boundary is very small. The moment you experience the cosmic consciousness, the order in the chaos, you will realize the chaos inside your order. You will realize the energy, the consciousness inside your body. Then you will never bother about how to keep yourself in order. It will simply happen. You will not work for discipline. Discipline will have simply happen to you. Only when you realize the cosmic consciousness in your body, the macrocosm in your microcosm, you will really become orderly. You will really learn how to be orderly without reducing your energy. Only when you realize the cosmic consciousness in your body, the macrocosm in your microcosm, you will really become orderly. You will really learn how to be orderly without reducing your energy. As long as you try to become orderly, you will only suppress your energy. And you will also be suppressing everyone else. So first, when you realize the order in the chaos, you will become a spiritual being. You will experience love and bliss. When you realize the chaos in the order, you will become a compassionate being. So when you realize the order in the chaos, you will experience the experience part of love, bliss. When you realize the chaos in the order, you will express the expression part of that is compassion. Now let's move on to the power manifestation. Now, expose your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. So we are asking how we can see and keep in order when our life is chaos. See, so in this one, when whole, even though life looks so chaos, there is an order in the whole thing. Even though the whole thing looks so chaotic, but there is an order. When our life is chaos. Yeah, what you do technique to handle that's different, ma. But whatever looks so chaotic, also there is an order. Um, how about others? Do you have any questions? What you learned so far about the astrology? You can post your comments. So basically, the Hindu astrology or Jyotish in Sanskrit is an enlightened science that allows us that all the individuals identify and fulfill the life purpose, all the life purposes, while sail, while sailing, justify the safely throughout the life. It can help you decode the influence of planets and your life to make your um, make the best decisions at the right time. Even a basic understanding of Hindu astrology will empower you tremendously and understand and to understand why you go through a certain experience at any given times, and what is the best thing that you can do at any situation and each period of at each period of your life. The moment the consciousness enters into the body, the energy level of the cosmos at that time, at the time of birth, enters into just printed in your consciousness. Your inner space gets a print of the cosmic energy and the position of the time, position of the 9 major energy points. Now, Swamiji describes how the different energy positions of the 9 planets decide the cosmic energy, that cosmic energy level of one's life. Now, let's listen to Swamiji about when Swamiji was explaining how he explained the 9 planets and how they are influencing us. And Swamiji reveals about his planetary influences on our lives. And from the original source, from Paramashiva, he describes how the different energy positions of the 9 planets decides the cosmic energy level of one's life.
The traditions, all the spiritual groups, all the religions will have this too. In the belief system, they may differ whether you need to eat with right hand or left hand, or you need to stand and pray or sit and pray, or how many hours you need to sleep, how many wives you can marry. These day-to-day practices, beliefs, in the beliefs they may differ. Each religion will have their own opinion. If you ask Buddha, how many times I can marry? He will say, never think of that. Even if you are married, escape. If you ask Shankara, he will say, don't marry. If you ask Krishna, marry how many times you want. Only thing, don't bother to count. So each one will have their own opinion. Each one will have their own ideas, the day-to-day belief system, or the day-to-day things. But in the spiritual core, the essence, everybody accepts the basic truths. There are some truths which is accepted, experienced, expressed by everybody. That is what we call spiritual essence. The belief system is different, spiritual essence is different. Whatever masters believed led them to that spiritual experience has become belief system. Please understand. Whatever the masters who had the spiritual experience, whatever they believed has led them to that experience has become belief system. If somebody believed being unmarried led them to enlightenment, spiritual experience, being unmarried becomes a belief system to achieve the truth. If somebody believes fasting led them to spiritual experience, fasting becomes a belief system. If somebody believes worshipping some deity led them to that spiritual experience, worshipping that deity becomes a belief system. Whatever masters believe has led them to that high experience has become belief system. Always, from time immemorial, whatever masters have believed has led them to the higher experience, has become religion, has become belief system. Here, first time a master has happened, master is expressing a pure spiritual science without any belief system. Please understand. A pure spiritual science without any belief system. That is why I say, he is the greatest master. Patanjali is the greatest master ever happened on the planet Earth. I can say, if I have to define the spiritual master, spiritual master is a person whose teachings are remembered every day and practiced by people. If this is the definition of the spiritual master, Patanjali is the greatest master in the planet Earth. Because directly or indirectly, almost all the religions are influenced by this great master. Directly or indirectly, almost all the religions are followers of this great master. Anywhere spiritual truth is expressed, as a science, directly, indirectly, Patanjali's role is there in that place. He is an ultimate master, I can say, a rare master, who has made a spiritual tradition without any belief. No need for any belief, no need for any assumptions, no need for any theories, no need for any philosophies, straight, simple truth. Experience, straight, simple truths which can be directly experienced. I can say all religions have only two parts. One, belief, other, Patanjali's part, that's all. All religions has only two parts. One is belief, day-to-day system, the science, Patanjali's part. Nobody is able to grasp Patanjali, either before or after. Still, he holds his position. He is the ultimate, greatest spiritual scientist happened on the planet Earth. He is very clear. He is very clear. He is not mincing words. He is not playing with words. He is not having fine prints. If you see in the billboards, big billboards, free, below there will be one fine print, conditions apply. He doesn't have any fine prints. He's a straight master. Straight away he talks about the truth and gives the experience. He is the first master, I can say last master, who made spirituality into a science. Please understand. Entering into the other consciousness, entering into the other zone, entering into a different consciousness, different space, was always an accident or a miracle. Till Patanjali, it was an accident or a miracle. Getting enlightened was an accident or miracle. Both has no logic. First time, Patanjali made that as a science. You don't need to wait for that accident or miracle to happen. You can create it. You can consciously work for it and achieve it. Patanjali is the first master who explored, experimented, experienced and expressed the whole thing in clear terms. In very clear terms. All kinds of miracles, all kinds of accidents happens in the planet Earth with a clear cause and effect system. Please understand. He has not only explored the science of enlightenment, he has explored all the planes in which metaphysical experiences happens, different kinds of experiences happens. He has explored everything, experimented, experienced and expressed. I want to give you one simple example. How many of you experience this one simple thing? Let me describe. You will go to a new place, new country or new friend's house. The moment you enter the house, suddenly you will have the feeling you have been in the same spot with the same person in the same space already at least once, and you know the whole place. Suddenly you feel, I know where master bedroom is, where puja room is, where the living room is. You know the whole map of that place, and you feel, I have been in this place already with the same person, same situation. Sometimes, suddenly when you are dancing in the party or with some friends, suddenly you feel somebody is going to come or something is going to happen in next 5 minutes. It will happen exactly. That same person will be there or that same incident will happen. How many of you have felt this kind of any experience at least once in your lifetime? Raise your hand. Understand? If it happens once in a while for one person, you can call it as coincidence. If it happens in so many persons' lives, so many times, how can this be coincidence? We have never explored. Have you ever thought how this is happening? Why am I feeling like this? What is the science behind this? No. We never thought about it. Even if you have thought, we don't have answer. Patanjali has an answer. For every question related to this metaphysical plane, and the things happen in your psychological space, in your inner space, Patanjali has an answer. Great scientists not only explored the science of enlightenment, explored all different human experiences, all different spiritual experiences, all kinds of miraculous experiences, and all accidents. He has explored everything. Please understand, not only miracles, even about accidents. He has studied, he has mastered and expressed. Miracle and accident are almost one and the same. Both, you don't know the reason. If the result is favorable to you, you call that as miracle. If the result is, you don't feel happy with the result, you call that as accident. But both has no reason in your ordinary logic. It has reason in your deeper layers. In the deeper space, it has logic. The incident which happens in your conscious plane, but the reason is unknown to your conscious plane, is what we call as miracle or accident. Patanjali has explored the whole science and he has clearly expressed how to consciously create miracles and how to consciously avoid accidents. He is the ultimate master who is teaching the science of life, science of living, science of uniting. Yoga means uniting. Uniting, union. Please understand. Uniting the individual soul with the cosmos, uniting the individual identity with the whole nature. Patanjali knows the whole science. He has experimented the whole science. He has experienced the whole science. He beautifully describes and presents the whole thing as a science in this one book. Sutra means with a minimum word, the ultimate truth should be expressed. Here, Patanjali, the great master, expresses in a very simple minimum words the ultimate science of uniting yourself with the whole cosmos and the science of all extraordinary powers, how to gain those extraordinary powers, and the science of how to avoid accidents. All possible accidents in your life. Disease is an accident. Old age is an accident. There are so many things which you don't want, which happens in your life. He has a clear science how to avoid all those accidents. He's the greatest master happened in the planet Earth to show the way of life to all of us. Few more understandings about Patanjali, about his greatness, about his work before entering into this great book. I am going to talk on this great book this whole year. This whole year I am dedicating to this great book. So I need at least 1 hour to introduce him to you all. To introduce him to you all. Only with a proper introduction, people are going to put their energy and attention to listen to these great masters' teachings. He is not talking in metaphysical terms. He doesn't talk in poetic language. See, poetry is beautiful when you want to express your emotion, but the poetry is not going to be a manual for your life. It cannot be a manual for your life. It cannot be the system through which you are going to live. That is why all poets will be always impractical. They live in poverty because they are very impractical. Very rarely the practicality and emotion meets each other. There are 3 kinds of personalities. One who can intellectually connect but will take a lot of time to emotionally feel connected. With anything, he can intellectually understand, he can intellectually relate, but he can't emotionally have the feeling. The feeling connection doesn't happen in him. Other kinds of second variety, they can connect emotionally immediately. They will straight away have that feeling connection. One sight, love at the sight. They can have that strong feeling connection, but very difficult to intellectually analyze and understand. Intellectually they will be a little dull. The more energy will be through the heart. This is the second kind of people. The third, very balanced. The intellect and emotion, both will be parallel lines in them. They will be very straight. They can connect intellectually and experience emotionally. They are called being level people. Here, Patanjali is the solution for all these 3 kinds of people. He can very clearly connect with intellectual people. He can very clearly give experience to the emotional people, and he can straight away raise the people who are in the being level. He is the complete solution. Patanjali is the complete solution for the whole humanity. He knows the language of logic. He knows the language of experience. He knows the language of being, consciousness. He can play all the 3 games beautifully, and he has played in this book. Patanjali is a great scientist. Scientist is a person who creates a formula to reproduce his experiences. The outer world scientist creates a formula to reproduce the understandings which happened in him in the outer world. The inner world scientist creates a formula to reproduce the same experience in all of us which happened in him in the inner world, which happened to him in the inner world. Patanjali is a great spiritual scientist. If you have mastered Patanjali, you can't be cheated. Please understand. The spiritual field, the biggest problem is you can easily be cheated by small powers, by small miracles, by small incidents. If you read Patanjali, if you have mastered Patanjali, if you have studied Patanjali, nobody can cheat you. Nobody can cheat you. You will never be diverted from your spiritual journey, because he talks about all possible diversions. He is literally a spiritual navigator. He is literally a spiritual navigator. He talks about all the possible dangers, all the possible diversions, all the possible miraculous powers. One example about the miracle. Suddenly, due to some natural calamity, Everybody dies. Only 2-3 persons are left, and one radio is left. Some one person got that radio and he knows how to handle it. If he starts operating that radio and the radio starts operating, other few people who are there will be surprised. They think he has some miraculous powers. He has a small box which talks, which sings, which does different things. It will be miracle for the people who don't know the science. Same way, in the spiritual field also, if you see some master materializing some objects, if you see some master materializing objects or performing some extraordinary miraculous things, please understand, you don't know the science, that's all. Otherwise, that is also a science, a clear science, just like how cell phone works, how radio works, just like that. These extraordinary activities like materializing, teleporting, or healing, everything is a simple science. Almost all possible miracles, Patanjali explores, experiments, and clearly expresses as a formula. He has answer for everything. I can say he is a master who creates masters. How you recognize masters? Based on the miracles they perform, based on the extraordinary things they perform. Based on that only you recognize masters, or you understand about masters. You recognize them, you go near them, you appreciate them, you accept them. Here is a master who made a clear science. All the miraculous things are reduced to a simple scientific statements. Anybody can take these statements, work on it, and experiment that powers, experience it and express it. A clear master who creates masters. I can say there are some books which creates traditions. There are some books which creates religions. Bhagavad Gita is a book which can create different religions. It is not a book for one religion. Anybody who reads and interprets can create a new religion. It can be the source of many religions. So each book, each interpretation on Bhagavad Gita can become its own religion. So Bhagavad Gita can create many religions. There are some books which can create many traditions. There are some books which can be the source for many books to be written. Here is one book which can create any number of masters. The book which creates masters, there is a manual to create masters. I can say this is a manual of how to make manual for religions. Not even how to make religions. This is a manual for how to make manual for creating religions. This is a source book. One sutra from this book can create a master who can create religions. This is the essence of all the spiritual truths expressed. Extraordinary energy, extraordinary intelligence, extraordinary understanding, everything expressing in one book is what I call Patanjali Yoga Sutra. Let me introduce this great master. I am very happy to introduce him because I am from the same province, same state from where the Patanjali is born, Patanjali was born, Patanjali lived. I am from the same area. I am proud to say I am born and brought up in a community which still follows, remembers, reveres, respects Patanjali. His teachings are still in the air. His words are still remembered. He is still respected. He is still worshipped. Thousands of years. We don't know how many thousands of years. We don't know how many thousands of years. Thousands of years before he was born, he lived as an extraordinary spiritual scientist, explored, did lot of research, analyzed, arranged all the great truths based on his own conscious experience and offered it to the world. People ask me sometimes, how do you know this book is written by Patanjali only? Please understand, anybody who can express such a sharp, such an amazing spiritual truths, he is already in Patanjali consciousness. He is already a great master. We don't bother about the name and form and date of birth and all those things. That is the greatness of these great masters. They don't leave their biography. They don't leave even simple hints about their biography. They are dissolved in their work. They say, if these great truths are remembered, that's enough. There is no need to remember the person who happened in the form as 6 feet. They have dissolved themselves into the great truths. They are completely, they disappear into the great truths. That's the greatness of these great masters. He was born in a place called Chidambaram in Tamil Nadu, southern part of India, and lived there, had his enlightenment experience of Shiva consciousness in Chidambaram, and attained Mahasamadhi, means left the body in Rameshwaram. He lived the southern part of India. Still, we have enough of records, enough of stories, enough of things to respect his memory, enjoying his memory, and devoted to his memory. I'll narrate the beautiful story, how he expressed these Yoga Sutras, how he expressed this great book. It's a very powerful story. Please understand. Understand this story. It's a very inspiring story. After his enlightenment, Patanjali created a group of disciples to whom he was teaching all the great truths. How to have a spiritual experience, how to train your body, how to train your mind, how to play with the nature, how to go beyond the nature. This is the one book. See, there are some books which can teach you just to have spiritual experience, enlightenment. There are some books which can teach you to have extraordinary powers, playing with the nature. But this is the one book which teaches you how to have spiritual experience, enlightenment, and playing with the nature. Enlightenment experience means realizing whatever you are seeing is a dream and resting in super consciousness is enlightenment experience. Having extraordinary powers means conquering the nature, not realizing this is a dream, but trying to overpower, trying to conquer whatever you see in front of you. These are two opposite things. Two opposite things. If you try to conquer this, what you are seeing, enlightenment will be delayed. If you are working on enlightenment, you may not directly achieve the powers to conquer the outer world. But here is a great master who teaches you this whole thing is a dream, at the same time who gives you the key to alter the dream as you want. He not only teaches you how to wake up from the dream, he gives you the key even to alter the dreams. That is where his Vibhudipata comes to place. Vibhudipata means teaching you the science of miracles. He teaches you how to materialize things. He teaches you how to walk on water. He teaches you how to convert things into energy and convert energy into matter. It's a manual to alter anything which you see in front of you and to realize whatever you see is a dream. He teaches you to make all your dreams into reality and to realize whatever you experience as reality is one more dream. Always the spiritual books will take only one subject. Either they will teach you whatever you are seeing in front of you as a reality is a dream. They are spiritual literature. They will teach you how to become enlightened, how to come out of this dream. Or they will teach you how to make your dreams into reality. There are literatures which will teach you how to express energy to make your dream into reality. There are some literatures which will teach you how to create intelligence, which will teach you to realize this reality itself is one more dream. Some books will give you Shakti, energy. Some books will give you Buddhi, intelligence. Here is a master who can give you both at the same time. He is giving you the enlightenment science and he is giving you the keys to change even the dreams, to change even your life situations, to change the matter with which you are living, to master the matter. He is the ultimate master. After he became enlightened, he wants to deliver all he knows to the world. He is filled, pregnant with that energy. He just wants to deliver. He just wants to share. He wants to overflow. He wants to offer. But the energy is extraordinary, too much. The energy is extraordinary, too much. You know, many times you would have felt some experiences can never be shared through words. Strong experiences can never be shared through words. Even ordinary human beings, we feel strong experiences cannot be shared through words. Then what about the great master like Patanjali? Strong experiences can never be shared by words. Impossible. So Patanjali also feels that extraordinary experience he is not able to share in the form of words. So he contemplates how to share, but it has to be shared. It should be said. It should be expressed. It has to be shared to the world. How to share? He decides he will start talking through his 1,000 heads. Patanjali is said to be the incarnation of Adisesha, the great snake which has 1,000 heads, which has 1,000 hoods. Please understand, it's not mythological, it has a meaning. The story has a meaning. You may think, how can somebody have 1,000 heads? Why? When you can have so many forms, so many faces, you show one face to your father, one face to your mother, one face to your son, one face to your wife. When you can have so many faces, why not Patanjali have 1,000 faces? He can. There's a beautiful story describing Patanjali's incarnation. When Shiva was dancing in Kailash, and suddenly his ankle broke. I don't know what is the connection between this anklet and energy. It never stays in the leg. It broke. And because of that, Shiva has to stop the dance for a moment. Patanjali was witnessing the dance. He felt the dance should not be stopped. It was going in such a beautiful rhythm. So he became anklet at the feet of Shiva. And Shiva continued his dance. After the dance, Patanjali says, "Oh Master, I was at your feet as an anklet, so I couldn't enjoy your dance. Please bless me to have the darshan of your dance once more, to see your dance once more. I want to see your dance." Then Shiva says, "Don't worry, meditate on me, I'll give you darshan and you will see my dance. You will see my Ananda Tandava, the blissful dance." So Patanjali comes down, meditates in Chidambaram and experiences Shiva consciousness. Means he comes down as an incarnation, and after his Shiva consciousness experience, he expresses that science. So he takes his 1,000 heads, his 1,000 hoods, through that he starts talking. He trains 1,000 disciples. He tells all of them, "Please understand, I'll express whatever I want to express once for all. Once for all, I'll express all the great truths. Whatever can be said, I'll say it. I'll express it. All possible great truths. Whatever can be said in all 11 dimensions. I want you to understand. Patanjali says there are 11 dimensions, not just length, breadth, depth and time and space. No. We know only 4 dimensions. Length, breadth, depth, time and space. Patanjali talks of 11 dimensions. One example. He says, length and breadth of this table can be left here and depth can be teleported, can be moved. Then you will see the form of this table, but if you put your hand, there will be nothing. There will be nothing to be sensed. You won't be able to touch the table. Same way, depth of the table can be left here, length and breadth of the table can be moved. Then he says, you will not see the table, but if you put your hand, you will see something touching. Something will be touching your hand. You will have the feeling. He says the length, breadth, depth can be separated. Time and space can be separated. Please understand, I am not telling any stories. I am not telling any stories. When I say, Patanjali says, I mean it is truth. If I have not experienced what Patanjali says, I won't attest for his words. I say, Patanjali is true. Means, I know what I am talking. I know what I am speaking. I am responsible for what I am talking. I am not telling you any mythological stories. I am not talking to you some unknown mysteries. I am talking to you a straight, simple truth about life and consciousness. He says this can be separated. Even I was shocked when I read. But when I started experimenting, I understood the truths behind his words. He says 11 dimensions. In all 11 dimensions, whatever can be expressed, he says, let me express it. Let me express it. He starts expressing all the great truths. He assumes 1,000 heads and says, each disciple will note down what one head says. He says, all of you don't get confused listening to all 1,000 heads. He connects one disciple to one head. That disciple will note down only what that head says. Because the enlightenment cannot be expressed just with his one body. It's like trying to transfer the lightning energy to the houses, trying to supply the lightning energy to the houses is impossible. So it takes 1000 heads so that I can step down and properly transmit the whole energy. It takes 1000 heads, starts talking about all the great truths through each head. One head is talking about Vastu Sastra, one head is talking about astrology, one is talking about deities, one is talking about yoga, one is talking about meditation, one is talking about the different spiritual sciences. Each head is talking about one on spiritual science, one on spiritual truths. Suddenly, the whole group feels the intense energy. They are not able to bear. They are not able to bear the energy. Then Patanjali says, all right, let me put a thick screen. He puts a big thick screen. And he says, now I will express all the truths. You only record, but never remove the screen. Because in this intense energy, if you remove the screen, you all may get burnt. So he puts a condition, puts a screen, and starts dictating, expressing all the truths. Understand, this story has many beautiful meaning behind this story. He expresses the truth. Disciples are sitting on the other side. Each disciple is connected to one head. He is noting down, recording whatever that head is saying, whatever is expressed through that head. So intense transmission is happening. The energy expression and the recording intensely happening. Almost the recording is going to be ended, means the teaching is going to be finished. End of the discourse, end of the recording, one disciple had a strong doubt. Suddenly he had a strong doubt. Master says he is talking through 1000 heads and he is behind the screen. But I am listening only through one head. So I feel usually what he teaches, that is what I am listening. But this foolish disciple is not remembering. He usually heard from one head, now also he is listening only from one head. But 999 other disciples are listening to other different truths. He did not think from that angle. He thought earlier what he used to talk, now what he is talking, I feel almost it is same. Then how come he is saying, don't remove the screen, I am expressing extraordinary energy, I am talking through 1000 heads? I think these are all some stories. Maybe he is telling these things to inspire us, so that we will have more respect for the truths he expressed. He had some doubt, some disturbance. This is a big problem. This is a big problem with the disciples. When they are not completely devoted, they can cause big damage. They can cause big damage, not to the master, but to the truths which are delivered. Understand the scene. Patanjali, when he took his 1000 head and started teaching, the disciples are unable to bear the energy expression. So he puts the big screen and says, each disciple record from one head. Whatever is expressed, don't remove the screen. If you remove the screen, you may get burnt by this intense energy, and starts expressing all the great truths. All the 1000 disciples are recording. Almost it is about to over, the session is about to end. One disciple gets the doubt. Maybe master is sleeping the other side. He is not expressing through 1000 heads as he claims, because I am listening as usual. When he talks through one head, what I listen, the same thing only I am hearing now, even now. He is not understanding. Master has made him listen only one head. The other 999 heads are heard and recorded by other 999 disciples. So he wants to verify. He wants to check. Very dangerous. Sometimes very dangerous. Finally, he removes the screen. Once he pulls the screen, the intense energy being radiated, all the 1,000 disciples, they became enlightened and got burnt. Whole thing, all the disciples and whatever was recorded, whole thing got burnt. Patanjali suddenly realizes what happened. The whole thing got burnt. And he comes down. He relaxes. He comes back to his normal energy, normal position, and feels deeply, oh God, what happened? The story says for more than 1,000 years they were recording. 1,000 heads were talking, 1,000 years it was getting recorded. The whole effort, now waste, gone. He feels so sad. He says, oh God. It's like practically you put your whole life and do a research and development. End of the research and development, your laboratory got burnt. All the data you collected got burnt. Disappeared. Suddenly, his face became lit. He became very bright. Because he saw one disciple just entering the area. He became very cool now. He is not radiating that intense energy. He is very normal. He saw one disciple walking. He was jumping in ecstasy. The extraordinary joy. He went and hugged the disciple. Asked, how did you survive? What happened? The disciple said, I went to attend my nature calls. I went to attend my nature calls. The story says, whatever that one disciple recorded, that one part is what we now read as Patanjali Yoga Sutra. That one head, whatever was expressed from that one head, whatever that one disciple recorded is Patanjali Yoga Sutra. Patanjali was so happy, at least one part, 0.1% was preserved. But there was one thing, one unfortunate thing, when Patanjali was talking about initiation, means initiating a person into that enlightenment science, the main key part, that disciple was missing. The disciple was not there, who was recording. So Patanjali says that main initiation cannot be given through books or through sutra. It has to be given only from master to disciple, master to disciple, master to disciple. So he says, I have given the whole thing except initiation. Let that be given only by master to disciple, master to disciple, master to disciple. That is why even now the importance of master, the importance of direct initiation is insisted in all the yoga tradition. In all yoga traditions, again and again, people are requested to have the direct initiation from the master, because the initiation can never be transmitted through book or any other material. I have tried. I have tried many times. When I initiate, the initiation, the click, that connection happens with the disciples. The same disciples, if they sit and watch the DVD, they are not able to have that click. That experience does not happen. The same DVD, the same disciple, if they sit and watch without my physical presence, the click is not happening. I have experimented many times, because in the modern days, I wanted to replace the necessary of physical guru. Because of this one constraint, we are not able to reach millions and millions who are waiting for this science, who are yearning for this science. So I tried my best to replace the physical presence of Guru. Impossible. It is impossible. I tried many times. The ultimate initiation, that click, that connection does not happen without the physical presence of the Master. So here is the great book delivered by this great Master Patanjali and recorded by one disciple without the initiation part, which has to happen only from the Master and disciple. It means you have to listen to these great sutras from an enlightened being. Only then the true meaning is revealed. That click, the feeling connection happens. Because without enlightenment, these sutras can be misinterpreted, misunderstood and misused. The great knowledge, if it is misused, it is dangerous not only to the person, to the whole world. That's the reason Patanjali has left that last key unrecorded. The last thing unrecorded. And he says, let this knowledge be transmitted from a living master to the disciples for ages. And he says, just for that reason, the planet Earth will continue to have living masters. Just to interpret the Patanjali Yoga Sutra, planet Earth will continue to have living masters continuously. He says, planet Earth will have living masters continuously. So almost all the spiritual sciences are explored, experimented, experienced and expressed in this one book. Science of healing, science of doing miracles, all extraordinary miracles, whatever you name it, you have in this book. The science of that miracle is in this book. If you read this book, people who show simple miracles, you will laugh at them. You will laugh at them. Once you read this book, you become an insider of spirituality. Nothing can shake you except enlightenment experience. You will not stop at anything except enlightenment experience. You will not be bothered about the simple materializing or small miracles, foretelling, Vaksiddhi. Vaksiddhi means whatever you tell will become reality. You will not be disturbed, you will not be diverted by these small miracles. You may enjoy them, but you know there is something more, there is something beyond, there is something to go beyond. Because let's pray, let us feel connected to that great master Patanjali. Please close your eyes. Sit with a deep, prayerful mood. Remember the great master Patanjali. Pray to him. Let his great sutras be experienced by all of us. Let the great truths expressed by him be understood inside us. Let us all experience the great truths expressed in this book. pray to this great master Patanjali with a deep respect, love and reverence. Let us understand the great truths. Let us internalize all the great truths expressed by this great master. Relax. You can open your eyes. Let's enter into the sutras by remembering the great master Patanjali. The first sutra, beautiful sutra, Ata Yoganusasanam. exact translation of the sutra is, here begins the instruction on yoga. I can say now, let us enter into the yoga. Patanjali is a great master. He doesn't use unnecessary words. You can't edit him. He uses very minimum restricted words. What does he mean by saying, now let's enter into the yoga? Please understand, to enter into the zone of yoga, to enter into the teachings of yoga, you need to be in this moment now. Usually, if your body is here, know for sure you are not here. That's the state of the mind we are living. Morning, the moment you get out of your bed and put the brush in the mouth, you are already in the office, thinking about office. If you are sitting in the office and working, you are already in the beach, evening. If you are sitting in the beach and enjoying the breeze, already you are in the house, back. If you are back home, sitting in the house, already you are thinking about next day morning office. If your body is here, you are not here. Patanjali says, no, come down, be here. I know the science. The child has experienced what Patanjali says as Ata Yoganusasanam, means now let us enter into the yoga. The child has understood. The child is in a zone of now. Please understand, he is in this zone now. When you are in that zone now, the connection between you and the master happens straight away. It is direct. It is straight. Because the child has experienced that now. Here, the now, Ata, Yoga Anusasanam, this is a beautiful word. Patanjali says, come to this moment, let us enter into yoga space. Let us enter into the experience of yoga. You may ask, why the child was able to get? Why not the mother? Because mother is not in this moment. Child knows very clearly, child is in this moment, he doesn't know people can tell lies. He doesn't know master can tell a lie. He doesn't know, he doesn't doubt master may tell a lie. He doesn't have any of that kind of doubts. He knows very clearly he is an enlightened master. If he says, it will become reality. That's all. He is not believing for some reason. We also sometimes believe, if I believe only then it will get healed. Let me believe. If it doesn't happen, I think I shouldn't have believed. Even our belief is a business. Even our belief is a business. Patanjali says, come to now. See, he is not saying believe, no. Be straight. If you can believe, see, if it is a straight thing, it can't even be called as belief. It can be called as belief only one corner of your mind if you have a doubt. If there is no doubt, it can't even be called as belief. It's a straight truth. Straight experience. People asked me, Swamiji, are you not surprised? I said, no. I know the science. It is not miracle. It's a science. Swamiji, then why did you not give it to the mother? Because she can't connect. Please understand, for miracle to happen, you need a proper connection. You need a beautiful space to be created. You need a strong feeling connection between the two persons. Only then miracle can happen. If there is a strong feeling connection between two persons, in both consciousness, in both souls, different space will be awakened. For example, when you fall in love with somebody, suddenly a different dimension of you which was unknown to you will be awakened. You will start sacrificing more. You will start becoming more joyful. You will start becoming more sensitive. Many unknown dimensions of your own being will be awakened by the other person. The same way, in other person also you will awaken many dimensions. Beloved is a person who awakens unknown dimensions inside you. When the feeling connection happens, if it happens between two ordinary human beings, the unknown dimensions are awakened. It's called love affair. Please understand, beloved is a person who awakens the dimensions which are inside you but unknown to you. Same way, master is a person who awakens the unknown dimension of enlightenment in you which was unknown to you. In that small boy, the feeling connection has straight away happened. He is in the being level. He is neither struggling with intellect nor struggling with emotion. He is straight. His intellect and emotion are parallel lines. Straight. He is connected. The being level connection has happened. So miracles are automatically happening. It is not even done by me. Anything done is a work, not miracle. Anything happens is miracle. It was not done by me. It just happened. Because he is also in the space of now and I am also in the space of now. Understand? When you come to the space of now the yoga can happen inside you. I am already in the space of now. If you can come down, come to now, this moment, the yoga can happen in you. Patanjali says, here now begins yoga. You need to come to this moment. Man lives in dreams. Nietzsche says beautifully, man cannot live with truth. He needs dreams, fantasies, hope to live his life. He cannot bear the present moment as it is. It is too much. He needs hopes. He needs illusions. He needs stories. He needs fantasies. He can't be with reality. But kids are not in that zone. They can experience now. They can have that connection if they are not still spoiled. If they are not still spoiled. If you can come to this moment now, suddenly you see, you will experience the yoga. You will experience the yoga. With the child, that's what has happened. The child was told, ask Swamiji, you will get it. He doesn't have second question, second thought. It is not that he gets the doubt and suppresses it. No. Then the whole scene is over. The moment you get the doubt and suppress, the whole thing is over. He knows it will happen and straight away he connects it, it happens. Still now, every day he continues to get. All he knows, he goes and stands in front of the photograph and asks, Swamiji, I want this. It is there. Please understand. Ata yoganusasanam. Now starts the yoga. You may think, how is this possible? One side, you are not able to believe. The other side, I am authentically saying what to do. I know what is happening in your mind. Many people are thinking, some story, it's okay, leave it. Some people are thinking, no, he can't tell a lie. I know him. I can't accept, but it can't be lie. How can this be? There are some people sitting, forget about it, this all happens sometime. Why should we bother too much about it? It's okay, leave it. Some people are thinking, even if he gets what is there, after all chocolate, it's okay. Please understand, I am using that story to make you understand this truth. How that guy is able to get it.
Ourselves in all the powerful conclusions which we have got in this program. Now, just decide to start living them. As Swamiji says very beautifully, when you start practicing, you'll understand how powerfully this technique works for you to be stable for yourself. How it brings your mental setup very stably. It will actually teach you. You will actually learn from it. So, with this beautiful understanding which we get from this session, we'll be now moving to the power manifestation. So, in this round also, you'll be manifesting an image. You'll be scanning the image of what the Acharya is visualizing. So I request all participants to settle down. Request all of you to settle down. Make sure the space in which you're sitting is comfortable. Now, I request all of you to sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Remember Swamiji in your third eye. Understand one thing. You are consciousness. Whatever Swamiji is showing you, you are consciousness. You are the source of the space of consciousness. That is only conscious supremacy. The power of conscious supremacy helps you to manifest Satya Sankalpas in your life. Now, continue to chew on this powerful cognition. Just remind yourself, I am consciousness. If any self-doubt is coming, say, I am consciousness. How can I be affected? In the same space, start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Now, in the same space of oneness with Swamiji, scan what is the image your Acharya is visualizing. Ask Swamiji to show you what is the image am I visualizing in my mind. What is the image your Acharya is visualizing in your mind right now. You will see the moment you ask Swamiji, the moment you declare your consciousness, Swamiji will simply flow through you. He will reveal you what exactly the image which your Acharya is thinking, the colors, the details of the image. Immediately Swamiji will show you. I now request all participants to start scanning the image which I am projecting, which I am visualizing in my eyes, in my third eye. Ask Swamiji to show you. What is the image am I holding? Am I visualizing in my mind? Ask Swamiji to show you. What is the image your Acharya is visualizing in your mind, in their mind right now? I now request all participants to relax yourself. Slowly open your eyes. And now, post whatever Swamiji has showed you. Be as detailed as possible. If Swamiji showed you colors, post exact colors what Swamiji showed you. If Swamiji showed you some line drawing, describe the line drawing. Or if Swamiji showed you an image of it, describe the image. Whatever Swamiji is showing you, detailedly, I request all of you to type down in the chat. I can see Ma Parameshwari has started posting water flow, okay? I now request all participants to start posting whatever Swamiji is showing you. Ma Komati college children, Ma Mahulia, Ma Jnana Guru Prasadini, Ma Maria, Ma Jenitran, Ma Priyadarshini. I request all of you to post whatever Swamiji has showed you. Okay, Ma Lalita has posted. I saw something transparent crystal and paints like yellow and red. Okay, Ma, that's wonderful. Ma Alejandra, I request all of you to post whatever Swamiji showed you, Ma. Yes. Ma Lalita, is this better, Ma? As you're saying you're not able to hear. Am I audible now, Ma, to you? Okay. Ma Maria, Ma Margarita, I request all of you to post whatever Swamiji showed you. Ma Sonia Ro. Okay. So now let me reveal the answer. The image which I was visualizing in my mind is a picture of an Atmalinga. Ma Lalita, you manifested, Ma. You saw something transparent and crystal. Well, Atmalinga is a solidified crystal. I mean, the crystal ice which has been solid, like which became solid. That's wonderful, Ma. You manifested, Ma Lalita. And Ma Jacqueline has posted, I've seen some red color. Well, the background which I was visualizing for the Atmalingas basically is like a sunset kind of scenario. That's I can see many of you posting like paints of yellow and red, like Atmalinga behind a sunset kind of scenario. That's wonderful. All of you are trying to see the colors. That's wonderful. Okay, so let us now move to the second round of the manifestation. So now request all participants to remain in the same space. Just remind yourself you are consciousness, you are Paramashiva. When you declare your conscious supremacy over your space, you have the power to manifest your Satya Sankalpa. Because all participants to continue chanting the Mahavakya. I'll be now visualizing the image in my mind, and all of you can start scanning the image which I am visualizing in my mind.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham
And I request all participants to start posting whatever Swamiji has shown you.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Be as detailed as possible whatever Swamiji showed you. If Swamiji showed you colors or if Swamiji showed you the image of it, I request you to post in the chat whatever Swamiji showed you.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Okay. Okay, so I request all participants to post whatever Swamiji is showing you. Whether you saw colors or whether you saw pictures or shapes, I request all of you to post whatever Swamiji showed you.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Okay, so Ma Jacqueline has posted, she was able to see a flower, and Ma Parameshwari has posted there's some point in becomes swirling to a round shape with warm colors, yellow, orange, red, and goes over to cloud colors like green and blue tones, also like vibrating in movement. Okay, so now let me reveal the answer now. The picture, the image which I was visualizing in my mind is a picture of Om with a sky background. Like Om, like a golden outline of Om with vibrations, like to be exact, like blue color vibrations in a sky background. So Ma Parameshri, you have got it to the spot, Ma. That's amazing. Okay. Okay. So with this, I now request all participants to head to Facebook, post what your understandings, your powerful cognitions, your experience you got during this session, and we'll be moving ahead to one of the important sessions on where we'll be understanding who is Bhagavan Lingodbhava.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
How do you overcome
Paramashivoham
Ma Amantha, Ma Khalil Wong, Ma Dahanananda, Nithyanandam. Okay, come on. Can I request all of you to post what, according to you, is conscious sovereignty? What does conscious sovereignty mean? Come on, I request everyone here. Manitya Chandrasekhara Priyananda. Nithyanandam. I request every one of you to go ahead and post what you understand as conscious sovereignty. Okay, Ma Maria Kalina has posted. If you make decisions based on dharma, you manifest conscious sovereignty. You have always made decisions based on dharma, then you're always in consciousness, which is conscious sovereignty. Okay, that's beautiful. Anyone else? You'd like to share any other understanding of conscious sovereignty? And what do you understand as when Swamiji is saying to reclaim your conscious sovereignty? What did you exactly understand by that? What do you understand as you experiencing your consciousness, the sovereignty of your consciousness? Take a moment and please post. Give your examples from whatever you have understood so far. Since morning, we've been learning about the paratva, the conscious supremacy and conscious sovereignty. What did you understand by that? Come on, I request every one of you to post. Abhinav Malhotra and Matthew Veska, Guru Prasad, Nithyanandam. I request all of you to post. And Abhinav Malhotra, which place are you joining us from? And Matthew Veskaraya. Okay. And Punithanaya has posted, my consciousness is ultimate is conscious sovereignty. Okay. All the others, come on. Define whatever you understand so far. Doesn't matter, right or wrong, doesn't matter. Just go ahead and post whatever you understand. So far, what you understand as conscious sovereignty. Meaning consciousness as our operating principle. Okay, beautiful. Okay, Swamiji very beautifully explains. Reclaiming your original existence as consciousness. You existing as parama, ultimate. The ultimate consciousness is conscious sovereignty. Whenever in life that there is, whenever you want to manifest good health, wealth, bliss, joy, whatever you call it, only whenever you constantly establish yourself, that you will establish yourself in that space of ultimate, where your tiredness, your boredom, your good, bad, right, wrong, nothing defines your existence as conscious. For example, let's say sun, right? Whether someone goes to the sun and says, oh, you don't exist, you're a lie, you're a delusion, you're not a reality. Or someone goes and tells to the sun, oh, you don't rise in the east, you rise in the west. Or even if someone goes and tells the sun, you are the embodiment of ultimate and worships the sun. Whether someone abuses a sun, or whether someone worships a sun, or whether someone stands in the biggest stage of the world and says, sun is not rising in the east, it is not going to rise in the east. Does that affect the sun? It is eternal in its existence. Its supernal effulgence, the Swayam Prakasha, the attributes of the sun, is not affected by the good, bad, right, wrong, anything that we do. Just because you take and throw 10 stones at the sun, is it going to harm the sun? The answer is no. Just because you take flowers and pour it on the sun, is it going to affect the sun? The answer is no. It will not even touch. It is not even that it is going to make the sun happy or sad. No. It is irrelevant. It is redundant. Same way, all your delusions, mind you, good, bad, right, wrong, every bit of it is still delusion. All your delusions, it is still delusion. All your good, bad, whether you're capable, you're excellent, you're the most wealthiest person, you're the most intelligent person, you're the most smartest person, or you're the most laziest person, you're the most unintelligent person, you're the most angry person. The definitions, the tags, the way you exist, your characteristics cannot define who you are, because your innate existence as consciousness is unperturbed by all the other attributes. How many of you are catching this? I'll tell you, there's a very beautiful story of Bhagavan Lingodbhava. Through this principle, Paramashiva establishes, reminds the humanity, and he tells, is through the form of Lingodbhava. It is in this form, as Lingodbhava Murti, Paramashiva reminds humanity of this most core, important principle. He tells, hey, you fight, you're great, not great, it doesn't matter. Ultimately, your existence as consciousness is unperturbed. There's a very beautiful story. Once, Brahma, who's responsible for the creation segment of the universe, and Vishnu, who is responsible for the sustenance segment of the universe, both of them get into an argument. They both get into a conflict. Something happens and they both start fighting. Brahma says, oh, look, what do you know? You're all about wealth. I know everything. I know all that is there. There's nothing unknown by me. So I am great. Vishnu says, come on, what are you talking? I am the sustainer. I am the most wealthiest. I'm the source of wealth. So I am great. So both of them get into a conflict. One side, intellect, which believes everything is known to it. Another side, wealth, which believes everything can be bought, everything can be conquered by it. Both of them start getting into a fight. Both of them start fighting, saying, I am great, I am great, I am great, I am great. And all the devatas, the gods in between, are like, they're trying to, see what is happening. And suddenly, Paramashiva, he decides, let me intervene, let me settle this once and for all. And Paramashiva manifests as a huge column. He manifests a huge shaft of light. That is what is Lingodbhava. He appears as a huge shaft of light. That's what they say, Adimudi Kanada Annamalayar, which means neither